The story begins with the main character suffering from a recurring dream of a zombie avalanche. The city is destroyed. A boy stands on top of a building, thinking that he has only one dream every night, and it is a horrible nightmare about the zombie apocalypse, a nightmare where the entire world is a living hell. The boy believes that he is a hunter, destined to eradicate all zombies. In this horrific dream, a screen notifies him of his quest to eliminate every zombie on Earth. As a reward, he will be restored to his original state. The boy asks, "Should we begin the show?" He detonates the bombs and the buildings start to explode. The zombies scream at the sound of the blast. A building crumbles to the ground under the force of the explosion. The boy leaps from the building, a rope attached to his back. He holds chains in his hands. He begins slaying zombies with his chains, landing on the ground as he removes the rope from his back. The zombies, drawn to the boy, start charging toward him. The boy swings his chain, and it starts cutting the legs of the zombies. A zombie attacks him from behind, but the boy swings and kicks the zombie in the stomach. He then cuts the head of the zombie in half using his chain. Numerous other zombies start running towards him. The boy begins swinging his chain in circles, and the chain is drenched in blood. After a while, he stops his attack and starts cursing the zombies. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and the boy wonders if it's an earthquake. He looks down at the ground, noticing it starting to crack open. A huge monster emerges from underground, its sharp teeth glistening. The monster rushes to eat the boy. The boy is shocked, frozen in fear as he watches it approach. The monster attacks and kills the boy. The system notifies him that he failed because he died. The boy wakes up in his bed and mutters, "That's so unfair." A little while later, the boy is sitting with a doctor. "I transcribed the nightmare I had yesterday," he says. The doctor, a psychiatrist, listens intently, and her name is Chonei. Choi says the 99th one was such a pity. It felt like it was only yesterday that he was crying his eyes out. Choi tells him, "You've grown." The boy is sad to hear that. He thinks that 2 years ago, a nightmare appeared without reason, constantly repeating the deaths of vulnerable people. The boy thinks it ruined his life completely. He was dying both mentally and physically. He has been receiving psychiatric counseling because of that. Choi tells him, "Sit down." She asks, "Have you requested counseling because of your nightmares?" The boy says, "Yes." Choi asks, "What kind of nightmares are they?" The boy tells her, "I'm having nightmares about zombies." Choi begins the treatment. After counseling, hypnosis, and numerous medications, the nightmares didn't go away. The boy returns to Choi for help. Choi tells him, "If the nightmares are always the same, then take this notebook." The boy asks, "What is it for?" Choi tells him, "If you have dreams, write down the names that repeat themselves." "Please write them down clearly," Choi said, "and she will focus on them." The boy asked, "Will she focus on my nightmares?" Choi replied, "Yes, but first, let's decide where you can't go." Choi handed him the pen and said, "Try to remember as much as possible and write it down." The boy looked worried upon hearing that. After some time, the boy started having a nightmare. He remembered Choi telling him, "You should go to the storage room. There should be a lot of useful weapons." The boy decided to do what Choi said. He rushed toward the storage room and opened the door. He looked at the steel pipe and muttered, "That's a weapon." He grabbed the pipe and rushed to attack the zombie. Swinging it, he killed the zombie. That was when his nightmares began to change. Choi told him, "I'm at my limit." She asked, "Are you going to move alone during the 100th episode?" The boy replied, "You know as well as I do, humans can be more spiteful than zombies." Choi grabbed her coffee and said, "There must be some good people." The boy tells Choi that the good people no longer wish to get involved. He starts drinking his coffee, then puts the cup down and says that even if it is still a dream, he's seen 1 or 2 people die trying to help him. The boy clenches his teeth and says that he doesn't have the power to protect others, and if people keep witnessing that, they will lose their sanity. Choi thinks that the dream must have felt so real, and the shock of losing his comrades must have been immense. Choi puts down the notebook and says that it's already lunchtime. They should go grab some soup. Choi winks at him and says that she will save him. Choi and the boy arrive outside the shop. The boy asks if more than 10 people have already become human cultural properties. Choi says there's no need to call it an artisan village and that she's hungry. They should go in. Choi starts tasting the soup and says that it's very tasty, and the boy agrees. The boy hears some shouting. He sees a customer yelling at the server and asking why he's daydreaming instead of letting him pay. He asks what he's smiling at and why blood is coming from his eyes. The boy turns around and is shocked to see something. His name is Yam. Choi asks Yerim if something is wrong. Yerim tells her that it's nothing. The customer starts shouting and says that he will miss his bus at this rate. Suddenly, the person lunges at him and bites his neck. The customer starts bleeding and falls to the ground. Yerim looks back and thinks that this is the nightmare that has been tormenting him all this time. Yerim thinks that a dream is just a dream and reality is reality. But now the dream has become reality, and it's no ordinary dream. Yurim believes that this is a vicious nightmare. Yam looks back and begins to sweat. Yurim looks outside the window and sees that there is a zombie apocalypse with people begging for help. A zombie attacks and bites a person on the neck while another is attacking someone on the roof. Yurim and Choi are shocked to see that. Yurim starts trembling with fear. Yam looks back at the zombies and thinks that this is a vicious nightmare. The zombie rushes to attack Yurim. Yurim grabs the bowl of soup and crushes it on the zombie's head. The zombie starts screaming. Yurim thinks that it's not enough to kill a creature. Yurim begins running, searching for a weapon. He looks at a broom and breaks it in half. He looks back and sees the zombie jumping toward him. The zombie is about to bite Yurim, but he barely manages to dodge the attack. Yurim swings his body and attacks the zombie at the back of its neck. The zombie falls to the ground and dies. Yurim thinks, maybe because I've had so many nightmares, it's easier to accept this reality. His mind feels strangely clear now. Choi gets up from her seat and calls out to Yurim. Are you hurt? She asks. Yurim glances at her. Can you see what's happening outside? Choi asks, did you just kill someone? Yurim nods. Those things are moving corpses. They're called zombies. Choi is shocked by the revelation. Yurim adds, what I wrote in the notebook, it's all become real. Choi looks at the notebook, and suddenly there's a huge blast. Choi and Yurim are startled by the sound. Yurim thinks that the timing of this explosion is strange. If it's a dream, Yurim wonders, then the gas station exploded. Yurim looks outside and sees that the gas station is on fire. Choi is shocked to see that. Yurim thinks that there is no doubt both dreams and reality are the same. He believes this means the arson village will soon be ruined. But then Yurim realizes the problem is bigger than just the village. He remembers the past. In round 7, Korea, Seoul, Yurim recalls. In round 23, China, the Forbidden City. In round 48, America, New York. All 99 nightmares ended in human defeat. Yurim remembers how the zombies endlessly grew stronger and humans lost to civilization. It was a one-sided fight from the beginning. Yurim thinks that the future left for him is only one, to survive this apocalypse while watching his hometown burn. At that moment, Yurim hears the sound of a notification. Yurim is surprised to see a screen in front of him. He remembers that it's the same phrase he saw repeatedly in his nightmares. Yurim tries to touch the screen, but his hand passes right through it. What is this? He wonders aloud. Yurim thinks back, realizing it's the same thing he saw in his dream. What is it doing in front of me now? He asked himself. The screen had once notified him to kill all the zombies in the world during his nightmares, but now it displays something different. The screen now reads, your quest is to protect Professor Choi at his house. Time limit, 180 minutes. Reward, transmission skill. Yurim is shocked by this new development. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Stay calm, he tells himself. I've been through 99 nightmares. I know how this goes. Yurim takes a closer look at the quest conditions, then notices a prompt asking if he will accept the quest. A strange feeling washes over Yurim. Maybe this choice will change the future, he thinks, the one that's been filled with despair. He's about to accept the quest when suddenly Choi calls out to him. Are you okay? Professor Choi asks. Yurim smiles and replies, I'm fine. Yurim tells Choi that he was just flustered. He thinks the quest window is only visible to him. Choi starts smiling and says it's a relief. Yurim remembers that he couldn't write in the notebook that Professor Choi had also become a zombie. Suddenly, there is a blast and numerous zombies enter the building. Run! Yurim shouts at Choi. They both escape the building and start running. The zombies look at them, but they are slow to catch up. Yurim and Choi run past the zombies. Choi holds the notebook in her hands. Yurim sees a door in the store, opens it, and locks it from the inside. Yurim and Choi start panting. Yurim walks toward a locker. Choi watches him, shocked, as he pulls out a chain from the locker. Get ready, Yurim says. We'll face the zombies head-on until we reach my house safely. Choi is confused at this. Yurim opens the door and numerous zombies lurk outside. The zombies look at Yurim, and Yurim's face turns serious. The zombies start running towards Yurim. Yurim starts swinging his chain and kills a zombie by hitting its head. Choi is surprised to see that Yurim is using his chain to kill the zombies. Yurim rushes towards them. He grabs the chain firmly and starts shouting. As he swings the chain, Yurim thinks, since I've already encountered this in a dream, the feeling of swinging this chain feels so familiar. The zombies scream and charge towards Yurim. He swings the chain again and kills another zombie with a blow to its head. Choi is amazed. She remembers asking Yurim why he used chains as a weapon. Yurim had told her the range of its attack and its durability are much better than knives or crowbars. The zombie falls to the ground. Choi thinks, seeing it happen right in front of me is just amazing. A zombie attacks Yurim from behind, but Yurim quickly turns around and stops the attack by putting the chain in its mouth. Yurim growls, bite it tightly. Young moves the chain and breaks the zombie's teeth. The zombie is lifted into the air. Yuram screams and swings the chain again, aiming to kill the zombie. Choi looks at Yuram in disbelief. At that moment, another zombie jumps on Yuram from behind. Yuram shifts his feet and quickly kicks the chain. Choi is surprised to see him change the direction of the chains. The chain strikes the zombie on the head and it falls to the ground. Yuram starts swinging the chain in all directions, rushing toward the zombies. He begins to scream. Choi watches him fight the zombies, still in disbelief. Yuram notices another herd of zombies in the distance. He tells Choi, "Run quickly." They start running again. After a while, they arrive at a house. Yuram stops and Choi starts catching her breath. Yuram checks the door and says, "It's a good thing there's a deserted house nearby with no zombies around. We should go in." Choi nods. All right. They both enter the house and Choi falls to her knees. Yuram is concerned about Choi. Choi tells him, "It's nothing. I'm just relieved." Yuram picks up Choi in the notebook. He says, "I'll help you sit on the couch." Choi thanks him. "Thanks for that." After Choi sits on the couch, a notification appears in front of Yuram. The screen notifies him that the quest is complete and he has obtained the transmission skill. Yuram thinks, "This is nice." He looks at the screen and sees that the rank of the skill is F. The screen also says he can obtain a skill from an expert. Yuram is not impressed and wonders, what does expert even mean from the very start? He thinks there should be a limit to leaving people clueless about these things. Looking at the screen again, it says that the expert is someone who favors him. The screen points toward Choi and adds that he can learn the skill from her. Yuram thinks I should give it a try. He activates the transmission skill. A magic circle appears out of nowhere. Yuram looks at it in disbelief and thinks Choi has no reaction at all. Maybe because she can't see it. The screen says, "Congratulations on obtaining the skill." Yuram is surprised to see that he has obtained the skill of mental care. He heals someone's spirit. Yuram thinks that he has obtained a very useful skill. Choi lights a cigarette. She asks, "Are those monsters zombies like the one written in your notebook?" Choi grabs her head and asks, "What is happening right now? Am I having a nightmare?" Yuram thinks that she is in panic and currently suffering a mental breakdown. Since these moments are scenes he often encounters in his dreams, Yuram thinks that the timing is perfect, and it is his chance to use the skill. Yuram activates the skill, mental care, and the screen notifies him that the skill has been successfully activated, strengthening a person's spirit. Choi puts down her cigarette. She starts smiling and says, "It's a good thing we're still alive." Choi stretches and says, "The world will surely get better again, so we should cheer up." Yuram thinks that the transmission skill is great. Yuram remembers the craftsman's village where he lived. It was home to all kinds of craftsmen and intangible cultural heritages. Many talented professionals with long life experiences resided as villagers. Yuram starts smiling and says, "I will be learning skills from those professionals." Next, Yuram recalls that a few months ago, he had nightmares 10 times in a row. The elders came to meet him. One of them, called Young Chun, is a 78-year-old bald man who uses a cane to walk. Young is a skilled wood carpenter and, noticing Yuram's expression, says, "It seems the zombie nightmare happened again." The other elder is called Park Dalbang. He's a strong, muscular man with a long mustache. Park is a one-man martial artist experienced in Jojin heavily demon martial arts passed down through 23 generations as the sole victor. Park tells Yuram, "I left some red ginseng extract at home. You should go eat it to gain some energy." Yuram thanks the elders and says, "There's no need for the red ginseng. It's quite expensive." The elders start smiling. Park tells Yuram, "Just eat it, work out, and take care of your health." Yuram is happy to hear that. He turns on the bike at the house. Just as Yuram is about to leave, Choi opens the door and asks, "Are you crazy?" Choi continues, "It's the middle of the town. You want the zombies to kill you?" Yuram reassures her, "There's no need to worry. You just saw me defeat the zombies. I won't be defeated by a few more." Choi grabs her head in frustration and says, "I can't stop you from doing what you want." She sighs, "Just be careful. And if you get bitten, I won't open the door for you." Yuram puts on his helmet and says, "You shouldn't worry. I've never been bitten since this all started." Choi, annoyed, asks, "Are you really going to keep spouting death flag lines?" Yuram laughs, waves her goodbye, and starts the bike. As he rides off, Yuram thinks Park and Young will surely be together like always. I will definitely state them both. Yuram rushes towards the village. Choi lights another cigarette and says, "I screwed up quitting smoking this year. There are zombies everywhere in the village. An office in Jang Village is completely destroyed. Some zombies are roaming inside the building. Young is hiding under the desk, trembling in fear. A zombie looks towards him and is about to eat him. Young, terrified, closes his eyes but remains unharmed. Slowly, Young opens his eyes and sees Park. Park has punched the zombie in the head. Park asks, "Are you okay?" Young starts smiling upon seeing his friend. Suddenly, numerous zombies arrive and begin running toward them. Park smiles and tells Young wait for me a little longer. I'll take care of this in no time, Park says, preparing to fight all the zombies alone, a smile still on his face. Meanwhile, Yub is riding his bike thinking Elder Park is a martial arts master, so he can beat a common zombie without any problem, but the elders always died in his dreams. Yarn thinks that he needs to head to the elders for 2 reasons. Yuram speeds up and says, please don't let him be too late. A zombie attacks, but Park punches it. The zombie is blown away. Park starts laughing and begins killing zombies with his punches. Young is shocked to see that there are numerous zombies dead on the ground. Young tells Park, you're very strong. You must have learned from the Joseon dynasty as well. Park smiles wickedly and says it's a pity that ordinary people can't learn the Joseon heavenly demon martial art. He crushes a zombie's head with his feet and adds, only strong people like me can learn this martial art. Young sighs and says, what a pity. I wish I had been born with a strong body. At that moment, they are shocked to see someone arrive. A zombie steps in and breaks the ground. It is a large, fat zombie. Young says, that's a monster. Park thinks, that's a huge guy. He must be about 3 meters tall. The giant zombie grabs another zombie by the head and starts eating it. Park and Young are shocked to see that. The giant zombie finishes eating and starts screaming. There's a crystal in its head. Park clenches his teeth and says an interesting fellow has arrived. Park jumps into the air to attack the zombie using double-fisted tiger energy. He showers the zombie with multiple punches, employing Joseon's heavenly demon's art's second form. Park starts screaming, but his attack does not affect the zombie. He is shocked to see that it is going to retaliate while he is hitting it. The zombie grabs Park with its hands and screams. Park thinks, this is not a normal zombie. Sweat drips from Park as he feels a sharp pain in his backbone. He falls to his knees and groans. It hurts. Young realizes this is a huge problem. Park has a chronic disc issue. Park is in pain and the zombie is about to kill him. But just then, a chain strikes the zombie in the head. The zombie screams in pain. Yam arrives just in time and tells the elders, I came to save you. The elders are surprised to see Yuram there. Yuram thinks that there are 2 variables as expected. The first one is Elder Park's waist disc. Yuram tells them, run quickly before it's too late. The second variable is a giant mutant zombie. Young starts running towards Park. He grabs him and says, get up. Park apologizes to him. They are about to leave the building, but the giant zombie starts screaming and attacks Yuram. Yuram ducks to avoid the attack. Park shouts, get out of there quickly. He then adds, this is not a normal monster. Yuram tells them, there's no need to worry about me. You should go first. My bike has 2 seats anyway. Park is surprised to hear that. The zombies start walking towards Yuram and Park. Young is ready to leave on the bike. Young asks, is there any other way? Park says, I'm sorry about my disc. Yuram starts swinging his chain, thinking that the number of zombies is much higher than expected. Yuram wonders if he will be able to overcome this. At the same time, the screen notifies him that a master of the specialty has favored him, and a skill can be passed on to him. Yuram looks back and starts smiling. The giant zombie starts screaming, and the other zombies begin attacking Yuram from all sides. Park and Young are worried about Yuram. Yuram activates the skill and jumps into the air. He wraps attack energy from the 8 Joseon provinces around his feet. Yuram uses Joseon's Rainer and crushes the giant zombie with his feet. The ground is destroyed and all the zombies are sent flying. Park and Young are shocked to see the attack. Yuram smiles as he acquires the newly learned skill, Joseon's heavenly demon martial arts. The screen notifies him that he has opened the first door to the Joseon heavenly demon martial art. In the Myram, the best and strongest master in history was known as the Heavenly Demon. He passed through the land of China and arrived in his real hometown, Joseon. The Heavenly Demon, upon returning to his hometown, received energy from Joseon, evolved his martial art, and completed history's absolute skill. The name of that skill is Joseon. The giant zombie is crushed to the ground. Park and Young are shocked, their mouths wide open. Park wonders, how did Yuram use the Joseon Heavenly Demon martial arts? The screen notifies Yuram that he has acquired the passive skill, Joseon's Heavenly Heart Control. The screen informs him that the passive effect of Joseon's Heavenly Heart Control activates his flesh, allowing him to feel mana. Yuram has no clue about it. The status window pops up. His name is Shin Yuram, and his possessed skills are Transmission, Mental Care, and Joseon Ringer. Yuram wonders, is this a game? He looks at his hand and notices a strange glow. Yuram wonders, is this mana? He thinks that his body also feels much lighter, so this is what they mean by activating his flesh. Yuram smiles and thinks, as I thought, even if it was dangerous, saving Mr. Park Dom was the right choice. Yuram starts smiling again and thinks Jojin, Heavenly Demon Heart Control, is the skill I need. Yuram walks outside and says, I thought both of you had left. Yuram tells the elders, I'm done here. We should go back together. Yuram looks back and sees the giant zombie getting back up. Yuram asks, is it still alive? He adds, it seems like its strength in dreams and reality is the same. Yuram grabs his chain and says, we should fight properly. Yuram starts swinging his chain as the zombie attacks him with a punch. Yuram jumps into the air and the ground is destroyed beneath him. The elders are worried when they see that. Yuram tells them, leave first. I'm fine. He adds, I'll catch up with you soon. Park is about to say something, but Yuram interrupts, go to my house. Choi is already there. Young thinks to himself, this old body will only hold me back. They start riding the bike, and Young tells Yuram, you must come back alive. Yuram begins swinging his chain and rushes to attack the monster. The chain strikes the monster's head, but the zombie grabs it and breaks it in half. Yum is furious to see that and asks, how dare he break his iron chains? Yuram attacks by smashing his knee into the head of the monster. The monster, in pain, grabs its head. Yuram quickly grabs the chain and starts joining them together. Yuram tells the monster, there's a punishment for breaking other stuff. He starts smiling and adds, I'll beat you up. At night, Choi is still waiting for Yuram to return. She's smoking when suddenly she hears the noise of a bike outside. Choi rushes to open the door. She opens it and asks, is it Yuram? But she's surprised to see Park and Yum on the bike. Yum says, it's just as Yuram said. He said if we came to his house, we'd meet Professor Choi. Choi asks, did you beat Yuram? She tells them that he said he would save them both and then ran out. Choi asks, where is Yuram? I need to scold him for leaving me here. Young responds, he stayed behind. Choi is surprised to hear that. Young continues, he managed to save 2 dying old men and stayed to fight the zombies alone. Choi is shocked to hear that. Meanwhile, Yuram punches the zombie in the face. He starts throwing numerous punches. Then he kicks the zombie in the face. The giant zombie falls to the ground. Yuram says, I'm angry because the zombie broke my chains, but it's also thanks to it that I'm now able to use mana. He turns to the zombie and adds, I will give you a painless death. The zombie starts screaming and rushes to attack Yuram. Yuram begins gathering his mana, condensing it all together to release it in one powerful burst. With a strong fist, Yuram attacks, creating a huge hole in the monster's body. The monster screams and collapses to the ground. Yuram notices a crystal falling from the head of the monster. He picks up the red crystal and asks, what is this? The window notifies Yuram, it's a red magic stone. It's a growth accelerant. When used, the level of the subject will increase. Yuram smiles as he gazes at the red crystal. On the TV, there's a news report. From now on, we will declare a national disaster. Currently, large-scale incidents of unknown causes are spreading across the country. Park, Young, and Choi are watching the news, which says, please stay indoors and stay safe. They look extremely worried. Park notices a knock at the door. Yuram asks, is anyone home? They are happy to hear Yuram's voice. Choi opens the door along with Park and Young. Yuram says, it's a relief to see that you're both back home safely. Choi asks, why are you worried about others? She then adds, did you get bitten anywhere? Yuram starts smiling and says, I didn't get bitten anywhere. Park pats him on the back and says, I'm so proud of you. Young tells Yuram, you're a kind young man. You tried so hard to save 2 old guys like us. Young continues, you did a great job, and we thank you for that. Yuram starts feeling embarrassed and says, it's nothing. The system notifies Yuram that an expert has favored him and that he is allowed to transmit the skills from them. The skill he can transmit is called wooden architecture. Yuram uses the skill to transmit and the magic circle appears again. The screen notifies Yuram that the skill has been transmitted successfully. He can now use mana to construct wooden structures or buildings. Park turns to Yuram and says, I want to ask you something. He then asks, how did you learn the heavenly demon martial art? You've never taught me that before. Yuram starts smiling and replies, it's my skill. The stars shine brightly outside. Yuram leads them to the ground and says, I can show you here. Park whispers, what are you going to show us? Young asks, are you deaf already, Park? Choi begins smoking, wondering aloud, is he talking about a skill from a game? Yuram activates the skill of wooden architecture, and the ground begins to shake. Park, startled, wonders, is this an earthquake? A massive wooden pillar starts emerging from the earth. Park is shocked. At the same time, another pillar rises from the ground. Soon, the entire area around them is surrounded by wooden pillars. Everyone was shocked to see that. Yuram had even built a gate for the entrance. Young asked, what is this? Young took a closer look at the wooden structure and wondered, what kind of wood is this? He thought to himself that he had never seen this kind of material before. It was so firm, it almost felt like metal. Yuram then asked, What do you think of my skill? This is a skill called wooden architecture. Yerim explained, I just transmitted it from Elder Yom. Yum was confused, but I've never taught or explained anything to you, he said. Yerim replied, it's because of the skill transmission. Park, thinking to himself, concluded, that must be how he learned the heavenly demon martial arts too. He stared at Yerim, his mind racing. In the past, he had numerous disciples who tried to master the heavenly demon martial arts, yet not one had made it past the introductory stage. The martial art was something only natural geniuses could learn. Just as Park was about to give up, his grandmother Izzio, who was 5 years old, had shown a glimmer of hope. Gave him hope. Izzio had a natural talent for martial arts. Park thinks that 18 years have passed, and with natural talent and harsh training, Izzio will become the next successor. But with the overwhelming destructive power that Yerim possesses, not only Izzio, but even he, the current successor, cannot exert such power. Park thinks that Yerim is a genius who can save the world. The screen notifies Yerim that the mana is empty due to excessive use of skills. Yerim starts losing consciousness and thinks that he feels dizzy. Choi looks at Yerim and sees that he falls to the ground. Everyone starts running towards Yerim. The system notifies Yerim that he is entering forced rest mode for mana recovery. As Yerim closes his eyes after some time, Yerim opens his eyes and sits up. Yerim takes a look around and thinks that this is his room. The system notifies Yerim that his mana has recovered and that by sleeping more, mana can recover further. Yerim thinks that the skills aren't always helpful and convenient. If his mana reaches 0 while fighting against zombies, he will become instant delivery food. Choi brings a glass of water to his room and sees that Yerim isn't awake. I was so worried about you, Choi says. Yerim apologizes. I got dizzy after overusing my skill, he explains. Choi winks. I knew it, she says. You made an entire tree grow from the ground, after all. Drink the water, Choi adds. Yerim smiles and thanks her. If you're feeling better, then you should come outside. The food should be cooked by now, Choi tells him. Yerim is surprised. Food? He asks. They step outside and see Park and Young cooking. Some zombies arrive outside the wooden barrier, knocking at the structure. Yerim looks confused. Park glances at Yerim. Our star is here, he says with a grin. Yerim asks, what is this? Park smiles. I brought some pork belly from the refrigerator just for you, he says. Yerim looks around. Are we eating out here with zombies outside, he asks. Young tells Yerim to sit because there's no need to worry. Young says wood is even harder than steel, let alone zombies. Even if someone hits it with a car, it'll still be intact. He continues, I've lived my whole life seeing intangible cultural property, but I've never seen such a perfect barricade before. Young adds, it's quite strong. Yerim sits down and says, that's such a relief. But in this type of situation, barbecue is a little bit extreme. At the same time, Choi opens a can of beer and says, it's exactly because we're in this kind of situation that we need to enjoy life more. Choi then laughs, I can't believe it's a national disaster and we're grilling and cooking meat. Park says, it feels so great. Yam looks at them and thinks this is definitely different from my 99 nightmares. In those nightmares, a zombie-infested world became hell itself. Yam looks at everyone smiling and thinks, right now, it feels like a healing camp. Meanwhile, the army is busy fighting the zombies. A soldier shouts, open fire and don't stop. Everyone starts firing bullets at the zombies. The captain says, this is a red squirrel, and he tells Toad to reply. Toad replies, the first line of defense is about to be broken. Please send emergency support. A huge wave of zombies moves at high speed. Their number is at least 1,000 if not more, and their target is the artisan village. Numerous zombies begin attacking the village, and a massive monster accompanies them. It has a large red stone on its head. In the morning, Yerim is sleeping on the couch. He opens his eyes and sees that the system has notified him he cleared a hidden quest and rescued 3 professors by the first night of the incident. As a reward, the skill of analysis has been granted. Now, he can use mana to gather information about a target. Yerim starts smiling, thinking it's a new skill. He hears a noise from outside and sees Park and Young doing exercises. Yerim heads outside and thinks to himself, I should test the new skill now. Yerim activates the skill of analyzing. He looks at Yang and an analysis window pops up. Yang is 78 years old, an unrated human, and he's a great wood carpenter. Yerim then looks at Park and another analysis window appears. Park is a 73-year-old unrated human and he can use Jojin's heavenly demon martial arts. Next, Yerim turns his attention to Choi and the analysis window displays. Choi is 34 years old, an unrated human, and she's a psychiatrist. Yerim wonders what it means to be an unrated human. He thinks that wooden architecture, compared to Jojin's heavenly demon martial arts, is a bit disappointing. Yerim starts analyzing the TV and sofa, realizing that even items are rated. He then takes out the red crystal, and the system notifies him. It is a red gemstone and a growth catalyst. It increases the target's rating when used. Yarum thinks that this could be used for item 2. He examines the red gemstone closely. Choi arrives and asks, "Why are you looking at the treasure like that?" Yum says that he got it from town and he thinks that it's some kind of catalyst item. Choi asks, "Is that a game item?" Yum replies, "It's similar. It's kind of like an experience potion, whether it's a person or an item. If one has this, they can strengthen it." Choi asks, "Why are you just staring at it without using it?" Yum says, "I'm thinking about where to use it." Yurum thinks, "I need to find out what is most advantageous." Yurum stands up and tells Choi, "I'm going out for a walk." Choi is surprised and starts yelling at Yurum. "It hasn't been long since you fainted and you're already going out." Yurum grabs his chain and helmet saying, "There's something I need to confirm." He starts riding his bike. On the other hand, zombies roam around the village. Some hear the noise of the bike. Yurum arrives on his bike and the zombies start running toward him. Yurum thinks this is so annoying. He grabs his chain and starts hitting the zombies with it. Yum thinks the real crisis in the village is yet to come. To begin, Yurum remembers the monsters from his nightmares. Yurum takes off his helmet and thinks that this time it will be different. There's a huge blast in the forest. Yurum thinks that they are already here. Yurum gets off his bike and starts putting chains on his arms. "I need to get there first," Yurum says. There are numerous zombies lurking in the woods. Yurum thinks that it will not be easy. The zombies start running towards Yurum. Yurum starts killing them with his punches. The army soldiers are also there with their tanks and they have blocked the road. The captain thinks that if this new entity broke down the first blockade and if he is captured alive, he would get a special promotion. The captain tells his soldiers the black monster must be captured alive. They reply, "Yes, sir." A soldier shouts, "Zombies have appeared all over the place." The captain tells them, "Launch the attack. Strike them down with ammunition and show them the burning taste of lead." The soldiers start shooting at the zombies. The captain says they can do nothing against our tanks. The captain looks above and sees that a monster is in the sky. The monster jumps onto the tank and starts screaming. The soldier begins shooting at the monster, but it has no effect on him. "Hurry and aim the main gun at the monster," the soldier shouts. The monster rushes toward the tanks and begins destroying them. A soldier calls out that they must protect the second blockade and risk their lives to defend it. Suddenly, the soldier's head is torn apart. The other soldiers look ahead and see numerous giant zombies. One soldier starts screaming, and at the same time, other monsters appear, their long tongues flicking out. The soldier starts crying, begging someone to save him. Meanwhile, Yurum is busy fighting the zombies in the forest. He arrives at the road blockade and sees that the soldiers are dead and their tanks are destroyed. Yurum realizes that it is already the second blockade and it has come too quickly. He thinks to himself that a difference has started to appear between his nightmare experience and reality. The number of variants has increased from 5 to 10. And more importantly, that thing is already here. Yurum looks at the monster and sees that it starts eating the tank. There's a huge blast, but Yurum sees that the monster is still unharmed. Young activates the skill analysis and says, "I'm done resting for today." Yurum starts riding his bike again and thinks that their number is about 500 or more. The Jojin Rainier is strong, but it consumes too much mana. Yurum thinks that he has no choice but to use that. Yurum thinks that every summer, the artisan village holds a firework festival for tourists. The festival was to be held tonight. Yurum arrives near a boat and thinks that there should be some left. Yurum jumps inside the boat and starts looking for something. After a while, Yurum finds the fireworks and thinks that they are in perfect shape. Yurum picks up the remote control and thinks that he can use it right away with just a little touch. Yurum thinks that he didn't know he would be using it this early. At night, Yurum returns to the village and starts spraying it on himself. Yurum thinks that this should be enough preparation for his smell. Yurum brings out the red crystal and thinks that the only thing left is the magic stone. Yurum grabs his chain and activates his analysis skills. The analysis window notifies him that it is an old chain and unrated item. Yurum thinks that in order to deal with a large horror, it's better to strengthen his weapon. Yurum wonders how he should use this stone. He brings the stone near the chain. The system notifies him that it's an item that can be strengthened. The system asks, "Do you want to strengthen the item?" Yurum clicks yes, and the chains start glowing. The system notifies him that strengthening is a success. The analysis window pops up and says that it is an intact chain and an F-rated item. Its monoconductivity is 15% and the weapon's special ability is separation. Yurum picks up the chain, surprised to see that it is brand new. He grabs it tightly and it starts glowing. He thinks that the mana is injected into the chain and that the weapon's special ability is separation. The chain separates on its own and starts wrapping around Yuram's arms. Yuram starts smiling and says, "The magic stone is great." Yuram hears a scream and thinks that the monster is here. The monster arrives, accompanied by numerous zombies. They start running around in the streets. Yuram thinks to himself, "I should try it out." Yev is sitting on a building, watching the monsters below. Yam brings out the remote control and says, "It's fireworks time." Yam presses the button and the fireworks begin. The zombies are distracted by the bright explosions. Yuram jumps down from the building and begins choking a giant zombie with his chains. He uses his power to behead the giant zombie. The zombie falls to the ground with a heavy thud. Other monsters begin attacking Yuram with their tongues. Yuram activates the skill of wooden construction, blocking the attacks with towering pillars. Yuram swings his chain, taking down the monsters one by one. There are 3 red stones scattered on the ground. Yem picks them up and starts strengthening the chain again. Yod starts smiling and the chain begins to glow red. Yuram starts smiling and tells the monsters, "I will kill you all." Yuram swings his chain and the monsters charge toward him. The large monster notices the fireworks in the sky and begins attacking the boat. It spots something strange on the ground and jumps into the air. The monster leaps back into the village, where it sees a bloodbath everywhere. Yuram is killing all the zombies. Yuram starts smiling at the sight of the monster. Yuram tells the monster, "You came just in time." The monster screams in response. Yuram uses the red stone to strengthen the iron chains, and the system notifies him that the strengthening limit has been reached. The system asks Yuram if he wants to further strengthen the chain. Yuram smiles, and the system notifies him that the strengthening was successful. Intact Chain F and Chain of Flames E are now in effect with the special ability of fireworks. Yuram punches his chains and the flames begin to burn. Yam starts smiling and says, "The festival has just begun." There's a big house in the woods. A man is sitting casually in his chair reading a book with a squirrel on his lap. His name is Sebastian Kim. He's 65 years old and a professor of mythology. A crow flies in and delivers a message to Kim. Kim starts smiling and says, "Mom Mom came with a message." He grabs the message and says, "Well done." Kim starts reading the piece of paper. It says that the village is swamped with zombies right now, and they're wreaking havoc there. You must be careful to stay alive. Let's meet again. Kim smiles, relieved. "I'm still alive," he says. He wonders if the members of the conservationist community are safe. Kim looks at the fireworks outside and wonders if the zombies are messing with them. He turns to the squirrel Haniel and asks, "What is it?" Haniel points outside. Kim asks, "Are you telling me to go to that hell?" Kim looks back at the fireworks again and says it is just like the other day when Haniel jumped from the tree and warned him of the danger. Otherwise, he would have died on the first day of the incident. Kim thinks that if it weren't for Hanu, then he wouldn't be here right now. Kim decides to trust Hanu's instinct again and leaves the house. In the village, the monster attacks Yuram. He quickly moves to the side and punches the monster. The monster starts burning. It is about to attack Yuram again. Yuram thinks, "I know that pattern. It's the poison spider web." The monster attacks using a poisonous web. Yuram believes it must be because of his analysis skills that he somehow understands how to use the new weapon. The chains are burning, and the system notifies Yuram that mana injection has reached the limit, releasing the fireworks power. Yuram starts smiling and attacks using a flame fist. A powerful fire starts burning the poisonous web. Yuram thinks, since ancient times, the power of fire has burned everything and has been a natural enemy of poison. The fire reaches the monster. Yuram starts smiling. He says the monster has no idea who it's messing with. The monster catches fire and begins screaming in pain. Yuram thinks to himself that he will make sure it kill it. The monster screams again, and the other zombies start reacting to the call. They begin surrounding Yuram. Yuram asks, "Do you want to fight back?" He merges the chains once more and starts swinging them. "I'll play along," Yuram says. The zombies charge toward him. Yuram swings the chain, killing them one by one. The monster jumps toward Yuram, and he leaps into the air in response. Yuram throws the chain at the monster, wrapping it around its legs. He begins burning the chain and says, "You're nothing to me." With a swift cut, Yuram slices through the monster's legs. The monster screams and collapses to the ground, burning in the fire. As the flames consume the monster, all the zombies perish. Kim reaches the village and says, "It's strange. I haven't seen any zombies, even though we're in the village." Kim hears a loud blast and says, "There's something going on for sure." Kim thinks to himself, "No matter how I look at it, only explosions could make a sound like that." He starts running towards the source of the explosion, wondering if it's the military. Kim arrives at the scene and is shocked to see someone standing on the monster. He asks, "Are you the soldier?" Yam turns around, holding the red stones, and replies, "It's Professor Kim." Kim is taken aback seeing Yuram and asks, "Is this your doing?" Yam responds, "That's why I'm still alive. I've been fighting all the zombies here." Yam then asks, "What are you doing here?" Kim takes a moment, looking around, and asks, "Did you kill all the zombies here and that giant monster over there?" Hanwell points at something. Kim looks up and asks, "What's wrong?" He's shocked to see something. Yuram looks up too and sees something huge falling from the sky. Yuram starts running towards the bike and says, "Hurry, Kim." They jump on the bike and a massive boulder comes crashing toward the village. Yum thinks that he has never seen anything like that, not even in his dreams. The boulder strikes the village and there is a huge blast. The bike hits the pole and Yuram falls to the ground. A strange substance spreads out in the street. The zombies are stuck in the substance. Yuram starts swinging his chain and activates the analysis. He looks at the zombies, and the system notifies him that they are resilient. Yuram thinks that he has never seen these creatures in his dreams. Yuram attacks with the chain, but it has no effect. Yuram thinks that physical attacks don't work and that they are resistant to fire. He attacks another zombie and cuts its arm, but it starts regenerating. Yuram thinks that even if he blows off the parts besides the purple ones, they'll just regenerate. Still, it's a relief that they can't cross the purple area. Kim grabs his head and says, "It hurts." Yuram thinks that he already has the magic stone, so he should back off for now. He picks Kim up and says, "The situation is a bit serious. They should go to his house for now." They start leaving, and after a while, they arrive outside the wooden structure. Kim asks, "Did you make this barricade?" Yuram replies, "I did, and it's quite nice." Kim gives him a thumbs up and says, "Impressive." Yuram looks at the door and sees that the durability is at 9. He wonders aloud, has the durability decreased? Yuram knocks on the door and thinks to himself, it's still as hard as ever. The elder asks, "Is that you, Yuram?" Yuram responds, "Yes." Young opens the door and says, "I'm safe." Yuram asks, "Why are you still awake?" Young replies, "Ever since the fireworks lit up and that strange green meteor fell, we haven't been able to sleep." Young looks at Kim and asks, "Are you Suchin?" Kim answers, "No, my name is Kim." Young starts smiling and says, "You're still alive." Yam interrupts, "Save the greetings for later. I've got something to tell you about the green meteor that fell earlier." They go inside the house and sit on the carpet. Choi says, "The village has turned into a horrible place." Young says, "I'm worried about the survivors. I'm sure the food is running out, and not many will survive from now on." Kim responds, "There's a solution for that." Park shouts, "Speak in Korean." Kim then asks, "Do you remember my crows?" Park replies, "Your crows are very smart." Kim explains, if we hang some food on their feet and have them deliver it, it should be enough for the survivors to get by. Kim adds, "The only problem is that they're still at my house, and it's probably already surrounded by zombies by now." Young thinks aloud, if we save those crows, it'll reduce the time needed to rescue the rest of the artisan village experts. He continues, "All we need to do is figure out a way to save them." Young reflects, if I try to break through to the village, I'll be lucky if I don't die on the way there. He then considers, I need to figure out a new way to deal with this. However, Yam realizes there are only 4 magic stones left after I use them to strengthen my weapon. Yuram worries, I don't know how many magic stones it will take to awaken one expert specialty. Yam tells everyone that he will need their help. Yuram takes everyone outside and hands them the magic stones. A system window appears in front of Park. He asks, am I the only one who can see these words? Kim replies, it's unbelievable that I can see them too. Yang and Choi tell him, we can see it as well. Yuram says, as I mentioned before, using these stones, one can awaken and use special abilities just like me. Kim looks at the stone and says, they look very valuable. Is it okay for us to have them? Yuram responds, of course. Hurry up and use them. Everyone looks at their stones and the stones start shining brightly. The system notifies Park that his innate skill, Jojin Heavenly Demon Martial Arts, has been generated. Park says, I can feel something. Is this the mana Yura mentioned? He feels a flow of energy and rips off his bandages. He punches the ground and exclaims, I'm overflowing with energy. Park smiles and says, it's good to be alive. Park feels a sharp pain in his backbone. Yuram asks, are you okay? Park replies, stone can't stop my disc problem. Yuram looks at Yang and sees that he is using his ability to build a small house. Yang thinks it's good to have a convenient ability. Yang starts playing with his ability and says, this is very interesting. Yuram wonders, is that really possible? Yuram looks at Choi and calls out to her. Choi asks, did you call me? And adds, it's interesting to be able to see everyone's emotions. Choi observes Park's emotions. He doesn't feel happiness, anger, or fear, but he does feel sadness and embarrassment. Choi looks at Yuram and sees that he is feeling a little happy and embarrassed. Choi tells Yuram, you must be tired. She touches his face and activates her skill of mental care. Yuram starts feeling happier, and the embarrassment begins to fade. Yerim tells Choi, I feel much more comfortable now. Choi says, my skill is really interesting. Yerim thinks the skills of the arson village experts don't have a rank. They are innate skills. Yerim wonders if there are differences. At the same time, Kim shouts, Eureka! Kim turns to Yerim and says, I found the answer. He points towards the sky and continues, if we can't go by land because of the monsters, then we can just go through the sky. Yerim looks up, asking, do you just say sky? In the morning, Young is busy fortifying and improving the wooden structure. Young grows a tree on top of the wooden barrier and says, the basic construction is all done. Young is startled to see Park and Yerim practicing on the wall. Yerim thinks the footwork is very hard. Park smiles and says, we should play. Park uses Jojin's heavenly demon martial arts in the second form and attacks with the fierce tiger chaos dance. Yerim takes the full force of the attack and thinks, if this continues, I'll fall. Park grins and says, take this as well. Yerim thinks the attacks are getting faster. Park says, I put my heart into that one strike. Yerim focuses, thinking, I need to concentrate on my feet. So he rushes to attack Park. Park dodges the punch and jumps backward. Yerim rushes toward Park and attacks with a kick. Park thinks that he is both jumping and attacking at the same time. Park thinks that Yerim is a genius. He grabs Yerim's leg and starts laughing. This is how my disciples should be, Park says, still laughing. At the same time, Kim calls Yerim and he's flying with Haniel. Kim lands on the ground and says, the time has come. Yerim thinks over the past 2 days, a lot of things happened. He learned the Jojin heavenly demon martial arts from Elder Park. He even learned a new skill in animal communication from Professor Kim. Yerim communicated with Haniel and gained a special ability, the wingsuit. He eats a protein bar and tells Kim, we should get going. In the village, the situation is still the same. Yerim tells Kim, we should move according to what we have practiced. Kim nods. Okay. Yerim activates the skill of wooden construction, and a huge wall rises out of the ground. Yerim says that the height of the structure has reached its limit. It's worth the mana consumed. The wall is so huge that they can see the village from it. Kim says, I can see my house. Yerim tells him, we should go. Kim and Yerim jump, activating their wingsuit skills. They both start flying. Yerim looks down at the village, thinking the land has been occupied, but at least the buildings aren't. Kim tells Yerim, look at that. Yerim sees that the zombies aren't eating the bodies. Instead, they are throwing the bodies towards something. Yerim wonders, what are they doing? A strange purple substance begins to absorb the bodies and merge them into the giant dead zombie. Yerim thinks, this is insane. The giant dead zombie starts moving. It gets up, and its head begins regenerating. Yerim thinks dealing with the normal zombies is already hard enough. Now we have to deal with the eroded ones. Yerim remembers the large monster he fought and wonders, will the stalker regenerate too? Yam thinks I should focus on my goal for now. The purple substance has spread to Kim's house. Kim and Yerim land on the balcony, and Kim is happy to see his crows. The crows begin flying towards Kim, and Kim generates large black wings. Yerim is surprised to see this. Kim starts smiling. This is my new power, he tells Yerim. Kim takes off into the sky. We should go back home, he says. Yerim shakes his head. It's not good to fly alone, he replies. Without hesitation, Yerim jumps and starts flying too. The zombies notice them in the sky and begin shooting the sticky substance from their hands. Yerim and Kim are shocked. They start dodging the attacks. If we keep this up, we'll both fall, Yerim thinks to himself, concerned. Yerim quickly acts and starts attacking with his chains. Kim is startled. Yerim, you're falling, he shouts. Yerim tells Kim, go ahead. I'll catch up after I distract them. Yerim starts to fall, but he activates the fireworks. With determination, Yerim begins cutting through the zombies with his burning chain. I should play for a bit, he thinks, ready for the battle ahead. Yerim lands on the ground and starts attacking zombies. The zombies get blown away. Yerim looks back and sees the giant zombie running towards Yerim, holding a large hammer in its hand. The giant zombie attacks with the hammer. Yerim shouts. Yerim jumps into the air and uses the chains to attack. However, the attack has no effect on the giant zombie. The other zombies start getting back up. Yerim looks around, then flies to the nearest building. The giant zombie reshapes its arm into a weapon. It grabs a zombie, puts it into the arm, and shoots at Yerim. Yerim jumps into the air to avoid the blast, but the building is destroyed in the process. That's crazy, Yerim thinks, wondering how he is supposed to deal with this. The other zombies notice the huge blast. Yerim thinks, I need to escape and rest, but first, I need to get rid of them. After some time, Yerim hides in the building and rests. He looks outside the window and thinks, I barely managed to get away. Yuram looks outside again and notices that it's the only land that remains undisturbed. Yuram wonders if there is something special about it. Yuram thinks that he will find out himself. Yuram arrives outside the house and hears a faint sound. He wonders if this land is unaffected because of that sound. Looking up at the roof, Yuram notices a person shaking in fear. Yuram activates the skill of mental care and asks, "Can we talk for a bit?" The man replies, "Do you have any food?" Yuram shows him a bar of protein and the man opens the door. After a while, they sit in a room with a beautiful piano. The man introduces himself. "My name is Rayu Dontak. I'm a professor of acoustics." Yuram tells him his name and mentions that he keeps hearing strange sounds. Rayu responds, "It's a sound that humans can't hear." Yuram asks, "What is that?" Rayu explains, "It's a low-frequency sound that I installed myself. That's why it's so clean around here." Rayu offers, "If you want, I can give you the file." Yuram thinks to himself, "If I can use that sound, that would be great." Meanwhile, Kim arrives back at the house and Park immediately asks, "Where is Yuram?" Kim replies, "I tried to save him, but he fell into the village." Park starts shouting, "What is the use of those wings then?" Kim tells him to stop and says, "Zombies could stretch to the sky." Young arrives with Choi and asks, "What happened?" Park responds, "Yuram fell into that hell-like place alone." Park stretches his muscles and says, "I should go at times like this." Young asks in disbelief, "Have you lost your mind? You just admitted that it's hell." Furious, Park says, "I'll smash those corpses with my fists." Choi interjects, "You'll probably win if there's just one or two, but in a drawn-out battle, you'll die." Young adds, "Choi's right. There are too many of them, and even worse, you have a disc problem." Park asks, "What do you suggest?" Young replies, "Do you think Yuram will die so easily?" Choi says, "In times like these, we should keep a cool head. For now, let's think things through." Choi turns to Kim and asks, "Is it possible to deliver supplies using crows?" Kim says that the animals will not get attacked, so it is possible. Young says that they should start with the supplies and surveillance first. Choi says that Park is also right. They need a strong combatant, and that task should be given to a dependable person. Kim asks, "Is there someone suitable for that?" Park replies, "Yes, my granddaughter Izzio. She definitely survives, and she might have awakened by now. I can guarantee her skill and trust." Choi says, if it's her granddaughter, then of course she will be dependable. Choi then asks, "Do you know where to find her?" Park answers, "She is at Heavenly Jojin Martial Arts Dodo in Namsan Chunin." Kim is shocked to hear that and asks, "Is it the same dodo that always appears on TV?" Meanwhile, Izuko is busy training at the dodo in Namsan Town. Kim calls Mong and tells the crow, "Go find the girl in this picture." The crow looks at the picture, and Kim tells the other crows, "Helping out too." The crow starts flying, carrying food and letters. Rayu asks Yuram, "Are your companions going to send us food supplies?" Yuram points at the sky and replies, "They just arrived at the right time." The crows are flying towards them. They drop a map and some chocolates on the ground. Rayu is surprised to see that. "You're telling the truth." He asks. Yuram smirks, "Do you believe me now?" Rayu nods, "You've got a great hideout and some solid companions. I believe you now." He hesitates for a moment. "It might sound a little shameful, but can I join you?" Yuram smiles. "Of course, welcome to our group of survivors." Suddenly, the system notifies Yuram. The expert's favorability has exceeded a certain limit. Skill can now be transmitted. Yuram activates the transmission skill and a magic circle appears. As the skill is transferred, Yuram looks satisfied. Now he can easily escape from here. The system then notifies acoustic skills have been acquired. Using mana, Yuram realizes I can insert sound into things now. He wonders aloud, does that include chains as well? Yuram activates the acoustic skill, eager to test it out, and hits the chain to the ground. The ground is destroyed. Yuram thinks that it is an amazing skill. Rayu asks, "Did you make the chain vibrate to create that sound?" Yuram says, "Yes, it is a skill that I got from him." Rayu replies, "You're going to use sound in an interesting way. Quite simple, but strong." Yuram says, "There will be no problem escaping thanks to this." Yam notices a cat under the car. The cat is scared and weak. Rayu comments, "It's so skinny, it probably has been starving for days." Rayu runs inside and brings some cat food. He places the food in front of the cat and says, "Eat a lot." The cat happily starts eating the food. Yuram pets the cat on the head. Yuram activates the skill animal communication. The system notifies Yuram that he has sympathized with the stray cat, Terry, and now he will be given a special ability. The special ability changes from wingsuit to agile movement. Yuram activates the ability and disappears. Rayu thinks he was just here a moment ago. Yuram appears from behind and says, "I'm here." Rayu is scared to hear that and asks, "Is this also your ability?" Yes, Yuram replies, and it's a good one. Yam tells Ryu, we should get going. Ryu says, wait, if we stand on that land, those monsters will chase after us. Ryu adds, going together might be burdensome. He then asks, can you just give me the supplies and rescue me later? Yuram thinks for a moment and says, it's quite safe here. It's better to do what you said. Yam agrees to his request, and Ryu says, I feel bad. You probably don't have that many supplies. Yuram reassures him, I have enough resources to support you. Yuram reflects, thinking that because of his anxiety about his nightmares, he bought plenty of survival necessities. Ryu smiles and says, I'm counting on you. Yuram takes his leave and activates his agile movement skills. Yuram thinks, thanks to agile movement, the purple land doesn't react. Yuram decides, I should try the new ability in earnest. Yuram arrives back in the village, thinking that he has been avoiding them so far, but from now on, it will be different. Yuram grabs the chain and starts attacking with his acoustic skill. The chain hits the head of a zombie, and the head is blown away. The other zombies begin running towards Yuram, but he easily kills them. Yuram thinks that his attacks didn't work before, but they are totally different now. The red stones start emerging from the zombies. Yuram is surprised to see this. At the same time, huge tentacles appear from behind and start attacking Yuram. Yuram uses his chain to strike them, and the tentacles are cut in half. Strange liquid begins to pour out from the tentacles. More zombies arrive at the scene, and Yuram jumps to the nearest building. Yuram thinks to himself that they are a walking treasure chest. A grin spreads across his face. Yuram activates his acoustic skill and starts killing the zombies. Thanks for the meal, Yuram says. The zombies keep running toward Yuram. After some time, Yuram cuts the remaining tentacles and mutters, no more are coming out. So, it is almost over. Yuram looks down and wonders, how many magic stones are there? He says, this is a jackpot. The window notifies Yuram that the hidden quest has been cleared. The first person to successfully hunt 10 infected zombies. The reward is 10 kilograms of inventory. A pouch appears in front of Yuram. The system notifies him that the item, the complete orange magic stone, has been moved into the inventory. Yuram wonders, is this small thing in inventory? The pouch falls to the ground, and a red magic stone comes out. The pouch starts collecting the magic stones on its own. Yuram starts smiling at the sight and says it even knows how to farm. It's so convenient. At the same time, Yuram hears a scream. He looks around and mutters, this heavy vibe means the monster is here. Yuram calls the inventory and says it's time to use this. An orange magic stone comes out of the inventory. The system notifies Yuram that it is a magic stone with powerful force, and one can raise the level of their weapon to the next level. The system asked if he would like to strengthen the chain of flames with the incomplete orange magic stone. Strengthen, Yuram replies. The chain of flames transforms into a chain of blue flame. The giant zombie shoots again at Yuram, but Yuram activates the blue flame dragon and rushes to attack the giant zombie. The blue flame dragon absorbs the attack and strikes the giant zombie with full force. The chain strikes the giant zombie's arms and cuts through them. A lot of purple substance begins pouring out of the zombie's arms. Yuram starts dodging the purple substance as it splashes against the car behind him. He sees the car begin to melt and thinks, this liquid is dangerous. The giant zombie starts walking toward Yuram. Yuram asks, is it done with the riot? The zombie starts screaming again. Yuram thinks that the purple substance is gathering around him. The purple substance concentrates beneath the zombie's feet. The arms begin regenerating, turning into blades. The zombie screams at Yuram, then leaps toward him. And Yuram thinks that it has become faster. Yuram blocks the attack with his chain and jumps in the air to avoid the strike. Yuram thinks that the monster is strong, but the reward will be worth it. He lands on the ground and begins swinging his chain. The monster jumps toward Yuram again, and they start fighting fiercely. From the nearest building, a person watches the battle. He smiles and asks, how many magic stones do I have to deal with that thing? A soldier asks the man in the suit, are you targeting him? The man in the suit replies, are you scared? The soldier responds, we will become his prey. We should take him as an ally. The man in the suit tells the soldier, think about it. That's all the more reason to kill him. He adds, Yuram seems strong. Once he becomes their ally, he could betray them and beat them. That would be the end of them. The man starts licking his lips and says, even helpless old men spit out magic stones. Just how many magic stones will come from a guy who's awakened like him? The man in the suit looks back and sees that smoke is everywhere. The smoke clears and he sees that Yuram has defeated the creature. Near its head lies a magical stone. The man asks, is there another type of magic stone besides the red one? He then tells his friends, this time, the reward for our hunt will be significant. Yuram places the magic stone into his pouch, and the system notifies him that the agile movement skill has been deactivated. He has successfully taken down the world's first mutant creature. The system announces this is a remarkable achievement. A reward will be granted for area declaration. With area declaration, he can designate his own place of residence. Allies within the area will receive special benefits. He may declare one area now. Yurem starts smiling, thinking, I need to check this skill when I return. The man in the suit arrives with his group and says, what a pity. We arrived a bit too late. Yurem is surprised to see them. He thinks that man is Park Han, known as the Great Warrior. Yurem wonders, what is he doing here? Could Han Sung have been stranded in the village because of the meteorite? Yam thinks that Huneng is a healthy young businessman and a charitable angel, but his true nature is different. He's a psychopathic killer who enjoys the death of people. Yurem believes he knows the truth about him because he saw him reveal his true nature in a nightmare. In Yurem's nightmare, Han said, we will start the execution of the lowly garbage who rejected the utopian society. His underlings begin shouting at him to kill the people hanging by ropes. One person says, you're crazy murderers. Another one adds, I'll donate my wealth according to the rules. Han grabs the knife and says, you should have followed the rules earlier. The person spits on Han and tells him to go to hell. Han starts smiling, clears the spit from his face and replies, if there's hell, then we should go there sooner. Han orders his subordinates to kill them all and states, the rules are the order of the new era. Yurem thinks that Han is a serial killer, hiding his true nature. Yurem believes he is the number one on the list to be dealt with before Han starts settling in. Yurem starts smiling, thinking that he is lucky to meet them here. Yurem thinks that he should start with their information first. Yurem activates the skill of analysis and looks at them. The man in the suit is known as Park Han. He's 26 years old. He's a human magic stone eater, also known as the Slaughterer. The man in the soldier uniform is known as Kim Min-soo. He's 25 years old, an ordinary human. The man holding the baseball bat is known as Seo Yi-woo. He's 25 years old. He's a human magic stone eater and an ordinary human. Yurem is surprised to see that and wonders if they get magic stones by killing people. Han raises his hands and says, we are here to help. Han tells Yurem, we are awakened like you. We should join forces. Yurem asks, what do you mean by that? Han replies, we use Amara as our base camp. It's full of supplies, and there are other people there too. Yurem asks, are those people awakened too? Han tells him they are people from a Chinese restaurant, and they are not awakened. Han tells Yurem, if you join, we will help you as much as you want. At the same time, the ground starts shaking. Yu asks, isn't an earthquake? Yam is shocked when he sees the screen notify him that an unknown character is watching him. The pursuit has begun. Suddenly, tentacles start emerging from the ground and zombies also arrive. The tentacles begin attacking everyone. Nusu cuts through one of them while Yu swings his bat, hitting the tentacles. Yu shouts, we need to get out of here. Han tells Yurem, we should head back to our base camp first. We'll lead the way. Yurem starts swinging his chain and responds, guide me. Yurem begins cutting the tentacles with his blue flame dragon chain. Han smiles to himself, thinking he's no joke, but once I let my guard down, I'll quietly get rid of him. Han kills a zombie with his knife and says, follow us. Yurem thinks I should see how this goes, thanks to the situation. He will be able to escape with less effort. Yurem blocks the tentacles and starts running after them. Yurem looks at Han and thinks that he needs to die here. Han kills a zombie with his knife and says, there's no end to them. Izzio shouts, I can't pull out my spear. Help me. Yam tells him, get down, and kills the zombie. Yurem calls Mew a fool and tells him, pull out your spear. Yam single-handedly starts killing the zombies. Han thinks that Yurem is so strong, they might get overwhelmed at this rate, and it is not a good sign. Han activates the skill of fear, and the zombies are scared to see him. He quickly cuts them down. Minu and Yu are happy to see that, and Yu says it's as expected from a chosen Awakener. Han tells them, we should get going. They start killing the zombies to get out of there. Yurem thinks that now he knows about Han and his skills, and he kind of likes it. After some time, they arrive at the store. Yu sits down and says, we almost got caught. Han Sung tells Yurem that they survived thanks to him, but they still haven't properly introduced themselves. Han tells Yurem his name, and Yurem does the same. Yurem asks, who runs the Chinese restaurant? Han replies, please come this way. Yurem starts following them. Han arrives outside the door and says to Yurem, he's a bit of a weirdo, so please don't be too surprised when you see him. Han opens the door. Inside, there's a person tied up. Yurem activates his skill of analysis and sees that the man's name is Sun Hammond. He's a 30-year-old cook. Yurem thinks he's not a human magic stone eater like these guys. Seems like he's just an ordinary human who got caught unluckily. Han and the others draw their weapons. He tells Yurem, you're not surprised, are you? Yurem asks, why should I be surprised? Han wonders, is Yurem acting? Han starts smiling and says, sorry, I thought you'd react differently. Yuram asks, Han, why did you tie him up? Yuram says that he spared his life, so he must be useful. Yu asks, what do you mean by that? Yuram responds, it's such a waste since he's worth a magic stone. Han starts laughing. You sound so open about murder, he says to Yuram. Yuram asks, isn't it fun? Han laughs again. What a small world, he says. I finally met a like-minded fellow. As Han remembers his childhood, he thinks there is nothing more enjoyable than killing something. Han-sung feels that no one understands him, not even his parents, so he hides his desires and acts accordingly. Han thinks, finally, I've found someone who thinks like I do. Han turns to Yuram and says, we plan to kill you here, but I can't do that to the few like-minded people who share the same thinking as me. He continues, we should join forces for the pleasant world to come. Yuram thinks I took the bait. After all, since the nightmare, he's been told they are like-minded every time. Yuram shakes his hand and says, it's an honor to meet a like-minded person. Yuram activates the skill, and the system notifies him that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain number of skills that can be transmitted. Yuram activates the skill of transmission, and the magic circle appears again. The system notifies him that skill acquisition is a success. The skill of fear can inflict fear on his target by using mana. Han, what kind of skill do you have? Yuram asks. Han looks at him and responds, what skill? I don't have any. Yuram, a bit surprised, tells him, my skill is known as agile movement. Han thinks back to the time when his own speed and agility were extraordinary. He realizes that it was likely due to Yuram's skill. That's an amazing skill, Han says, impressed. What about your chain of fire? Yuram grins, showing him the chain. I can strengthen my weapon with magic stones. Curious, Yuram asks, what kind of skills do Minsu and you have? Han pauses before answering, they don't have any skills. Yuram wonders, is he lying to me? He thinks for a moment, if Minsu and Yu had any skills, they would have used them to fight against the zombies. Yuram ponders, is it possible that ordinary people don't get skills after awakening? Yu tells Han-sung to look behind. There are monsters inside the store. Han is shocked to see that they can move outside the Purple Land. Yuram thinks that if they came inside the building, they must have been looking for him. Minsu shouts, we're trapped. Yu says, they just keep coming. Han asks Yuram, will you help us? Yuram replies, of course. Han tells him Su and Yu, clear the path like before, and he activates their fear skills. Han cuts the monster's head off, and Su and Yu also start attacking. Yuram thinks, I've got everything I need. Now I should slowly escape. They arrive outside and are shocked to see that there are numerous zombies and tentacles everywhere. Han says, with me and Yuram, we can easily escape. Yuram activates the skill of wooden construction and says, please fight hard for me as well. Han is shocked to see this, and Yu asks, what is this wall? Han stabs the wall and starts cursing Yuram. The monsters start running towards them. Husu is surrounded by the monsters. He tells Huning, there are too many of them. Yu shouts to Han, save them, please. Han cuts off the head of a monster, muttering, they're so useless. He thinks to himself, at least they can help me stall for a while so I can escape. Han slices through the tentacles and starts to leave. Mingyu and Yu call out, are you leaving us behind? The monsters grab them. Han thinks to himself, they're dead already. He slashes through the tentacles again and sees the monsters charging toward him. Han wonders, am I going to die today? He activates the skill of fear and begins killing the monsters. I can't die before taking revenge on Yuram, he thinks. But the monsters catch him as well. Han thinks, I'll stay alive no matter what. He rips off the mouth of one of the monsters and starts eating it. I'll live, even if it means giving up my humanity, he thinks. On the other side of the wall, Yuram stands observing. It's a double barrier, he thinks, so it can buy him some time. Yuram goes inside the store and unties Hammond. Hammond starts screaming. Spare my life, he begs. Yuram activates his mental care skill and asks, what's this mana consumption? He wonders if it's because the subject is in a state of extreme shock. Are you okay? Yuram asks. Hammond gasps. Run away. This place is a killer's nest. There are more than 10 dead bodies inside these boxes, he says. It's dangerous to stay here. Yuram nods. I know. That's why I came here to save you. Hammond looks at him confused. Why are you trying to save me? Yuram's eyes narrow. Do I need a reason to help others in need? Yuram then hands him a red magic stone. Take this if you want to escape. Hammond stares at the stone, thinking is he a killer, just like those guys. But he doesn't feel any dark aura from the stone. Yuram explains, I got it by killing a zombie. Hammond nods. That's why it looks so different, he thinks. He grabs the stone. Thank you, Yuram, Hammond murmurs. The system notifies Hammond that he can awaken using the magic stone. Hammond grabs the stone firmly and feels some energy flowing through his body. He wonders if this is what those guys called awakening. Yurim grabs his hand and asks, "Did you get a skill?" Hammond nods and replies, "Yes, it's an innate skill that allows me to create a dish." He explains when cooking using mana, the food will have a special effect. Yurim thinks to himself, "As I thought, every person gets a skill during their awakening, except for ordinary people." Yurim realizes he now knows how to utilize his transmission skills to the fullest. "Congratulations on getting the skill," Yurim says. Hammond, still curious, asks, "What's your name?" Yurim tells him, and Hammond responds, "I'll be in your care." "Before we set out, we need to make some preparations," Yurim adds. "Should we pack some groceries?" Yurim asks. Hammond agrees, "I understand," and goes to pack the groceries. Yurim thinks it will be hard to protect Hammond in his current state. Yam brings out the stones from the inventory and thinks that it is time to use them. Yurim wonders if it's because he has used a lot of skills, but his mana is gradually dropping. He wonders if there's any way to increase his mana. The system notifies Yurim that he can enhance the transmission skill using orange magic stones and analysis using 20 red magic stones. Yurim thinks that it costs quite a lot of magic stones, but it's worth trying. Yem grabs the orange magic stone and says, "To strengthen." Light starts shining out of the magic stone. The system notifies Yurim that his transmission skill has strengthened from F to E. He has enhanced his innate skill. His mana has greatly increased. He can now upgrade the skills he obtained for the transmission skill. Yurim clenches his fist and says, "This is great." Yurim also strengthens his analysis skill from rank F to E. He can now predict the target's movements. Yurim smells something and hears the door creak. Hammond enters the room, holding a dish in his hand. He says that he made a dish out of the things he can't pack. Yurim starts smiling and says, "I'll try the dish." Yurim starts eating the food, and the system notifies him that the taste of jaging, which the expert made, is amazing. When fully consumed, all stats will increase by 20% for 3 hours. Yurim thinks that it is delicious and finishes the food. Yurim tells Hammond, "It feels like I can escape here right away." Hammond replies, "The entrance is blocked by wood." Yurim grabs the chain and says, "We'll use a different way." Hammond asks, "Is there another path?" Yurim strikes the chain on the ground and destroys it. There is a big hole in the ground. Yurim says, "I just made one." They jump down into the tunnel, and Hammond says, "There's a drainage." At the same time, the ground starts shaking. The ground breaks and something falls into the drainage. Yem sees that it is a 3-headed monster. The monster starts cursing Yurim. Yurim wonders, "How did they find us?" The monster looks terrifying and calls out Yurim. Yurim uses the skill of analysis and sees that its name is Slaughterer. It is an infected awaken. Its special traits are sword, 3 heads, and fear. The Slaughterer tells Yurim, "I want to kill you so badly." The Slaughterer starts licking the blade and says, "This is so great." Yurim and Hammond begin to feel fear, but Yurim quickly activates the skill of mental care and calms down. The Slaughterer asks, "How many skills do you have?" Yurim tells Hammond, "Get back to the mart." Yurim activates the detachment, acoustic, blue flame dragon, and agile movement. The Slaughterer rushes to attack Yurim, but Yurim activates prediction and dodges the attack. Yurim says, "You're too slow," and punches the Slaughterer. The Slaughterer is blown away. The Slaughterer emerges from the rubble and starts healing. One of the heads says, "Yurim is stronger than us." Han tells the head, "Shut up." The Slaughterer activates fear, and the system notifies Yurim that he is now facing a perfect demon, a demonstration of the transmitted skill. Fear. When the apprehension reaches 100%, he can upgrade the skill. Yurim thinks that they are aiming to attack from behind. The Slaughterer rushes to attack from behind, but Yurim quickly turns around and dodges the strike. Yurim punches the Slaughterer, sending him flying. The Slaughterer gets up and says, "I saw right through your attack." The other heads tell the captain, "We should run." Han cuts both heads clean off and says, "Die." The Slaughterer begins eating both of the heads and transforms into a more dangerous form. He says it feels magnificent and activates the skill of fear. The system notifies Yurim that he's witnessing the perfect demonstration of the transmitted skill, and his apprehension is at 83%. The Slaughterer charges toward Yurim, launching an attack, but Yurim blocks every strike. The apprehension of the skill reaches 100%, and Yurim upgrades the skill from rank F to E. Yurim activates the skill of fear and starts punching the Slaughterer again and again. The Slaughterer thinks that Yurim is on a different level. He falls to the ground, feeling fear for Yurim. Yurim grabs the Slaughterer's arm with his chain and cuts it off. The Slaughterer quickly escapes the tunnel. Yurim thinks, "That was fast." A stone shines under the severed arm. Yurim picks it up, thinking even my left arm is worth an orange magic stone. Yurim starts calling Hammond. "I'm done here," he says. Hammond comes out of the boulder. "What about the monster?" he asks. Yurim replies, I couldn't finish him off, but I definitely chased him out. He won't be back for the time being. Hammond thinks that Han has turned it into a monster, but Yurim still managed to defeat him. Yurim is awesome, Hammond thinks. Yurim tells Hammond, we should leave. We need to reach a certain destination. After some time, Yurim tells Hammond to wait. He steps out of the manhole and says, come outside. Hammond asks, why does the ground look fine in this area? Yurim replies, it's all thanks to the ability of this house's owner. Yum asks, Ryu, are you there? Ryu comes running outside and asks, are you Yurim? Ryu looks at Hammond and says, you're probably the owner of the Chinese restaurant. Ryu asks, how did you end up with Yurim? Hammond replies, he saved me. Ryu starts smiling and says, it's such a small world. Yurim saved me too. Hammond is surprised and says, Yurim saved you too, Professor Ryu. Yurim adds, good to know he's an acquaintance of mine. Yurim tells Ryu, I'm being chased by zombies right now. Can Hammond stay with me for now? Ryu asks, why are they chasing you? Yurim responds, I killed many of them. Ryu winks and says, good job. He then tells Yurim, it's my pleasure to fulfill your request. Ryu tells Hammond, it's safe around here, so you don't need to worry. Hammond shakes his hand and thanks him. Hammond also thanks Yurim. The system notifies Yurim that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain limit. Skill can be transmitted through methods such as skill activation and transmission. The magic circle appears and Yurim acquires a new cooking skill. With this skill, he can now produce dishes with special effects through cooking. Yurim wonders if cocktails count as dishes too and asks Hammond, did you pack some beverages as well? Hammond responds, do you want some? They go inside the house and Yurim begins mixing the drinks. He shakes them vigorously. The system that notifies him the cocktail is complete. Consuming it will increase stamina by 10% for 10 minutes. Yurim pauses and wonders aloud, is that really possible? A smile spreads across his face as he thinks, this is great. Meanwhile, the slaughterer is busy killing zombies in the village. It decapitates one and begins to eat the head. As it does, its arm regenerates. The slaughterer thinks, I will definitely kill Yurim. Suddenly, it notices the zombies bowing in front of someone. Fear ripples through the slaughterer's body as it trembles. What's going on with this immense power? The slaughterer lowers its head and thinks, I can't resist her existence. She's far greater than those who took over this area. The slaughterer thinks that she's their ruler. She hits the ground and a monster emerges, rising from the earth. It begins devouring all the other zombies. The slaughterers believe they will dedicate their lives to their ruler. The monster, resembling a giant brain, has an eye that pops up on its head. The creature announces, you're the 24th General Master of the Jojin Heavenly Martial Arts Dodo. Parkio thinks this has been the case since she was a child. Every time she saw injustice, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. When she was 5, she would always fight with Kim Chiolsu, the bully at her daycare. By the age of 6, she brought peace to her school by correcting its injustices. Park asks Io, what will you do if you gain great power? Hyo replies, I want to protect everyone so they can experience joy. At the age of 7, she forged her lifelong belief. Izzio became the master of the martial arts dodo. She addressed everyone, saying, as the new master, let me promise you one thing, I will live more righteously than anyone else as a martial artist. At the age of 17, she started to spread her beliefs earnestly. Izzio saved someone from the bullies and brought him back to her dodo. Io told everyone that he was their youngest member and started his training. 1 year later, he became strong. He defeated those same bullies and saved someone. Iso was happy to see the person she saved save someone else. As time passed, more and more people followed her. A world where many people smiled. Those were really good times, even when the world was turned into a living hell. Izzio asked her students, do you remember why you learned martial arts? Everyone replied, to save others. Iso told everyone, if anyone retreats, you will die by my hands. They started fighting the zombies. After some time, Izzio grew tired and a giant zombie attacked her. But her student gave his life to protect her. I furiously kicked the zombie and asked her student, why did you do that? He said, I was told to use martial arts to save others. Iso told them, stop talking. But he told his master to please be safe. Izzio realized for the first time that they were protecting each other. They had saved many people, but they had also lost many lives. Izzio prayed for everyone and vowed to finish off those who were occupying the village by that day. At the same time, a meteorite fell from the sky. Her students tried to protect her, but they all turned into zombies. They tell me to please run away because they feel weird. Suddenly, the purple substance began attaching itself to Izzio. Izzio fell to the ground and transformed into a monster. Izzio jumped to the nearest village. The monster said, eat me and be perfect. Iso started absorbing the energy from the monster. Meanwhile, Yurim was busy fighting the zombies and wondered why they were suddenly stopping. Suddenly, the system notified Urim that Hun had died. He was one of the people on the killer list, so the fear skill would not be affected. All the zombies started melting, and Urim wondered, what is happening right now? Then the system notified Urim that an emergency quest had been issued. Has been activated to stop the Queen's perfect transformation. There is a time limit of 5 hours, and he should inflict more than 50% damage to the infected ground. Kim flies there to tell Urim that they are in trouble. Izzio has turned into one of those monsters, Kim says. Urim asks, are you talking about Park's granddaughter? Does Park know about this? Urim continues. Kim replies, I had already sent Mong to him. He should have received the news by now. At the same time, Park comes running and asks, where is she? Kim points in that direction and says, she's in the middle of the Purple Land. Park starts running toward Izzio. Urim tells Professor Kim, tell everyone else about this matter and tell them to wait. It's dangerous. Urim starts running after Park and tells him to stop. Park is shocked to see something. What is that? Urim asks. In front of them stands a large monster with tentacles. Urim activates the skill of analysis and sees that she's Ayo, currently receiving energy from the tubes. Once fully hatched, she cannot return to human. Urim tells Park, we need to cut those tubes to save her. Urim brings out his chain and starts attacking the tubes. The system notifies him, cocoon durability is at 99.5%. Urim wonders, why is it so hard? Park starts gathering energy and says, I can only do this once, so watch closely. Park jumps towards the tube and adds, if it's hard on the outside, then we just need to aim for the inside. Urim starts analyzing Park, thinking this is similar to the effects of acoustic. Park punches the tube with an attack called internal approach. There is a huge blast and the tube is blown to pieces. The system notifies Urim, cocoon durability is at 88.9%. Park tells Urim it'll be hard for you to learn it after just seeing it once. I'll show you again once I recover. Urim responds, I can do it. Yum activates detachment and acoustic. Yum starts punching again and again. The system notifies him that the durability of the cocoon is at 74.3%. Park is surprised to see that Urim can perform an internal approach after just seeing it once. Urim looks at the burning chains and starts attacking the cocoon again. The system notifies Urim that the durability is at 47.5%. The emergency quest has been completed, and as a reward, there's one chance of area proclamation. The cocoon falls to the ground and Izzio comes out of it. The system notifies Urim that the Queen's transformation has become very unstable. An emergency quest has been activated to subdue the Queen. Izzio opens her eyes, furious at Urim. The system notifies Urim to run away right now. Urim sees a prediction and tells Park, run quickly. Izzio starts attacking them. Urim looks back and thinks, we're going to get caught at this rate. Urim throws Park toward the woods and tells him, go ahead. Urim activates agile movement but fears that Izzio might notice him behind. Ice rushes towards Urim, but Urim activates prediction and observes her attack patterns. Urim blocks the attack with his chains and activates fear. However, the system notifies him that the opponent's rank is too high and the fear effect is nullified. Urim activates Blue Flame Dragon and Acoustic. Urim rushes to punch, but she remains unharmed after the strike. Urim thinks to himself, this is insane. Izzio attacks and Urim is blown away into the woods. He crashes into a rock and falls to the ground. Ice begins walking toward Urim. Urim activates wooden construction and traps Izzio. She starts to run, but Izzio easily destroys the wooden cage. Urim continues running toward everyone, thinking, I can still win this. Ice is about to kill Urim, but Urim activates the skill, Area Proclamation. A large spear appears in front of him, and he leaps inside to save himself. The system notifies Urim that an enhanced mode of Area Proclamation has been activated. Please choose the combatants. The smaller the number, the stronger the effect will be. The selectable combatants are Shin Urim, Shi Park Dong, Yang Yang Chun, and Sebastian Kim. Urim thinks that he can't let Park fight and shouts, the only combatant is me. Urim begins gathering the energy of others. Park is amazed, thinking, this is such a great force. Urim then commands, everyone step back. The others start leaving and Izzio breaks the barrier. The fight is about to begin. Urim tells Izzio, this will be different than before. The system notifies Urim that Jojin Rainer has been activated and wooden construction has also been activated. The level of comprehension of both skills is at an expert level, and the skill combination has been initiated. A massive wooden foot appears in the sky. Izzio is shocked at the sight. Urim attacks with the world's Rainer, crushing Izzio under the wooden foot. Ice intervenes, stopping the foot and shattering it into pieces. Urim begins to fly toward Izzio and attacks with a giant hand. Park thinks that it is impossible. Urim attacks with Jojin's 8 provinces spirit. Iso gets pushed into the ground and starts coughing. Yurim flies towards her and attacks using a fierce tiger chaos dance. Iso blocks the attack using her tentacles. Yurim quickly activates the wooden construction and grabs her tentacles. Yurim appears from behind and attacks using a crusher punch. Iso gets blown away and Yurim wonders if his attack worked. Ice appears from the woods and she seems unharmed. Yurim activates the skill of analysis and sees that her current durability is at 88%. He activates prediction and avoids a fatal attack. Yurim predicts that he will die if he gets hit by her attacks. Yurim starts dodging the attacks and thinks that this is martial arts. Ice jumps in the air to kick Yurim, but he grabs her leg using his wooden skill. Yurim slams her to the ground and punches her again, but Iso avoids the attack. Yurim predicts that she will stab him from behind and moves to the side to avoid the attack. Ao starts attacking Yurim and he thinks that she's getting faster. They both strike at the same time and collide, getting hit by each other. They land on their feet and rush to attack again. Choi asks, Park, is everything going to be okay? Park thinks, I can't let it continue like this. At this rate, things might go wrong. Park reflects on how, with his God-given martial arts skills, he became an arrogant martial artist. He was so obsessed with martial arts that he lived only for himself, and that is why he knew nothing about embracing others. Park had a weak son who was nothing more than a disgrace to him. At the age of 20, his son left the house. Park thought it would be better to forget and move on with his life. After some time, a few men came asking about his son and told Park about his son's death. At the funeral, a woman says, it was a car accident, such bad luck. She asks, what should we do with that poor little girl? Iso looks at her grandpa with tears in her eyes and runs toward him. Park brings Iso back to his home, and childcare came to him in the later years of his life. Park struggled a lot, but he was finally happy. Park asked Iso, what would you do once you obtained great power? Iso told him, I would protect everyone so they could experience joy. Park patted her head and said, you are much better than me. Park realized that she had something even more precious than martial arts. Despite the lack of care, he thought this child has grown up to be more kind-hearted than anyone else. Park thought that ICICO was his one and only irreplaceable treasure in this world. Young was concerned about Park. Park thought that Jojin Heavenly Demon Martial Arts 8th form was the final form in which one could gain great power by releasing all the potential in their body in exchange for a celestial body. He thought that he needed to save his granddaughter at all costs. Park told Young, Iso should come back to her senses and then tell her that this grandpa loves her so much. Park started releasing an insane amount of energy. He thought, I will do anything for ICICO, even if it costs in his life. Park starts glowing blue and rushes to attack ICO. Meanwhile, Yurim is busy blocking the attacks from ICO, and he thinks that it is beyond his imagination. At this rate, he might die. Hayo is about to kill Yurim, but Park arrives just in time and kicks her back. Watch and learn the real Jojin Heavenly Demon Martial Arts. Park tells Yurim. Park begins releasing an insane amount of energy. The system notifies Yurim that he is now witnessing the perfect demonstration from an expert. His current apprehension is 100%. The second gate of Jojin's Heavenly Demon Martial Arts has been released. Yurim wonders, how did the old man gain such strength? Park tells Yurim, leave this troublemaker to me. You can rest now. ICO also begins releasing her energy and starts walking toward Park. Park says, you should at least have that much guts if you call yourself my granddaughter. He then declares, I will now start the last battle of my life. Park rushes towards Izzio, and Izzio also rushes to attack Park. Iso attacks Park, but he dodges the strike and punches her in the stomach. Iso is sent flying through the air and retaliates by attacking Park with her tentacles. Your resolve is weak, Park says. Park jumps into the air and adds, you're too slow. Iso tries to protect herself with a shield, but Park kicks her so hard she crashes to the ground. Park starts punching at Iso. Have you forgotten everything? He asks. The shield shatters, and Iso attacks again. This time, Park grabs her arms. You've forgotten your principles, he tells her. You've lost your way. Park slams her head into a nearby crystal. You'll never win against me like that. A huge blast erupts. When the dust clears, Park is shocked to see that Iso is still standing despite taking so many attacks. Iso summons a monster from the ground, its massive form looming over Park. The monster opens its jaws, ready to devour him. Park starts running, shouting, everything in my way will be destroyed. He leaps into the air and strikes at the monster. The monster gets torn apart. ICO also jumps in the air and kicks Park to the ground. Ice starts attacking Park again and again. Yurim rushes from behind to punch Ice, but she dodges the punch. Park kicks Ice, but she dodges that too. Park and Yurim start attacking together, but Iso punches Park and kicks Yurim. Yurim thinks that she's getting even faster. Yurim gets blown away and smashes into the wall. Kim says even when those two fight her together, they are still no match for her. Young asks, how powerful is she? Iso starts walking towards Park. Park tries to punch her, but she grabs him by the throat and lifts him into the air. Iso is about to kill Park, but he grabs her face, and Iso starts crying. Ice remembers Park, and she starts screaming. Park thinks that this is his last chance, and he will not let it go to waste. He begins gathering his mana, preparing to attack using Jojin's Heavenly Demon Martial Arts 7th form. Park attacks with a Heavenly Demon Bursting World Fist, and breaks the crystal on Izzio's chest. Park has cuts all over his body. He tells Yuram to attack. Now, Yuram jumps towards Izzio and attacks using a fierce Tiger Chaos Dance. The crystal breaks and Izzio falls to the ground. The system notifies Yuram that the nucleus has been completely destroyed. The emergency quest has been completed and the queen has been subdued. Yuram falls to his knees. The system notifies him that he is in an exhausted state due to excessive skill usage. The enhanced area proclamation has been deactivated. Park falls to the ground and Yuram is concerned about him. Yuram wakes up, covered in bandages. The system notifies him that the reward for the emergency quest has been granted, and a new special skill has been created. He can choose 2 skills and combine them as he desires. A temporary special skill is created after skill synthesis is activated. Yuram is surprised to see that. Choi enters the room and asks, "Are you awake?" Yam asks, "Where am I?" "This isn't my room." Choi replies, "This is our newly built ward number 2. Yuram asks, "What is that?" Yam looks out the window, surprised to see that the place resembles a small town. Choi informs him, "You've been asleep for a month." Yuram is shocked. "A month?" Choi asks, "What do you think the urine catheter is hanging there for?" Yuram looks down and sees the tube. Choi says, "Wait here, I'll call the doctor." Yam thinks to himself, "A month, everything has changed so much." After a while, the doctor enters the room and announces the leader is awake. Yuram asks, "The leader?" The doctor explains, "Choi told me you saved many people. You're the leader who built this place." The doctor continues, "You were badly injured saving this village." Yuram thinks, "I'm not entirely wrong." The doctor begins healing Yuram with mana. Yuram asks, "Am I awakened?" The doctor responds, "Choi gave you a magic stone, and he used it to awaken himself." The doctor says, "From now on, if you continue receiving this treatment for a week, you'll be able to walk just fine." Yuram thanked the doctor, and the doctor replied, "It's nothing compared to what the leader has done for us." The system notifies Yuram that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain limit. Skill can now be transferred. Yuram activates the skill of transmission and the magic circle appears. Yuram acquires the skill of medicine, allowing him to heal a target using mana. The system notifies Yuram that skill synthesis has been activated, combining medicine and acoustics. The temporary skill Healing Sound has been created. Yuram activates the special skill of Healing Sound and starts healing himself. The system notifies Yuram that his body is recovering rapidly. Yuram starts getting out of bed, but the doctor warns it's dangerous to walk yet. Yuram replies, "I'm all good now." The doctor is confused to hear that and thinks, this is not possible. The doctor starts smiling and says, if it is true that their leader is incredible. He bows and continues, "The treatment is finished, so I will be going now." The doctor leaves and Choi asks, "What was that ability?" Yuram tells her he has obtained a new skill. Yuram adds, "It looks like things outside have changed a lot." Choi replies, he should see it for himself. I will guide him. Everyone is working outside. They are happy to see Yuram. They all bow and thank Yuram for saving them. Yuram asks Choi, "What did you tell them about me?" Choi answers, "I only told them that you're their savior and leader." Yuram asks, "Were these people rescued from town?" Choi responds, "Yes, and the purple ground has disappeared. Thanks to that, we were able to save many experts. Some of them even achieved awakening." Yuram says it must have been hard to obtain the magic stones. Choi replies, "Professor Kim found them while exploring the surroundings. There were traces of wiped out military units along with the magic stones in some places." Yuram asks, "What happened to Park and Izzio?" Choi tells him, "They are in ward number 1. You should go and see for yourself." They arrive outside ward number 1. As they walk inside, Yuram comments, "It looks like a hospital." Yuram then asks, "Do they have electricity here too?" Choi replies, "Yes, they retrieved some generators from the town." Choi opens the door and the doctor examines Park and Izzio. Yuram asks the doctor, "Are they okay?" The doctor responds, his spine was severely injured. Fortunately, he overcame the crisis, but it will be difficult for him to walk again from now on. Park is covered in bandages. Yuram asks about Izzio and the doctor tells him she's fine, but she can't seem to regain consciousness. Most likely, her mind was severely affected. Choi tells Yuram, "Come with me." She grabs his hand, activates her mental care skill, and touches Izzio. They arrive inside Izzio's mine, where they find a black circle. Yerim asks, "What is this place?" The system notifies Yerim that he has entered the mine world of ICO, and he is now witnessing a perfect demonstration from an expert. His mental care grade has been upgraded to rank key. Choi tells Yerim, "This is ICO's mind." Yerim activates the skill of analysis, and the system notifies him that it is Io's mind barrier. Powerful despair looms on the outer part. Choi says, "I tried to go inside, but I couldn't. It's too difficult." Yerim asks, "Will breaking that solve the problem?" Choi replies, "The moment we break that, her mind will start to break down quickly. We have to rescue her mind before that happens." Yerim says, "I'll give it a try. I have an idea." The system notifies Yerim that skill synthesis has been activated. Combining mental care, fear of temporary skill, and mental pressure has created a new ability. Yerim activates the mental pressure and thinks, "This is such great power." Yerim touches the black circle and breaks it open. Choi asks, "How did you manage to do that?" In one try, Yerim tells her that he will be back and jumps inside the circle. On the other hand, Izzio sees her dead student. He says that he died because of her. Iso punches the ghost and thinks that they just keep coming. More ghosts appear out of nowhere. They ask if this is what they get from following her. Iso starts kicking and punching the ghosts. At the same time, another ghost of Park appears and asks if she's planning to kill her grandpa twice. Iso kicks the ghost and the student's ghost appears again. It asks how long she will continue to kill him. Iso punches the ghost and thinks that this situation is repeating itself endlessly. She thinks that it is driving her crazy. The ghost of Park appears again and tells Iso to end this and come rest with him. He tells her that she can never break free from here. At the same time, Yerim arrives and attacks the ghost. Yerim tells Iso that it has been 2 years. Iso asks, "What are you doing here?" Yerim thinks that she looks tired and wonders how long he has been locked up like this. Yerim tells her that he is here to help and that they should get out of there together. The ghosts ask, "Where are you going?" Yerim activates the skill of analysis and the system notifies him that it is the trauma of ICO. Until she overcomes it herself, it will keep repeating. Yerim says, "It's not your fault. It would be an insult to them if you think that way." Yerim asks, "Do your comrades look like that in your memories?" Ice remembers how her comrades died protecting her. Izzio thinks that perhaps her fear turned her precious comrades into monsters. Yerim activates the skill of mental care and Iso starts walking toward the ghosts. Iso bows down and says, "I'm sorry for insulting you." The ghosts ask, "What do you mean?" Iso punches them so hard that the barrier breaks. The students are happy to see this and say, "You're more like our master." They tell Iso, "We don't resent you at all. We'd enjoyed our time with you. We will stay in your memories." And that she can walk on her own path now. Iso is surprised to hear that. The system notifies Yerim that Iso has overcome her trauma. Iso thanks Yerim for saving her. Yerim shakes his head and says she saved herself. Yerim tells her it's time to go to the outside world. Iso wakes up and asks, "Where's my grandpa?" Iso looks at Park and says, "It's all because of you." Iso starts crying. At the same time, Park opens his eyes and says, "It's not your fault." Park tells her, "If I haven't saved you, I would have regretted it in my afterlife." Park says, "I'm okay, so there's no need to feel guilty." They both start crying. After a while, Iso leaves the room. Choi asks, "Can I talk to you for a moment?" Iso asks, "What's the matter?" Choi shows her the notebook and says, "I need to tell you something about Yerim." Choi tells her, "Take a look at this notebook." Yerim is sitting outside on the bench. Choi arrives and asks, "Why are you sitting here by yourself?" Yam says that he was resting here for a while. Yerim says people's faces have become brighter than he thought it would be. Choi says it is because they can live normally, even after coming back from hell. Yerim asked if there were any problems last month. Choi says everything is fine because of the help from the old men. Yerim thinks that they all have great skills to begin with. Yerim asked if anything is lacking. Choi says magic stones, since they can strengthen objects and can be used to awaken people. We need them a lot. Yerim asked how she knows that she had used them to strengthen objects. Choi says that he told her before and he said that it is like some kind of experience potion. Yerim remembers telling her that. Choi says that's why she strengthened the generator's motor and now the efficiency is very good. Yam thinks that is why the electricity inward one was working. Yam gets up and says, "I was thinking about exploring the area, so I will try to collect as many stones as I can." Choi tells him that it hasn't been long since he woke up. Yerim says, "That is all the more reason to move my body a lot." Iso arrives and says, "If you're going out, then I'll come with you. I'm good at smashing the heads of zombies." Yerim responds, "We should go." Yerim asks Choi, "Do we have any motorbikes?" After some time, Yerim and Iso start riding the bike. There are numerous zombies lurking outside. Yerim says we won't find any survivors there. Iso agrees, "You're probably right." The zombies start running towards them. Iso tells Yuram, leave this to me. Iso rushes towards the zombies. She jumps into the air and kicks a giant zombie in the head. The mutant zombie falls to the ground. Another one attacks Iso from behind with its tongue. Iso disappears, then reappears behind the monster and punches it. Iso kills numerous monsters with a single strike. Yuram thinks she's amazing. There are numerous stones scattered on the ground. Iso collects them and brings them to Yuram. Yuram pulls out the inventory. Ico asks, what is that? Yuram starts smiling and says, it's one of my abilities. Iso replies, that's interesting. Are you coming with me? Yuram responds, of course. They arrive outside the building. On the building, something is written, Dreamy Paradise Shield. Go south. The sign reads, find a shield shelter. They will protect you. Yuram thinks to herself, they've made it this far already. She remembers how the shield began with justice. National actor Lee Sancho had gathered many people with his fame and network. Lee had told everyone, from now on, the shield will protect you. The crowd had cheered for Lee, and the shield fought off many zombies, keeping their promise to help people. But that was only in the beginning. Right before they expanded, Lee said, heroes who are willing to risk their lives to protect others. If people don't appreciate them, then no one will ever risk their lives for them. Lee promised that these heroes would receive first-class citizenship as a reward. Gradually, the differences in classes began to arise. Normal people started getting treated like slaves. S.H.I.E.L.D. exploited the normal and the old, enjoying all the lavish resources. They began to involve themselves in something forbidden, such as human experimentation. Yuram thinks that the shield is a trap, a snare from which one can't escape once they enter it. Ice thinks that it is exactly as Choi said. Yuram replies. Yuram knows about the future. Iso asks, are they troublesome people? Probably, Yuram says, but we need to check it out. Yuram punches the ground to attract the zombies. We need to do some sheep hunting first, he says. They begin fighting the zombies. After killing them, they decide to leave. Yuram looks at the bike. The system notifies him. This item can be strengthened with parts. Parts that can be strengthened are the engine and the body. The item's grade will increase by 1 once all the parts have been strengthened. Yuram pulls out the stone and starts strengthening the bike. This is the kind of effect I wanted, Yuram thinks. He sits on the bike and the inventory gives him the helmet. Izzio asks, why did the bike suddenly become this quieter? He puts on the helmet and says, I strengthened the engine using a magic stone, just like what I did with my weapon. Ayo replies, I thought we could only awaken people with that. It's useful for various things too. Yuram brings out another stone and says, I'll use another one. The stone starts shining brightly and the system notifies Yuram that the engine strengthening was a success. The grade of the item has increased by 1 and its ability is stealth. Yuram thinks, this is great. They start riding the bike and Yuram activates the stealth mode. A couple of S.H.I.E.L.D. soldiers are standing guard on the road. Yuram passes through the blockade easily using stealth mode. One soldier notices something. His partner asks, is something wrong? He replies, it felt like it was raining for a second. Yuram arrives deep inside their base and thinks, this is the place I saw back then. He looks ahead and sees someone telling everyone, we've finished restoring the village. The person is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director of propaganda. Hung says, it is all thanks to the Awakeners who have dedicated their lives for their sake. He continues, the incompetent government and military can't protect them. S.H.I.E.L.D. will defend their homeland in their stead. This way, we will surely bring back their glorious past. Everyone starts cheering for S.H.I.E.L.D. Hung says, first things first, we have to appreciate these heroes properly. As a token of appreciation, he adds, we will give these heroes first-class citizenship. Yuram activates the skill of analysis and sees that Huok is 33 years old and a magic stone eater. Hung is a mixed creature. He tells everyone, strive and beat the qualifications. That way, you'll be able to come to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s village or maybe even to the center of S.H.I.E.L.D. Paradise. Io says, they seem like a very influential group. Yuram responds, that is true. Io asks, how did they manage to join forces with the military? Yuram replies, if that was the case, he wouldn't have called the military incompetent. Yuram thinks about the term mixed creature and their fast expansion rate. Yuram believes there's something behind them. Io asks, what are you going to do? Yuram responds, there's nothing to be done for now. There are many ordinary civilians, and above all, I don't know anything about their powers. Yuram tells ICO, based on what he saw, those who are conducting experiments by injecting zombie blood into other people are from the lower class, weak and useless in battle. ICO asks, are they crazy? Yuram says, for now let's collect as much information as we can. Sometime later, a battle erupts in the woods between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the zombies. The S.H.I.E.L.D.s carry their wounded soldiers. A soldier murmurs, this is an ambush. The recon operation has failed, so they need to retreat. More zombies start emerging from the woods. The soldier shouts, "A bunch of zombies is appearing in front. Get ready for battle." Everyone begins shooting at the zombies, but there are too many. At the same time, giant mutant zombies arrive. The soldier starts shouting, "Block." The zombies attack, sending the soldiers flying. Some soldiers open fire on the giant mutant zombie, but the other monsters grab their necks with their tongues. The soldier thinks, this is the end for us. But at that moment, someone kills the monsters and saves them. The soldier asks, what just happened? He turns around and sees Yerim and Io fighting the zombies. They defeat the zombies in an instant. Yerim asks the soldier, "Are you okay?" The soldier responds, "Who are you?" Yerim replies, "We came here after seeing the messages on the wall." Yerim then asks, "Are you from the shield?" Meanwhile, Hongsak is busy reading the report in his office. A soldier enters and says, "I'm here to report on the reconnaissance operation." Hongsak looks up and says, "I've seen the reports about the casualties. I don't remember giving them the strength to be this incompetent." The soldier apologizes, saying, "We are terribly sorry," but they had encountered far too many mutant creatures. Hung began to realize that he might have overestimated their capabilities, and he couldn't afford to let his guard down anymore. A soldier told him that the mission wasn't a complete failure, because there were exceptional awakened individuals who would be joining them, skilled people who had already defeated mutated beings. Hung was surprised to hear this and thought, if they're truly that capable, why would they choose to come here? He suspected there might be something more going on. He stood up and said, "I'll go meet them." Hungyak asked, "Where are they now?" Yerim and Izzio were sitting in the room. Hungyak entered and announced, "I'm in charge of external relations for S.H.I.E.L.D., and the two people behind me are leaders of our community defense group." Yerim activated his analysis skill and saw that their names were Husing and Shim. Both were human magic stone users, individuals with unique abilities. Yerim thought to himself, they're hiding something, but they can't conceal it from me. Yem and Io began to introduce themselves. Humiek says that he has seen her before from Jojin's Heavenly Demon Martial Arts Dodo. Izzio tells him that she was once its master. Humiek starts smiling and says, "Such an amazing person came to visit. Are you not the master anymore?" Izzio tells him that she lost all of her comrades due to zombies. Hong asks, "Why did you come here?" Yerim says, "It's because neither of us wants to lose the people around us anymore." Yam adds, "We've seen all the action S.H.I.E.L.D. has taken, and they give their best to save people." Hong says, "You've proven it through your actions." Yerim says, "That's why we came here. We thought we could save more people and prevent losing them as well." Hung wonders, if you're not here for power. Hung thinks for a moment, then says, "If you are telling the truth, I think you would be very useful to us." Hung tells them, "You should join our vigilance squad. If you manage to accumulate achievements, you can enter paradise, the land of dreams." Yerim says, "That's not what we want. We just want to save people." Hungak says that he will give them a position in vigilance squad number 3. All of the squad members there are outstanding awakeners. Yerim, looking at the recon team from earlier, says it looks like they don't really need any other members. Clumsy members will only get in the way. Guang responds, "The way you're talking is a bit too arrogant." Guang asks, "Are you underestimating the shield's power?" Is retorts, "Why are you getting angry? We're only telling the truth." Shin then asks, "Are you picking a fight with us?" Hungak glares at his men and both of them fall silent. Hungak starts smiling. "We will organize a special squad for you." Yerim and Izzio stand up. Izzio thanks him, saying, "We appreciate your understanding. We'll leave now." Guang says, "They may be skilled, but they're too full of themselves." Shim adds, "They've fallen deep into elitism." Hungak tells them to calm down. "Don't you find wild beasts that are yet to be tamed attractive?" Guang says, "We still need to confirm if they are that skilled." And he orders them to gather the kids. Yerim and Izzio come out, and Izzio says, "We should go to paradise." Why does Yerim refuse to go there? Yerim tells her acting as a hero of justice would be less suspicious. I bet this is the fastest way to earn his trust. He starts stretching and adds, "We need to prepare ourselves." Iso asks, "What are you talking about?" Yerim replies, "We came just in time." Huang and Shim arrive outside with numerous soldiers. Huang says they said that these two would be enough for a squad. Shim tells them, "Prove it right now." Izzio says that was a slip of the tongue. Shim smiles and says, "Someone like her is not suitable to be a master." Izzio quickly responds, "I meant not the two of us, but just me alone. I'm more than enough." Everyone is furious at her words. Iso tells them, "Can it be?" The soldiers charge towards Iso, but she kicks them, defeating many of them in an instant. A soldier shouts, "We'll rip her to pieces." They all start attacking her at once. But Izzio easily manages to defeat them. Shim asks, "Is that Jojin's Heavenly Demon Martial Arts?" Iso punches a soldier. He rises up but falls to the ground. "Oh," she says, "you are all so weak." She then asks, "How will I manage to fight Yerim? He's much stronger than me." They are shocked to hear that there is someone stronger than Iso. Iso tells Shim and Yuzing, sending only your underlings to fight looks too cowardly to me. She adds, join the fight. Yuzing tells Shim, you'll have to fight them. Shim begins releasing a strong aura, and Iso thinks he's better than I expected. Iso is ready to fight him, but someone shouts, stop! Hung watches everything from the top of the building. He jumps down and starts walking towards them. Hung slaps Shim and says, this is wrong. You can't do such things to those who said they would give you strength. Huang and Shim apologize, saying it won't happen again. Hung orders them, take the kids and leave. They pick up the injured and start leaving. Hyuk, I'm sorry about this, he says. I can't believe these guys are behaving like this. Yerim responds, there's no need to apologize. Honestly, Izzio beat those guys to a pulp. Are they going to be okay? Yerim asks. I'm really sorry. Hung sighs, it's our fault in the first place. I apologize for the disrespectful incident. He then leaves. Yura mutters, he keeps pretending, even though he stacked the deck in his favor. Aram adds, he's so shameless. Hung arrives in his office, deep in thought, as expected from the master of Josian's heavenly martial arts dodo, he thinks. He starts removing his tie. She said the guy who was with her is so much stronger than her. If I can take advantage of them properly, they could be very useful. A smile creeps across Hunak's face. This is going to be fun. Meanwhile, Io is busy training a group of people. She thinks to herself, it's been a week since we joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Time flies so fast. Iso, the morning practice ends here for today, she announces to the group. Everyone starts smiling upon hearing that. They think it's finally breakfast time. Yuram is busy cooking army-style kimchi and fried rice. The system notifies Yuram that it increases stamina by 10% for 2 hours after consumption. Yuram tells everyone, have your meal. Yuram thinks that they have perfectly blended in through their respective abilities. A woman says, I heard that you used all the food you were rationed for. I feel bad eating without help. She thanks Yuram for the food. Yuram tells her, eat a lot. There's no need to worry. The woman tells a child, thank Yuram. Yuram activates the skill of analysis and sees that her name is Saito Yuram, and she's a dreamer girl. Yuram thinks there's something special about this girl. Yuram bows and thanks Yuram for the food. The system notifies Yuram that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain limit, and a skill can be transferred. The system asks, would you like to receive the skill? Yam starts smiling and activates the skill of transmission. The magic circle appears and Yuram acquires the skill of the magic girl. Now he will be able to make his dreams come true using Mona. Meanwhile, Huang and Shim report to Hungak. Hung asks, did those two people completely capture people's hearts in just a week? Ship replies, yes, and the main reason seems to be that he uses all the ration food for everyone. Hungak asks, did he do anything else aside from that? They respond, other than teaching martial arts, they also teach making and distributing food. Hung Zayak scoffs, do you think there's some kind of angels or second Mother Teresa? Huang says they are up to something. Hung Zayak adds, I didn't say that. The steam power plant is still not accessible. Huang explains, since it is a dangerous place, we have only been keeping an eye on it. Hunak nods, that's perfect. It's time to check if they're really heroes of justice like they claim or just all talk. After some time, Hun calls them for a meeting. I heard you've done a lot for the survivors, he says. So, he would like to say thanks on behalf of the vigilant squads. Yuram says, they just want to stand up for what they believe in. Hung replies, I think I can completely trust the sincerity of both of you. Hung then asks for a favor. Yuram asks, what is it? Hung places a map on the table and says, there are some terrifying monsters living in this steam power plant. Every time we sent out a scout, it couldn't pass this place. We lost contact with them every time. Yuram asks, can I get more detailed information? Hung Sak hands him a piece of paper and says, take a look at this. Yuram scans the steam power plant reconnaissance communication history. It says they're all going to die because the zombies are too strong. Yuram wonders aloud, do all the scouts get killed? Hung tells Yuram, to save more people, we need to secure the power plant. Izo asks, do you want us to take over that place? Hung responds, with your skills, you won't be beaten as easily as the reconnaissance team. Hungak asks if they will do him this favor. Yuram starts smiling and says, if it's to save more people, then we will definitely do it. Hungak thanks them for their dedication and says, you'll be rewarded later. Yuram replies, we are not doing this to get any rewards. So we give the rewards to the other survivors instead, Yuram adds. Hungak says, it's good to see that you are still the same. Wine asks, will you be able to do it? It's a place where many scouts died. Hungak drinks his coffee and says, whatever the result is, it will not bring any harm to us. Hungsak says, while you are taking care of that matter, we will attack the large hospital we've been targeting. After the meeting, Izzio says, I think there are quite a lot of people beaten to death at the power plant. Yaram replies, it must be a very dangerous place since there are usually strong ones around the original infrastructure. Iso says, this is going to be fun and asks, are we going? Yaram replies, yes. They get on the bike and start their journey toward the power plant. After some time, they arrive at the power plant. Yaram notices something strange and stops Io. Some monsters arrive out of nowhere, and they have sharp teeth. Yaram wonders, are these evolved zombies, also known as ghouls? Yaram pulls out his chain from the inventory, and the chain starts burning. The ghouls begin attacking with electricity. Yaram is shocked to see a huge lightning blast strike the chain. The shock courses through his body, and he is unable to move. The ghouls leap toward Yaram, but Izzio starts running to his side. The ghouls attack again with an electric blast. Iso jumps in front of Yaram and blocks the attack, but the electricity strikes her too, and she falls to the ground. Yaram is horrified to see a ghoul closing in on him. He tries to block the attack, but once again, he is struck by electricity. Yaram screams, feeling the unbearable pain. He thinks to himself the only way to survive this is to use that skill. Yaram looks at Ico and sees that she isn't moving. Yaram tells the ghouls that he will kill him. Yaram stands on one leg and says, transform. The system notifies Yaram that the magical girl has been activated. His opponents will be in a state of confusion during the transformation time. A toy appears in the air and Yaram grabs it, beginning his transformation. Yaram stops the transformation and says, be gone, evil beings. Yaram continues, abracadabra, make him withstand the electricity. The system notifies him that electrical resistance has been activated. Yaram stands on one leg and says, magical head smash. Yaram strikes the ghoul on the head with the toy. Ico is shocked to see him fight like that. Yaram kills one ghoul, and another rushes to attack. Yaram strikes the ghoul again, cutting it in two. The remaining ghoul jumps and attacks with an electric blast, but it has no effect on Yaram. Yaram rushes toward the ghoul and kills it with a single strike. Iso gets up and asks, what is this? Yaram replies, it is a transformation. All Awakened have the ability to transform, and that is how he got this magic wand. Iso asks, will I be able to transform too? Yaram tells her, follow what I just did. Iso asks, do I have to pose like that too? Yaram replies, exactly. Iso thinks to herself, there's nothing to be ashamed of. In order to kill the ghouls, I will do it. She stands on one leg and says, transform, but nothing happens. Yam starts laughing at her. Iso, embarrassed, says, but you said all Awakened can transform. Yaram laughs and says, that's one of my skills. I was just joking. Iso is furious and hits Yaram on the head. Yaram activates the electrical resistance for Iso too. Iso exclaims, you should have done this from the start. She then tells him, forget everything you saw before. Yaram activates the skill of medicine and heals them both. He also pulls out water bottles from his inventory and says, drink this, it will help. Iso, still annoyed, says, you should know what will happen to you if this is a joke. 2. Ico starts drinking and the system notifies that sweet and sour nutritious tonic water has been consumed. Stamina and concentration have been increased by 10% for an hour and the stamina has been restored. Iso says the color is suspicious, but it is surprisingly tasty. Io asks, what is this? Yam tells her, I mixed an energy drink, some vitamins, and powdered medicine. Yaram says we should go now, but suddenly numerous ghouls appear and begin attacking them. Iso blocks the attack, punches a ghoul, and kicks another to the ground. Iso thinks that they were helpless just a while ago. He looks at Yaram and thinks that he has an ability with no limits. Ico asks, can you perhaps use another magic with that wand? Yaram tells her, I checked it before, but it says that I can only use one each time I transform. A ghoul is watching everything from a distance. Yaram glares at the ghoul, and it runs away. Io asks, was the Shield's reconnaissance team attacked by these guys? Yaram says that they are strong, but it is strange that none of the scouts have survived. He adds that this place is an important infrastructure, so there are probably some other stronger individuals than these ones. Io points towards something and says, something like that. A giant ghoul appears from behind the power plant and has a magic stone embedded in its head. Yaram responds, yes, like that one. The ghoul attacks with a powerful electric blast. Yaram activates the skill of wooden construction to block the attack, but the shield is destroyed by the force. They are struck by the lightning. Yaram's hair is a mess, and he starts laughing as he looks at Izzio. Iso tells him to stop laughing. You don't look any different from me. Iso then gazes at the monster, declaring, I will kill it for sure. The ghoul charges toward them, smashing its hands onto the ground. Yaram and Izzio leap into the air. Yaram grabs the ghoul by the neck, using his chain, while Iso kicks it in the face. The ghoul screams in pain. It falls onto the wooden spikes. bleeding profusely. The ghoul starts screaming again and calls out to others. Io, should I take care of those guys? She asks. Yurim replies, no need. My weapon is perfect for a massacre. Garum begins killing the ghouls with a blue flame dragon attack. The ghouls start burning and screaming. I'll take care of the big one, Izzio says, stepping forward. Heo jumps into the air and kicks the ghoul, causing it to bleed. A shield member is spying on them from a distance. He can't believe they managed to kill the ghouls. He quickly reports they've killed it. The squad has successfully taken over the power plant, having defeated Omega. In the control room, someone receives the report. It killed Omega. They stay to Hanzi. Hanzi is surprised. They succeeded. In such a short amount of time, he starts smiling. If I use them well, rising to second in command won't be a mere dream. A while later, Yurim asks, are you done giving the report? The person is shocked to see Izzio and Yurim standing there. He wonders if they caught him sneaking behind them. Yurim says there's no need to be surprised. They didn't expect me to send only the two of you to this place. Anyway, Yurim continues, it's only natural to send someone to watch the results. The person starts smiling and replies, that's exactly why. Yurim mutters, but giving the report in secret is a bit annoying. The person starts sweating and Yurim says, I understand. You still don't completely trust each other. The person insists, we trust you completely. I just follow quietly because I don't want to disturb you. Yurim looks at him suspiciously. The person adds, if you were conscious of being watched, you might have some difficulties using your skills properly. Yurim smiles, you're so thoughtful. Have you eaten anything? The person shakes his head, no. Yurim says, we're about to eat. You should join us. After a while, Yurim starts cooking the food. Food's ready, Yurim says. Please eat. The person happily begins eating. He tells Yurim that he acts exactly the same way he did in the village. Also, that battle was amazing, he adds. Yurim asks, which part was amazing? He replies, it was so fast that I didn't get to see it properly. Yurim thinks that he probably has nothing to say since the battle had already ended when he arrived. The person tells them, you are both truly amazing. They happily start eating the food. Hung thinks that the scout reported nothing in particular. He wonders if the abilities shown by Squad 3 in the village are really all they have. If that's not the case, he thinks, then maybe they didn't even need to use their hidden moves against Omega. He believes that those two might be incredibly stronger than he thought. Hungyak thinks that the attack on the power plant ended well. He asked his team, how is the attack on the hospital going? They tell him 2 of our squads entered the hospital an hour ago. The communication may be cut off a bit because the network is unstable, but both squads are proceeding smoothly. Hung thinks that if this attack also ends well, just like the attack on the power plant, it might become a jackpot. Once it's done, he can become the right hand in no time. Hung tells his team, please tell them not to overdo it. Attack step by step. Time is on our side. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Wang grabs a zombie by the skull and crushes it. He steps on its head, crushing it completely. Wang asks, how do we communicate with squad number 2? His subordinate responds, the last communication was 30 minutes ago. They said they had entered the 11th floor. Huang says they're already 2 floors above us. Shim is getting impatient, even though we were instructed to attack slowly. His subordinate replies, Shim is very talented. At the same time, there is a lot of shouting and firing. Huang says, from now on, we'll use all our power to break through to the top floor. Huang orders his team, move quickly. They start climbing the stairs and Huang kills a zombie along the way. They arrive outside a door. Huang says, we don't know if there's anything inside. So, everyone should be on guard. Everyone receives the information and enters the room. Suddenly, Huang hears a voice calling out to him, asking for help. It's the voice of the squad leader, Huang says. Everyone starts running toward the voice, but it's so dark that nothing is visible. One soldier shines a light on the ground. Is this squad leader number 2? He asks. The light falls on Shim, who is being controlled by a monster. I finally found you, Shim says, his voice distant. Huang is shocked by what he sees. They look around and they realize they are trapped. A monster is controlling squad number 2. Everyone, shoot at them. Huang commands. His team opens fire. Escape. Huang orders urgently. Shim suddenly attacks Huang from behind. Huang swiftly uses his ability to transform into a dire wolf and lunges at Shim. Shim leaps back, and the monster begins attacking squad number 1 with its tentacles. Huang realizes he made a mistake. He knows he needs to survive in order to warn others, but Shim attacks again. On the other hand, Hunek asks his team if there has been any contact. They respond, no. He warns that if they go to the upper floors of the hospital, the communication network might get cut off. Suddenly, a signal comes through. Huang speaks up, this is the leader of squad number 1. Hung inquires, how is the attack going? Huang replies, we're facing resistance. We need more support. Hung says, I'll send backup as soon as possible. Just hold on a little longer. Huan, also under the monster's control, thanks him. Sometime later, the SHIELD member finishes his meal. He thanks Yoram for the food and says, I'll be leaving now. At that moment, a message comes through the radio. It's an emergency. A problem has occurred with a large hospital's raid. It's a dire situation and Squad 3's assistance is needed. This is a direct instruction from the chief. The SHIELD member responds, I'll deliver the request right away. He turns to Yoram and asks, will we help? Yoram asks, where is the hospital located? They start riding on their bikes toward the hospital. After some time, they arrive outside. Numerous dead zombies lie scattered around. Yoram asks, who requested our help? He replies, the Squad 1 leader just sent a radio message. He needs more awakeners. Yoram frowns. This is weird. Connect with him and get the chief. Hung looks at him concerned. Is there a problem? Yoram turns to the chief. Are you mobilizing the rest of the SHIELD awakeners except for me and Izzio if it reaches 10% of the existing attack squad's power? Hum hesitates. I'm afraid not. The 2 squad leaders alone make up such great power. Yoram presses. Then why did the Squad 1 leader make such a request? If clumsy awakeners go as backups, they won't be much help. Hung shrugs. Since it's an emergency, even help from a cat would be useful. Yoram narrows his eyes. If the situation is really that urgent, he should have requested skilled awakeners. If it had been me, he would have requested Squad 3 as backup. Hung asks, what is he implying? Yoram says, it's strange. Their request for help is too vague and unfitting. They're asking to send as many awakeners as possible who are weaker than themselves as backup. Hung wonders, why did he ask ordinary awakeners instead of Yoram? He thinks to himself, something is indeed fishy. Yoram says, I have a worst-case scenario in mind. It would be great if unskilled people came here. This is a common tactic when hunting for prey. Hung Sayak is shocked to hear that. He asks, do you think both of the squad leaders have been defeated? Do they send a false request to lure more people? Yoram replies, it is a possibility we can't ignore. Hung asks, how can a monster imitate a human? Yoram answers, the world is big and there are many zombies out there. It wouldn't be surprising if unexpected beings appeared. Yoram asks, are they connected to the Squad 1 leader right now? Hung replies, no, they are not. Yoram says, then we will go up now. However, he should be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Hungak says that he understands. Yoram asks the soldier, are you coming with us? He replies, I'll stay outside no matter how I look at it. It doesn't seem like a place for me. Yoram says, then let me take this walkie-talkie. You'll likely need to keep in touch with the chief. The soldier says, contact the headquarters and set the frequency like this. He waves goodbye to Yoram and Izzio. They walk inside the hospital. Izzio asks, will it be safe? Because if my assumption is correct, the awakeners who've turned into monsters must have taken over this place. Yoram thinks for a moment and says, it'll be fine. But Izzio will be in danger, so I'll have to let her upgrade. Yoram brings out the inventory and hands over the orange magic stone. Izzio says, this is more precious than the red one. It's not right for me to take this. Yoram replies, you beat the giant ghoul. I feel more relieved if I had a strong comrade with me. Izzio takes the stone and says, I'll use it now. The stone starts glowing and Izzio says, my body is overflowing with strength. Izzio thanks Yoram and Yoram replies, just think of it as sharing a reward. You've worked hard to. They begin walking toward the stairs. While climbing, some zombies start running toward them. Izzio says, leave them to me, then delivers a strong kick, killing all the monsters in a single strike. After some time, they arrive on the 13th floor. Izzio says, this is where the request came from. Yoram asks, are you ready? Izzio responds, of course, and they open the door. They enter the room and someone cries out, save me. Izzio says, this is the Squad 1 leader. Yoram says, it's a trap. Izzio asks, what makes you so sure? Yoram replies, no one would scream that loud for help when there are zombies everywhere. Heish asks, what should we do? Yoram answers, follow my lead. Yoram brings out the chain and it starts glowing with a blue flame. Yoram begins walking toward the voice. Izzio says they should give up because if it is a trap, there is no reason to go inside. Yoram asks, do you want to demolish the building? Izzio responds, that would be too much. Yoram says, I like your idea, but I have a better one. Yoram goes inside a dark room. Suddenly someone cries out, save me. Yoram asks, are you the Squad 1 leader? The person replies, I injured my leg. You should come closer. Yoram says, transform, and activates the skill Magic Girl. The room starts glowing with bright light. Yoram grabs the magic wand and declares, the skill I need is the one that catches fire easily. Yoram activates the skill Oil Shock and begins releasing oil throughout the room. The room quickly catches fire, and all the monsters begin running toward Yerim. Yerim uses his wooden construction skills to close the door. Yerim smiles and says, "Welcome to the traditional kiln." The monsters start attacking the door, screaming and burning inside. The squad leaders turn into monsters and begin attacking the wooden barrier. Yim asks Io if she's ready. She says yes. Yerim combines the skills of fear and mental care, and the door breaks. The monsters start running toward Yerim, but he attacks them with mental pressure. Iso rushes toward them and lands a strong punch. Yerim brings out his chain, jumps into the air, and lands a crushing blow on the head of the monster. The monsters fall to the ground, and the entire room is set on fire. Io says we got them. She cuts the tentacles attached to the heads of the squad leaders. Yerim thinks they took care of it easily. They might have been burned by the flames, but the most decisive factor was the pure white light from earlier. Iso tells Yerim, "You sure have many unique abilities." Yerim replies, "It's because of my skill." Iso asks, "How should we put out that fire?" Yerim answers, "Since this place is made of concrete, there should be a limit to the spread of the fire. Moreover, the fire is on the top floor. If we wait, it'll put itself out." After some time, they arrive inside the room and everything is destroyed by the fire. Yerim says it must have been hard to survive the fire. Iso notices a magic stone on the ground. She picks it up and tells Yerim, "This is a magic stone that came out of the main body." Izzio adds, "It has the same worth as the giant ghoul, but it's weaker than I thought." Yerim says the main body itself was nothing like I expected. Izzio replies, "Monsters like this will appear more often from now on." Yerim puts the magic stone in the inventory and says, "That's why we should be more careful. There might be monsters that can impersonate not only a human's voice, but also their appearance." Yerim suggests we should go back. They carry the squad leaders outside the hospital and return to the base. Hong looks at the dead bodies of his squad leaders. He thinks to himself that he did not expect a monster that could control people. Hong tells Yerim and Izzio, "If it wasn't for you, the attack squad would have wandered around as monsters forever." He says, "I will never forget your kindness." Hong Sak says that he needs to report this to the higher-ups and tells them to wait. Izzio replies that his attitude towards them has changed. Yerim responds it's because he lost all of his useful limbs in just a day. He must be desperate for a solution right now. Iso asks, "Are we his solution?" Yerim says it would be perfect if he made us fill in a power gap when he gives reports to the higher-ups. Yerim continues he's probably passionately promoting us right now. Yerim thinks, naturally, this should be enough to let us enter paradise. Hong enters the room and asks, "Do you have a moment to talk?" Yerim answers, "Of course." Hong says, "I reported the matter to the higher-ups and mentioned your performance as well." Yerim asks, "Is that true?" Humok responds, "Yes, I know you hate it when your devotion is known to the public, but I couldn't give a false report." He adds, "As a result, the commander said you'd like to meet both of you." Yerim asks, "Do we have to meet him?" Humi replies he wanted to visit in person, but he's very busy. Yerim asks, "When will we have to go?" Hong replies, "In 2 or 3 days, a transport vehicle will arrive from paradise." Hong adds, "Both of you can go with me when it arrives." Iso asks, "Do people live well in paradise?" Hong says not everything is going smoothly compared to how it was before the incident happened. But one thing is for sure, there's no place in the Republic of Korea that can restore sanctuary as fast as paradise. Ico says, "I'm very excited to hear that." Hong reassures her, "I'm sure it won't disappoint you." Iso and Yerim arrive outside the building. Yerim thinks to himself, there's not much time left before I meet Lee Sanko. Before that happens, it's better to prepare just in case. Yerim pulls out a magic stone from his inventory, thinking it might be possible to strengthen the transmission with these two. The system notifies Yerim 2 unstable yellow magic stones are required to strengthen the transmission. Yerim starts filing, and Izzio asks if he is going to use that magic stone. Yerim says that's better than being weak because you kept saving it. Yerim then says, "Strengthen." A yellow light starts shining, and the system notifies him that his fundamental skill has been strengthened. His mana has greatly increased, and his skeleton has been optimized for combat. Izzio can't look straight because of the light. After the strengthening transmission to rank D, Yerim tells him, "You look a bit smaller." Izzio replies, "I didn't get smaller, but you grew taller." Izzio says, "That's interesting. I look the same, but I grew in size in an instant." Yerim explains, "You can call it bone growth through skill level." Izzio comments, "My face looks the same." Yerim is annoyed and says, "Your face doesn't give off that loser vibe." Izzio starts laughing at Yerim. The system notifies Yerim that he can now increase the level of skills acquired through quests. Yerim looks at Izzio, and the system notifies him that she's an expert in Ojin's heavenly demon martial arts. The system asks if he would like to receive the quest from the target. Yerim is surprised to see that. The The system notifies Yerim that Io is intrigued by his fighting sense. Fight her barehanded until she is 100% satisfied. As a reward, he will unlock Jojian's heavily demon martial arts rank D. Yerim replies, we should have a match without using mana. Iso is surprised to hear that. She starts smiling and says, you better not regret it later. Yerim takes her to the playground and says, this is perfect. It will be good if we do it here. Iso takes a fighting stance and says, here I come. Yerim thinks this is a good chance to check her skills. Iso jumps in the air and kicks Yerim. Yerim blocks the attack, wondering, has it always been this heavy? Iso says, I won't let you win, and punches Yerim. Yerim blocks the attack, but he is pushed back. Iso jumps towards Yerim and kicks again. Yerim blocks, but the force of the attack sends him down on his knees. Izzio moves in the air to kick Yem again. Yem thinks that he is cornered and punches to tackle Izzio. Izzio wonders why he couldn't even take proper stances. She wonders what is wrong with her strength. Izzio jumps backward and Yerim rushes to punch her. Izzio blocks the punch and attacks Yerim with her palm. True martial arts is supposed to be like this, she says. Yerim wonders what is happening because he thought he was faster. Izzio attacks using her palms again. Yerim thinks that it would be shameful if he lost to her. He notes that her movements are so smooth. You're better than this, Izzio tells Yerim. At the same time, Yerim grabs her palms and Izzio is surprised to see that. Yerim says, it's my win, but Izzio tries to kick him in the crotch. Yerim grabs her, kicks with his thighs, and asks, what are you doing? I didn't do anything, Izzio says. Yerim asks, are you trying to turn me into a eunuch? I adjusted my power. Izzio responds, it doesn't matter, Yerim says. Ashio tells him that zombies also attack that place, but Yerim says they do not. Yerim responds, this kind of attack is prohibited. Iso defends herself, I didn't do it on purpose. I couldn't have any other choice. Yerim shakes his head. That was one bold move for such a small reason. Yerim adds, you once overpowered me. You shouldn't have gotten caught in the first place. Io admits, I admit my loss. The system notifies Yerim, your satisfaction is at 20%. You need to repeat the match later to complete the quest. The patrol soldiers standing in the park observe them. One of them comments, the youth are always so passionate. The next morning, Yerim and Izzio arrive outside. The soldiers begin whispering as they notice them. Yerim wonders, what happened? He overhears the soldiers saying they hugged each other in the park. Yerim feels embarrassed and thinks, what kind of rumors are spreading? He wonders again, did I really hear that? I rush toward the soldiers, exclaiming, it's not like that. We didn't do such a shameful thing. The soldiers bow down and apologize to Izzio. We will be careful from now on, they say. Izzio replies, it's all a misunderstanding. It was just a simple match at the time. I was overpowered. She tells them, don't spread rumors like that. Yerim thinks she just poured oil on the flames. Do you hear that? Izzio asks Yerim. A little bit, Yerim responds. Izzio says, I've stopped the rumors for now, but we need to be more careful. If such rumors spread for no reason, it could be troublesome. Yerim comments, you just made it worse. Yerim turns around and starts walking. Where are you going? Iso asks. I'm going to see Yerim, Yerim answers. After a while, Yerim asks, why did you come to see me? Yerim replies, you told me your dream is to become a magic girl. Yerim continues, your dream is to become Jean the magic girl because a magical girl can defeat villains with one shot using a magic wand, and she can fly. Yerim then pulls out a book from her bag. Do you want to read it? She asks Yerim. Yerim says that he will read it and tells Yerim that he wants to give her a present. Yerim gives Yerim the magic stone and says that she will see something after holding it. Yerim says she needs to awaken and will become a magic girl. Yerim is happy to hear that and says she will do it. Yerim holds the stone and the system asks if she would like to awaken. Yerim says awaken and she starts glowing. Yerim says this is interesting and adds that she become Jean. Yerim asks, would you like to try it? Yerim brings out a toy from her bag and says, transform. Yerim transforms into a pretty dress and says, the hero of justice has arrived. Yerim looks at her and says, you are destructively cute. Iso looks at Yerim, hugs her, and says, you're too cute. Yerim is annoyed to hear that and says, Jean is cool. Iso grabs her face and says, you're a cool cutie. Yerim asks, do you understand how to use that ability now? Yerim replies, yes, I understand. Young looks at herself and starts flying. Yerim begins flying using her wand, and after a while, she returns to the ground. Yerim thinks that zombies won't be able to catch them like this. The system notifies Yerim that he's witnessing a perfect demonstration from an expert, and his apprehension is at 35%. Ico asks, can you do other things too? Yerim replies, of course. Yerim says, abracadabra, and they fly together. Yerim and Ice also begin flying. I can use 4 more spells of my choice, Yuram adds. Yuram is surprised to hear that and thinks he's an expert with so many skills, but he wonders if an expert can really have that much power. At that moment, a giant mutant zombie emerges from the woods and begins screaming. Yuram wonders if it saw Yuram, who had been flying earlier, and decided to follow her here. Yuram says, I'll show them the power of a genie. She swings her wand and commands, Mudstone, give me a hand. A large golem rises from the ground, and the giant zombie starts running towards the golem. The golem punches the zombie, and the zombie attacks back with its hands. The golem blocks the attack and punches the zombie in the head. The zombie also punches the golem. Yuram, is that your magic too? Yuram asks. Mudstone is my friend, Yuram replies. Yuram activates the skill of analysis and sees that it is an F-graded golem, a friend of the magic girl. Yuram tells Mudstone, you can do it. The system notifies that Stone's skin has been activated, Strength has been activated, and Haste has also been activated. Mudstone rushes towards the giant mutant zombie and punches it. The zombie gets blown away. The system notifies Yuram that his current apprehension of the skilled magic girl is at 100%. The grade of the magic girl has been upgraded from F to E. Yuram thinks to himself, I can upgrade too. That sounds good. Yuram tells Mudstone, you did great. Thanks for helping. The Mudstone starts melting and Yuram tells Yuram, there's a magic stone here. Yuram tells her that she can use it because she obtained it with her own power. Yuram bows and thanks Yuram for everything. Yuram starts smiling and thinks that if she has that kind of ability, then she won't have any difficulties protecting herself. Yuram thinks that he can stop worrying about her now. After a while, Himzak tells Yuram that this assigned car will take them both to paradise. A soldier tells them both to sit in the backseat of the car. He starts driving and says that they will head off to paradise. After some time, the car arrives in the city. Yuram looks outside at the people and wonders if this is paradise. The car stops and everyone gets out. The soldier tells them that the commander has been waiting for them at the paradise headquarters. They arrive outside the door and the soldier informs the commander that the director of propaganda and the 2 awaiters have arrived. Lee is waiting for them in his office. Lee gets up to see Hungdak and asks if he is there. Hung bows and asks Lee how he has been. Lee pats him on the shoulder and says, you've been working hard these days. Yuram activates the analysis and sees that Lee is a D-grade human, a human magic stone eater, and the dominator. Yuram thinks if he's dominant, then his moves will make sense to me now. Yuram remembers that Lee Sankel has always been better at defense than attacking. He always wondered why Lee expanded his territory so much. If he had a fighting type skill, he wouldn't make a move like that. Yuram thinks he's either dominating people or gaining benefits from expanding his territory. He starts smiling and thinks, this is great. Lee asks Tunok about the others. Hunok replies that they are awakened, as he had told him. Lee turns to Yuram and Izzio and says, I've heard a lot about you. You did a great job helping Honak. Yuram responds, we just did what any decent human would do. Lee smiles and tells him, you're very humble. He then gestures for them to follow. Come this way. Meanwhile, some people are unloading the truck outside the building. A soldier tells them, be careful, it will break if you scratch it. They are shocked to see a large snake monster. The soldier turns around and asks, what are you looking at? The monster attacks and kills the soldier. It destroys a part of the building. A soldier falls to the ground and says, I need to report this quickly. He is afraid to look at the monster. The monster grabs the soldier by the head. The soldier tells the monster, the survivors' camp is over there. The monster throws the soldier away and starts shrieking. All the other snakes and zombies start running towards the monster after hearing the call. After some time, Lee comes outside the building to see everyone off. Lee says, I had a lot of fun during our conversation, thanks to Yuram. Yuram replies, I feel the same way. Lee tells them, visit again whenever you have time. Hungyak is surprised to see this and thinks that the commander doesn't usually get touchy with others. Hungyak wonders how Yuram managed to earn the commander's trust to this degree. It was also his first time seeing the commander laugh so much. Hiwak thought that they needed to become closer than this. Lee told Hungyak that now that he had moved up to a higher position, he should take care of them. Lee then said to Humeek, if you need anything, you can tell me. Humeek replied, I will do my best to support you. Lee got into the car and left. Yuram asked Humeek, should I call you general after the promotion? Humeek smiled and said, there's no need to be formal. Hong Sayak told them, this is a reward given by the commander himself. Yuram looked inside the box and saw that it was filled with plenty of magic stones. He thought that they would be very useful if he gave them to the villagers. Yuram closed the box and said, I will use them well. Hungyak replied, I hope we can work well together from now on. Yuram thought that the first step was done and that he would be able to develop more skills if he approached things slowly. At that moment, a soldier came running and told Hungyak, there's an emergency. Hongsak asks, What is the matter? The soldier responds, a huge wave of zombies is approaching the satellite village. Hongsak is shocked. What? He exclaims. The soldier continues, we've also received reports of some unknown beings. Yerim thinks to himself, that's the village right in front of us. That means Yerim is in danger. He turns to Hong. Please lend me the fastest motorcycle you have. Hong nods. Come this way. Meanwhile, the soldiers are gearing up to fight the monsters. The squad captain asks, how far has the wave spread? The soldier answers, reports say it's just entered the village. The captain of Squad 3 is away on duty. This couldn't be a worse time, the captain mutters, deep in thought. He wonders aloud, will we be able to withstand monsters we've never seen before? Yerim stands behind a wall, silently wishing Yerim was there with her. She suddenly sprints toward the captain. I'll help too, she shouts. The captain turns to the soldiers, his voice sharp. How many times do I have to tell you to evacuate the villagers? He yells. Yerim tells him that she is awakened and has a skill. The captain is shocked to hear that. Yerim urges him to let her help them. The captain asks, what is your skill? Yerim starts smiling and says, I can transform and use magic. The captain is taken aback. A soldier shouts, they come. An army of monsters and zombies arrives at the village. The soldier asks, what's wrong with these monsters? There are 5 of them. The captain shouts, we have to hold on until reinforcements from paradise arrive. He tells his men, fight as if it's your last fight. The soldiers begin shooting at the monsters. At the same time, a huge glow appears and Yerim transforms into a genie. The captain commands, shoot. Push the monsters back. The soldiers resume shooting at the monsters. The monsters start shrieking, furious from the attack. A soldier yells, our bullets aren't working. The monster destroys the barrier and moves toward the village. Suddenly, Yerim attacks the monster, and it starts shrieking. The captain shouts, they've awakened. There's no need to lose hope. Everyone begins shouting, we can do this. The monster starts moving forward. A soldier calls out to the captain, they're coming. The captain responds, I can see that. Everyone defend with all your might. If we don't block the attack, we're all dead, he shouts. Yerim turns to Mudstone. Help us. Mudstone emerges from the ground. Yerim encourages the soldiers, you can do it. Yerim activates stone skin, strength, haste, and barrier. The captain thinks, with this much power, maybe we can withstand them. The monster attacks, but the soldiers manage to stop the blow with their shields. The captain orders, crush them. He attacks the monster with a cobbler. Mudstone follows, delivering a punch to the monster's head. The monster shrieks once more, and zombies appear to assist it. The battle intensifies. The captain thinks, at this rate, we'll be beaten. The monster shrieks again, and the king attacks with its tail. And the soldiers fall to the ground. The captain thinks that they have gotten stronger. All of a sudden, the monster starts attacking Yerim. Yerim thinks that she doesn't have any mana left. The monster is about to eat Yerim. Yerim closes her eyes in fear, but nothing happens. She slowly opens her eyes and sees Yerim and Izzio standing in front of her. Iso tells Yerim, you averted it. You're sweating so much. Yerim asks, did you get hurt anywhere? Yerim starts crying and says, I was so scared. Yerim continues, many lives have been saved thanks to your bravery. But now, leave this to us. The monster stares at Yerim and Izzio. Yerim says, they look like the organ bundle we saw in the hospital. Iso asks, did they come here to get revenge because we killed their comrade? The monster's snakes start merging into each other. They transform into a huge monster with sharp teeth. Iso says, if we get a yellow magic stone after defeating this monster, then this won't be boring. Yerim starts swinging his chain and says, let's see how strong they are. Yerim and Izzio start running towards the monster. Yerim and Izzio jump into the air. The captain tells them, watch out. Yerim activates the blue flame dragon and attacks the monster. Iso says, I will show them the weight of the heaven's core. Ice kicks the monster on the head and the monster falls to the ground. There is a huge blast and everyone is shocked to see it. Yerim and Izzio land on the ground. The monster gets back up and starts shrieking. Ice says it seems very, very angry. They jump into the air to fight the monster and there's a huge blast again. Yerim watches their fight. Iso kicks the monster and Yerim strikes again with his chain. The monster falls to the ground. Yerim thinks they are both so strong. The monster gets back up again. The monster is about to spit something from its mouth. Yerim wonders, is this a new attack pattern? The monster starts spitting blood into the air. Blood lands on the zombies and they start running toward Yerim and Izzio. The captain tells everyone, help squad number 3. The soldiers start shooting, but the zombies continue running toward Yerim and Izzio. The bullets aren't working on them either, one soldier says. Iso kicks and cuts the zombies in half. Yerim swings his chain and slices through the creatures. There are numerous dead zombies on the ground. The captain, observing the scene, thinks to himself, I heard that Squad Three's captains are much stronger than the vice captain. It turns out that was true. The blood clots begin to move on the ground, and the monster starts regenerating again. The monster turns around, lets out a growl, and starts running. One soldier asks, "Is it trying to escape?" Yerub responds, "We'll wrap things up here." Both Yerub and Izzio start running after the monster. Meanwhile, Hung is traveling in the truck, deep in thought. I can't believe we've encountered a monster worthy of a yellow magic stone. Hunek, still focused, thinks Squad 3 needs to hold out at all costs. Hanzi, rallying his troops, orders, "Prepare for battle, and don't let your guard down." "Yes, sir," his men reply in unison. After some time, they arrive at the location. One soldier reports all the zombies have been wiped out, and another asks where the monster is. Humek comes out of the truck, and the squad captain greets him. Hungs asks, "Where is the monster?" The captain informs him the monster has escaped, and Squad 3 is chasing after it. At the same time, there's a huge blast. Hung tells them, "Leave the restoration of this place and support the team. Make haste." The captain replies, "Yes, sir." The captain then asks, "Hungak, did you come here to help?" Just then, Yerem and Izzio arrive. Hung asks about the monster, and Yerem tells him, "We took care of it." Hung asks, You beat the monster with a yellow magic stone." Yerem shows him the stone and says, "Here's the proof." Hung is surprised to see that. The soldier thinks that it means the real monster here is Yerem. Yerem continues, "I need a few people for the reconstruction of the school. It would go smoothly if everyone here came and helped." Meanwhile, outside the paradise, numerous soldiers are on guard. One soldier looks at the approaching vehicles. He informs the commander to send help because it is the Hammer Gang. An old man is riding on the truck. He says nothing will be able to stop them. His name is Quack Dupal, and he's the boss of a Hammer Gang. Dupal tells his subordinates, "It's time to avenge our brothers." The vehicles start moving faster towards the main gate. The soldiers begin shooting, but Dupal activates the vehicle modification. Two large hands emerge from the truck. A soldier shouts, "This is crazy." The vehicle crashes into the main gate. Someone says the boss made a flashy move again, and his friend replies, "We should wipe them all out." The main entrance is destroyed by Dupal. Everyone is busy rebuilding the school. Yerem swings her wand and gives everyone strength. With her help, everyone can easily lift heavy objects. Hum thinks, thanks to that kid, the speed of our reconstruction increased drastically. Hum thanks her, saying, "One of my worries is resolved now, all because of you." Yerem replies, "Yuram asked me for the favor, and she's happy to help." Hung asks, "Was she already awakened before?" Yerem replies, "No, she awakened thanks to Yerem's support." Hum finds it unusual that out of all the children in this camp, only this girl has awakened. He says it seems Yerem sensed her potential. Hugo tries to pat Yerem on the head, but she gently pushes his hand away and says, "No." Yerem adds, "Only Yuram is allowed to do that." Humek offers an apologetic smile and says, "I really admire Yerem." Hungzak watches Yerem assisting others and thinks to himself, he possesses not just power, but also a natural charisma. But maybe that's just one side of him. If he truly has the ability to identify latent awakeners, then it may be a secret he must carry for the rest of his life. A soldier runs up and urgently informs Hung the Hammer Gang has attacked Paradise. Hungsak is stunned by the news. Yerem asks, "Why are they here?" Iso looks at Yerem and asks, "Do you know who they are?" Yerem replies, "They're a familiar name from my nightmares." Izzio asks if they are as bad as S.H.I.E.L.D. Yerem tells her that they're famous for their madness. That's what makes them different from others. They are extremely brutal. Yerem remembers his 42nd nightmare from the past. The zombies were running after some people. Yem saved them and told them to run fast. At the same time, the Hammer Gang arrived. The people were happy to see them and began calling for help. But the Hammer Gang charged toward them at full speed. One person asks, "Are they planning to kill us?" Dupal crushed everyone under his truck. Yerem was shocked to witness this. Dupal tells Yerem that he is lucky to have survived. Yerem asks, "Are you even human to kill all the survivors like that?" Dupal responds, "Are they survivors or just zombies?" He explains that some of them were already bitten. Yerem shouts they could have been helped. Dupal tells him to shut up, stating he will never put his men in danger. Izzio tells Yerem that they sound insane. Yerem replies, "I will protect everyone this time." Hungzak comes running and tells Yerem that the terrorists are attacking Paradise and they need to return as soon as possible. Yerem says, "Since we have a bike, we'll go ahead." Yerem and Izzio start riding the bike. After some time, Izzio asks, "Did you hear that?" Yerem activates the skill of stealth. They stop the bike and are surprised to see that Dupal is fighting Lee. Lee jumps into the air and activates the skill Raimier. He uses 10 manpower to attack Dupal. Dupal tries to grab Lee, but he dodges the attack. Lee thinks, This is bothersome. Yoram activates the skill of analysis and sees that Dupel is using the skill of a modified vehicle, a vehicle enhanced through skills and magic stones. Dupel asks Lee, "Are you going to avoid me like a rat?" Lee responds, "You're the one who ran away last time." Dupel snaps, "How dare you speak to me like that?" Dupel says, "I'll take your life in exchange for my brother's grudge." He pulls out a gun and attacks using hire. Lee is shocked. To see that, Lee starts swinging his weapon to counter the fire. Dupel starts cursing him and says, "I will kill you this time." Lee wonders if he should have used more manpower. At the same time, Yoram attacks Dupel using his chain. Dupel thinks that this strength is stronger than Lee's. Dupel wonders, where did this monster come from? Yoram and Aisha step in front of Lee. Yoram asks, "Are you all right?" Lee tells Yoram, "I'm fine. Let's beat the terrorists right away." After a while, the Hammer Gang is captured. Lee thanks Yoram and says, "We caught them without any big casualties." The system notifies Yoram that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain limit and the skill can now be transferred. Yoram thinks that he should be thankful to Lee for this. Yoram activates the skill of transmission and the magic circle appears. Yoram successfully acquires the skill of reigning. The system notifies him that in order to increase his strength, he can now increase his manpower and strengthen his body using mana. Yoram thinks that it is a new power. Yoram burps and says, "I'm a little full." Lee looks at Dupel and asks, "Do you have any intention of joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? Dup replies, "There's no need for long chit-chat. We should kill him already." Lee responds, "If you don't cooperate, I'll kill all the members of the Hammer Gang." Dup is silent upon hearing that. Yoram asks, "What is going on between your groups?" Lee explains, "They invaded our territory and a battle broke out. There were victims on both sides, but he dug his own grave. That's how things became like this." Yoram asks about the prisoners. Lee answers, "There have been numerous victims up until now. I can't just leave this matter alone." Lee says, "I will proceed with the execution." Yoram comments, "Some of them have good skills, but it would be such a waste." Lee responds, "You might be right, but I've run out of ways to persuade him." Lee adds, "If he still refuses, I'll kill his family members." Then that's it. Yoram thinks that it's an organization that can be used in various ways. He can't let it turn out this way. Yoram tells Lee, "Give me 3 days to persuade him." Lee asks, "Is it possible in 3 days?" Yoram replies, "I'm confident because I have nothing to lose." Lee thinks about it. He believes Yoram is right. After all, it's only 3 days. "I like your enthusiasm," Lee says. "I'll be counting on you." Lee turns to his subordinates and orders, "Send the terrorists to the prison camp." The soldiers take the prisoners to the camp. Ice asks Yoram, "What are we doing here?" Yoram responds, "I'm going to try my new skill." Izzio asks, "What is it?" Yoram smiles and says, "Actions speak louder than words." Yoram activates rating and says 10 manpower. A surge of power flows through his body. He thinks, this is tremendous. Izzio feels that his life force has become stronger. Yoram punches the ground and destroys it. Yoram thinks, this manpower thing is amazing. Izzio says that it feels like doping. Yoram replies that it's not surprising since it did consume a lot of mana. Yoram wonders how Lee used it if it consumes this much mana for 10 manpower. Yoram says that he surely used a lot more manpower than he did. Yoram thinks that Lee may be much stronger than he had anticipated. Iso asks, "What are you going to do to persuade the Hammer Gang?" Ice responds, "Just by looking at that guy, he seems unusually stubborn." Yoram says, "There are many ways. We will go to the Hammer Gang's base." Iso asks, "Is there something there?" Yoram tells her, "I know about a game changer. It's highly possible that Quack Dupel's granddaughter is a skill awakener." Yoram continues, "In my 43rd nightmare, I snuck inside the Hammer Gang to understand them." Dup asks, "Does anyone know why I named this group the Hammer Gang?" Yoram says that he's not curious. Dupel shows him a picture and explains it's because the name of the repair shop I used to operate was called the Hammer Repair Shop. Yam asks if the girl is Seo. Dupel replies, "That's right. This was her when she was in middle school." He continues, "She was very smart. She settled more than 5 contracts a day, and out of the 100 she handled, not one person ever stole money. She was truly a contract genius." Dupel sighs. "If it weren't for this damn situation, she'd have made a name for herself by now." Seo asks, "Dupel, are you drunk again?" Yam and Izzio start riding the bike. Iso says that might be enough to be a skill awakener, since that's how it was with Yoram. After some time, they arrive at the stronghold of the Hammer Gang. Yoram activates stealth mode and starts searching. After a while, Yoram finds her and activates the analysis skill. The system notifies Yoram, unclassified human mediator. Yoram thinks to himself, she's a skill awakener, but she hasn't awakened yet. He tells the others Dupel has a soft spot for her. He probably awakened the younger brothers who are fighting on the front line first. Yam and Izzio started walking toward Io. Seo dropped the bottle and asked, "Who are they?" Yerim told her, "I have something important to tell you." After Yerim explained everything, Seo asked, "Are all of our men imprisoned?" Yerim nodded. "Yes, and execution will be held soon. Then, in order to prevent that, we need your help," he said. Seo raised an eyebrow. "Are you trying to take me hostage?" She shook her head. "I won't be able to persuade my grandpa." Yerim reached into his pocket and brought out a red stone. "We need your skill," he said. Seo looked at the stone and wondered, what use could my skill have in preventing the execution? Yerim smiled. "I have a good feeling about this." Seo picked up the magic stone, and as she did, light began to shine from it. The system notified her. A unique skill mediation has been created. Yerim, curious, asked, "What kind of skill is it?" Seo replied, "It's a skill that can mediate between contractors and insert clauses. I can even add a penalty clause." With a focused expression, she activated the contract between herself and Yerim. The condition was simple. Yerim couldn't lie to her. And if he's telling the truth, then she will work under Yerim for a month. But if Yerim is lying, then he will return to paradise with his companion right away. Seo asked Yerim, "Do you agree to the contract?" The system notifies that the two parties have come to an agreement, and the contract has been made. Yerim is telling the truth. Seo will work under him for a month. Yerim thinks that with this, it will not be hard to persuade Dupul. Seo says, "I feel at ease now and hope to work well with you." Yerim tells Seo, "I want you to come to paradise with us for the sake of the Hammer Gang." Seo responds, "I understand why you need me now. The soldiers guard the cells of the prisoners." A soldier informs Dupul that he will be having a meeting with the Squad 3 leaders for 30 minutes. Dupul is surprised to hear that. Yerim enters the room with ICO and Dupul asks, "Are you taking my granddaughter hostage?" "I still won't change my mind." Dupul looks at Yerim and ICO, thinking that they helped Lee defeat him. Yerim tells Dupul that they are not taking her hostage. Seo's sole purpose for being here is to help convince him. Seo tells Dupul that she's the skill awakener now. Dupul is surprised to hear that. Seo activates the mediation skill between Dupul and Yerim. For 30 minutes, Yerim will only tell the truth to Dupul, and if he lies, he will yawn twice. Dupul is surprised to see the contract. Yerim tells Dupul to please listen to what he has to say because he doesn't want to harm him. Dupul accepts the contract. Yerim asks if he knows the power of this skill. He says that from now on, it will be very obvious if he tells lies. Dupul says that he doesn't know what he is going to say, but he will never be convinced. Yerim leans in and asks, "What would happen if I told you that my goal is to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D.? Dupul is shocked to hear that. Yerim says that since they share the same goal, they should join forces. Dupul asks if he is serious. Seo says if he is telling lies, his eyes should show signs. Just as it was written in the contract, Dupul asks, "Are you not a top awakener of the shield?" Yerim replies, "That's not important right now, but I'm telling you the truth." Dupul asks, "What do you want?" Yerim answers, "I want to catch Lee. For that, I need to bow my head to the shield for a while." Dupul tells him, "You're strong, but Lee is far stronger than you imagine." Dupul remembers how Lee used 100 men to destroy his truck. He falls to the ground, coughing violently. His men yell at him to run, but Lee destroys them in an instant. Dupul thinks to himself that he was only able to escape thanks to the sacrifices of his comrades. He looks at Yerim and says Lee didn't even show half of his strength during the previous battle. "You can't picture yourself defeating Lee?" Yerim asks. Dupul responds, "No, I can't." Yerim smiles, "I know the future." Both Dupul and Seo are shocked by his words. Yerim continues, "I encourage Seo to awaken her skills because she has great potential." Seo adds, "If that was a lie, then you would have yawned." According to the contract, Dupul asks Yerim, "Is that your skill?" Yerim replies, "It's not my skill. I have many secrets." Yerim says, "I know that Lee is stronger than I imagined." Dub thinks, "This is definitely worth trying." Dub starts laughing and asks, "What's your name?" Yerim introduces himself. Dupul says, "I will remember your name. Because of this, I've just gained a new brother." The system notifies Yerim that the favorability of the two experts has exceeded a certain limit. The skills that can now be transferred are vehicle modification and mediation. Yerim starts smiling, thinking, "This is an awesome harvest." After a while, a soldier informs Lee, the leader of Squad 3 has come to visit. Lee says, "Tell him to come in." Yerim arrives and tells Lee, "I succeeded in persuading him." Lee stands up in excitement, asking how. Yerim replies, "I convinced him wholeheartedly, and he accepted all the terms we offered." Lee thinks, this means it's not a false surrender. Lee thinks that Yerim is not just strong, but very useful. He tells Yerim that he has worked hard, and because of him, there is one less problem to deal with. Yerim thanks him. Lee then tells Yerim to sit down because he has something urgent to say. Lee sits down and asks Yerim, why do you want to save other people? Yerim responds, it will be easier for me to get through this situation by helping others. Lee asks, what will you do if you have to sacrifice one person's life for the sake of 10 others? Yerim starts smiling and says, of course I will sacrifice. Lee starts laughing maniacally, takes off his glasses and asks, have you ever heard about the difficulty of actors? Lee tells Yerim, good actors live with 3 or 4 mental illnesses, which is abnormal, and it's the same for me. Yerim asks, is that true? Lee replies, I'm not in my right mind either. If I were normal, I wouldn't be able to give such a straightforward answer. Yerim says if one wants to save numerous people, then they will have to become a wreck themselves. Lee starts laughing again. He tells Yerim, come to a place with me in 3 days. Yerim asks, can I bring Izzio along? Lee raises an eyebrow. Your vice captain? Yerim nods. She's someone I completely trust. Lee smiles. No problem. 3 days later, Yerim and Izzio are training in the woods. The system notifies Yerim. Izzio is satisfied with you. You have completed the quest to win her heart. Jojin's Heavenly Demon Martial Arts D has been unlocked. Yerim is thrilled by the notification. A soldier approaches. The commander is looking for you. Yerim and Izzio exchange a glance. After a brief pause, they head to meet with Lee. Lee looks at them and says, it's time to go. Get in the vehicle. They leave the paradise in a jeep. After a while, the jeep comes to a stop. Lee says, we're here. They begin walking down a tunnel. Lee speaks again. I'm going to show you the hope of humanity today. He opens a door, and soldiers guarding another door salute him. Lee says, this is a place filled with the hope of humanity. He opens the door, revealing a room where many researchers are conducting experiments on zombies. Lee begins to laugh and adds, this is the Awakeners research lab. He tells Yerim and Asaya, you should go inside. They start following him. Yerim asks a person, are you researching zombies? Lee responds, we have to understand them to be prepared for what's coming in the future. They reach another door. Lee opens it using his fingerprint. Inside the room stands a doctor. Yerim is surprised to see him, remembering that he is the director of the Research Institute. It's Sue Hanchiel, a man also listed among the killers. Heil greets Lee, who asks, how's everything going? Hanchiel responds, I've been provided with high-end facilities and resources, so I'm doing well. Heil then asks, who are these people? Lee replies, these are the new heroes of S.H.I.E.L.D., the ones I told you about last time. Hanchiel smiles and tells Yerim, it's nice to meet the two of you. And he says that his name is Sue Hanchiel and that he's in charge of this Awakeners research lab. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that Heal is an E-grade human and a mad scientist. Yerim wonders if he is the one who created that mixed creature they saw in the hospital. Yerim also introduces himself and says, this is my comrade, Io. Lee tells Heal that he plans to show the new human race to their heroes. Heal asks, are you sure about that? Lee replies, they are trustworthy, so there's nothing to worry about. Heal says there is no problem. He touches the screen and 2 containers open up. Inside the containers are 2 people. ICO is shocked to see that. Yam activates the skill of analysis and sees that they are mutated humans. Yerim asks, are they people? Lee answers, this is a new human race project. These people are my brothers and sisters who volunteered for the project. He pauses and adds, just think about it. If we could combine the power of mutants with the reasoning of human beings, then that would be amazing, Yerim says. If it is a success, then it will be a game changer. Lee responds, they were willingly injected with the blood of mutants and result-wise, it was successful. He starts smiling. This is how the new race was born. Yerim wonders aloud, how did you make this mad project possible? Yerim remembers that the new human race project had been a failed experiment due to rejection. He asks, how did you manage to succeed? Heal answers, a strong vitality was required, one that could overcome rejection. He pauses. However, vitality isn't something that can be increased so easily. That was when the root appeared. Yerim asks, what about the root? Heal gestures to a nearby room. Come this way and I'll show you. Yerim and Izzio are both surprised to see the root inside the room. Lee says, let me introduce the new hope of humankind, the root. Yerim activates the skill of analysis, but no information about the root appears. He thinks to himself, it looks like just a mere cell, but the size doesn't make sense, just like the infected zombies. Yerim remembers that it might be a variable, that they were created just like at that time. Yerim asks Lee about the route. Lee says it's a miracle that can save many by sacrificing a few. Lee orders, heal, show them. Hull says it's mealtime. Heal clicks a button and a person appears in the room. Iso asks, are they going to feed a person to that thing? Hanko says he's a criminal who killed and robbed civilians. Since he deserves to die, there's no need to feel sorry for him. The rune opens its mouth and starts eating the person. Yerim and Iso are shocked to see that there is plenty of blood on the ground. The rune throws a stone out of its mouth. Heel tells them the Stone of Life is a treasure that can increase a human's vitality even more than that of zombies by drinking it. Iso asks, is it safe to go inside? Is that thing edible? Henshaw goes inside and says, despite its looks, it's quite tasty. Lee says that's not the only effect it can give. It greatly decreases the possibility of rejection when they inject the mutant blood into a human. Heel says the duration that the new human race can operate while maintaining reason will continue to increase in the future. By then, history will be rewritten. Lee asks Yerim if he understands his ambition. Yerim pauses for a while and says that they need to keep this hidden. If the story about this spreads, it's going to be a very annoying matter to deal with. Lee starts laughing and says, I know you'll understand. Lee glances at Heel. Heel says the number of their trustworthy comrades has increased. He's very happy about this. The system notifies Yerim that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain limit. The skill can be transferred. The transferable skill is biotechnology. Yerim thinks that he should thank him for the skill. Yerim activates the transmission skill, and the medic circle appears. The system notifies Yerim that the transmission is a success. He can now transplant and transfer cells into the body using mana. Yerim asks Lee, does that stone have any side effects? Lee says no, because he is currently using it as well, and that he will provide it for the two in the future. Lee tells Yerim, I will give you one now so you can check it out yourself. Yerim grabs the stone and thinks to himself, as time goes on, it will become harder to bring down Lee Sensual. Now is the time to deal with him. Yerim signals that it is time. Lee says, let me show you the power of the new human race. The container opens, and the mutated humans wake up. One of them tells the commander, it's been a while. Lee starts smiling and says, I told you to call me. Brother Lee, you've worked hard, he continues. Fortunately, progress is being made in research, so we will be out soon. Yerim thinks betrayal tastes good. Yerim activates Blue Flame Dragon, Acoustics, Fear, Rating, and Manpower. Yerim brings out the chain from the inventory. Lee was behind, but Yerim punches him so hard that his skull is ripped off. Blood splatters everywhere. The mutated humans are shocked to see that. Heel can't believe his eyes. Ice moves swiftly and puts the head of Henshaw. The system notifies Yerim that the bearer of the Sod Chancel has died and personnel have been added to the blacklist. Biotechnology skills have been retrieved. Yerim activates skill synthesis and combines mental care with fear. He attacks the new mutants. Ice appears from behind and twists their necks. Everyone lies dead on the ground. Iso tells Yerim, you're crazy for being people. Yerim replies, you did well. What about the recording? Iso responds, it's on my mobile. Yerim suggests we should take pictures too before leaving. Yerim thinks to himself, the information we have will surely persuade the survivors. They are about to leave when Lee suddenly gets up. His head starts regenerating. Lee laughs and asks, why did you do that? Yerim replies, this is going to be tough. Lee, with anger rising, asks, why did you betray me? Yerim answers, because you're disgusting and greedy. Lee, furious, glares at him. Yerim starts swinging his chain and asks, how much of that yellow rock have you eaten? Lee tells Yerim that it is too late to regret his decision. He has activated 100 manpower. Lee starts releasing an insane amount of energy. Yerim activates the skill of analysis, but Lee rushes towards him to kill him. Yerim dodges the attack and retaliates using his chain. Lee starts bleeding. Ice jumps into the air to attack Lee. She kicks him and tells him to die. Lee falls to the ground. Yerim attacks with his chains, but he's shocked by Lee's impulsive power. Lee rises, wounds on his body, and says that he doesn't have just one or two powers. Lee tells Yerim that he will kill him in the most painful way possible. He activates 200 manpower. Lee starts screaming. He transforms into a monster and charges toward them. Lee attacks and crushes Yerim into the wall. Yerim activates his analytical skills, but Lee starts attacking him ferociously. Lee tells Yerim to die. Yerim thinks he's crazy. At the same time, the door is knocked down. The soldiers arrive after hearing the commotion and ask, is the commander all right? Lee turns around, shocked to see the soldiers there. He starts running toward them, and then begins chopping through the soldiers. One of the soldiers shouts, stop him at once. But Lee slices them in half with a single strike. He grabs a soldier's arm and starts eating it. The soldiers recoil in fear at the sight. Lee grows stronger, more dangerous with every moment. The soldiers begin firing at him. Lee disappears, and the soldiers are stunned. Suddenly, he reappears, grabbing two soldiers by their necks and crushes them with terrifying ease. One of the soldiers screams, he's a monster. Lee silences him with a deadly blow. Yerim watches everything unfold from the ground. He thinks to himself, he's so strong. The system notifies Yerim, you can combine two skills of your choice. Yerim urgently responds, hurry up. Give me a skill that can kill that monster. The system notifies Yuram. Skill synthesis has been activated. The results will be stronger if you enhance them with a yellow magic stone. Yuram combines analysis and biotechnology using a yellow magic stone to enhance his special skill. The system notifies Yuram that the temporary special skill imitation is unlocked. Yuram can now analyze the target and imitate its skills. Yuram activates imitation. His body starts to grow muscular and he winces in pain. This hurts a lot, he mutters. The system notifies Yuram that he can analyze the target faster if he has the material. Yuram looks at the pieces of flesh scattered on the ground. This is the piece of flesh that came from Lee earlier when he killed him, Yuram thinks. He picks up a piece of flesh and feels his strength increasing. Yuram quickly starts collecting more pieces of flesh from the ground. Meanwhile, Lee finishes devouring all the soldiers. I feel invincible right now, Lee boasts. He turns his attention to Yuram and sneers. Do you have any last words? Yuram, now overflowing with energy, responds, I should be the one asking you that. Lee smirks. You're so arrogant. In a flash, Lee rushes to attack Yuram, but Yuram quickly turns and punches him. Lee gets smashed into the wall and is severely injured. Lee says, this is surprising. Yuram replies, you have pretty lame last words. Lee starts laughing and says, you're so arrogant. Lee begins regenerating and adds, I should teach you a lesson. He activates 500 manpower. Yuram is shocked to hear that. Lee transforms into a monster with several eyes. The system notifies Yuram that there has been a huge change in the body he's imitating and his body has been enhanced. Yuram thinks, the pain is unbearable. How strong is Lee? Lee starts laughing and says, this strength is great. Lee rushes to attack Yuram. He punches him in the stomach. Lee appears from behind and smashes Yuram to the ground. The ground shatters under the impact. Lee begins punching Yuram, shouting, die. Izzio is worried about Yuram. Lee picks up Yuram, who is bleeding severely from his eye. Lee tells him, I will give you a slow and painful death. Izzio appears from behind and kicks Lee in the head. Lee is furious when he sees this. Izzio, let him go, Lee shouts. Izzio responds, I'll handle this. Just stay focused. Lee throws Yuram aside in a fit of rage. Izzio rushes to grab Yuram and gently places him on the ground. Are you okay? She asks, her voice filled with concern. Yuram looks up at her, his face grim. Lee is extremely dangerous, he warns. I can buy you some time, Izzio assures him, standing up. She glances at Yuram. Find a way to defeat him, she says firmly. Meanwhile, Izzio's thoughts race as she watches Lee. The difference between our power and speed is overwhelming, she realizes. With a swift motion, Izzio creates a protective shield. Lee jumps toward her, intent on killing her. Izzio takes a defensive stance, determined. I'll have to overpower him by exploiting his weakness, she thinks. She avoids the attack, swiftly countering with a strong punch. Lee stumbles slightly from the hit but remains on his feet. He retaliates by attacking from a distance with his tentacles. Izzio moves with precision, dodging each strike effortlessly. The system notifies Yuram, you are now witnessing a high-quality martial arts battle. Your understanding of Jojian's heavenly demon martial arts has increased. Yuram thinks that she's fighting against someone with 500 manpower. There is a reason she's called a genius. Io jumps in the air and kicks Lee in the head. Lee smashes into the ground and his flesh starts spilling everywhere. Yuram grabs the flesh and the system notifies her that she has obtained an object that can help with the imitation. Her body will be quickly enhanced. Yuram starts screaming in pain. Lee gets back up again and says, this is so fun. Suddenly, Lee's arm gets cut off. Yuram regains her strength and cuts the arm with a single strike. Izzio is relieved to see that. Yuram uses the arm to enhance her strength. She rushes toward Lee and starts attacking him. Izzio also starts attacking Lee from behind. Yuram appears from the other side and punches Lee. Lee gets blown away, but Yuram quickly rushes toward him again. Yuram grabs Lee by the throat and lifts him up. You should die now, she tells him. Yuram starts choking Lee and throws him on the ground. Izzio asks if he is dead this time. Yuram replies no, the message hasn't appeared yet. Yuram picks up his foot and crushes Lee. He tells Izzio he's dead now. The system notifies Yuram that he has perfectly analyzed the imitation of a powerful body and that his body will evolve. The system then notifies Yuram that a new recovery feature has been created. Yuram looks at his injured arm and watches it start to heal. Yuram thinks it's like Lee's recovery ability. Yuram mutters, this imitation skill is an absolute fraud. Izzio asks, what do you mean by that? Yuram dismisses it, saying, it's nothing. He then asks, is your body all right? Izzio tells Yuram the thing locked inside that room looked familiar. There's a large hole inside the room. Yuram and Izzio arrive in the room and Izzio says a monster just escaped. Yuram replies, we should chase after it. Yuram and Izzio jump into the hole and begin running after the monster in the tunnel. Izzio asks, how far did it go? Stunningly, the ground starts shaking and their path is blocked. Yerim says, we almost got into trouble. Izzio replies, it collapsed on purpose. Yerim considers, if that thing's smart enough to escape, then that is possible. Yerim thinks aloud, this passage leads to Seoul. He tells Iso, we should go back. Yerim helps Iso out of the hole and they start walking toward the jeep through the tunnels. Yerim notices something strange inside the tunnel. Izzio asks, what's wrong? Yerim answers, this wall looks different. Yerim knocks on the wall, thinking it's empty inside. He punches and destroys the wall. Inside, there are numerous stones stuck there. Yerim grins, this looks like a magic stone storage. Yerim throws the inventory, and it starts absorbing all the stones. After gathering the stones, the inventory returns to Yerim. Yerim hands some stones to Iso. Use these. Iso hesitates, this is too much. Yerim insists, I wouldn't have been able to defeat Lee Sancho without you. And that is why she should get her share. Thinks that with her potential, it would be stupid not to invest in her. ICO is happy to hear that and says, I will use them well. ICO uses the magic stones to enhance her skill. The system notifies Yerim that he can enhance raining analysis and biotechnology using the magic stones. Yerim also starts strengthening his skills. After some time, Hongak walks into the woods, thinking that those two are headed towards the Awakens laboratory with the commander, the only place he has been to once in his entire life. This could possibly turn the relationship between subordinates and seniors upside down. Hong arrives near the jeep and wonders why he was called to such a quiet place. Yerim and Izzio come out of the jeep. Hong asks, were you able to finish your visit to the lab? Yerim replies, yes, we cleaned it up appropriately. Hong is surprised to hear that. Yerim tells him, I killed all of my superiors today. Hong is afraid to hear that. Yerim asks if he wants to live. Hong tells Yerim that he wants to live. Yerim replies that they should make a contract. Then Yerim activates the contract between him and Hong. It states that Hanyak will become a subordinate of Yerim and will never betray him for the rest of his life. If violated, Hanyak will die. Hong asks if he will have to obey Yerim forever. Yerim starts smiling and says that the skill will judge him if he betrays him. Hong feels afraid hearing that and thinks this is a frightening contract. He accepts the contract because he has no other choice. Yerim hands him the mobile and tells him to make a story out of this. Hong takes the mobile. After some time, Hanyak addresses the people of Paradise and they ask what is going on. Hong tells them that he will expose Lee to them today. Hong plays the clip on the mobile and Lee says, if they could combine the power of mutants and the reasoning of human beings, that would be amazing. The people exclaim that it is the voice of the commander. Hong plays the video I/O recorded on her phone, projecting it onto the large screen. Hong addresses the crowd. Lee Sankel was involved in unethical human research, but thanks to a courageous hero, Lee Saniel has been stopped. Hong then turns to Yerim and says, please step forward. Yerim walks onto the stage and declares, the shield has now come to its end. A wave of concern ripples through the crowd. Yerim continues, I will return to where I came from. A voice from the crowd calls out, are you abandoning us? Yerim responds, I have a proposal. 10 skilled awakeners, a fortified base, and abundant supplies. He pauses, then adds, we'll gather all of that and move together to a new paradise. Everyone turns, startled to see the Hammer Gang approaching. Tupel steps forward with his team and stands behind Yerim. Yerim speaks again, anyone who wishes to come with me. These awakeners will guide you to the vehicles. The crowd erupts in cheers for Yerim. The system notifies Yerim, your authority has increased exponentially, and the amount of manpower has increased by 320. Yerim is happy to see that, and he thinks it is impressive. A man is standing on the branch of a tree, witnessing everything. His name is Han Wanwook, and he's the National Intelligence Service's 3rd Deputy Manager. Wanwook says Lee has died, and this has become interesting. After a while, everyone is sitting in the vehicles. Yerim thanks Dupel for his help. Dupel replies, the boss requested it, so of course I would help. Yerim tells Dupel, you're the boss. Dupel says, with your abilities, the young ones are definitely going to trust and rely on you. He continues, you are capable, generous, and you also know the future. There is no one more capable of being a leader than you. That is why you should become their boss and lead them. Dupel shouts, everyone, Yerim is the Hammer Gang's new boss. Everyone bows to Yerim. Dupel tells Yerim, I and everyone in my group will now follow your orders. Yerim thinks, I can't believe that Dupel gave me the top. Position right away, Yerim tells Dupel, expressing his eagerness to work with all of them. Dupel shakes his hand and responds, we will be in your care. After some time, a large convoy leaves the paradise. A person reports a swarm of zombies is approaching us. The people are filled with fear upon hearing this. ICO asks Yerim, are there a lot? Yerim pulls out the chain and replies, "We will see." Dupol, puzzled, asks, "Why bring out a knife to catch chickens?" Tup then turns to Yum and says, "Leave this to us," and orders his men to prepare for a large-scale attack. The Hammer Gang moves their vehicles to the front and begins rushing toward the zombies. A zombie crashes into a truck and is blown away. The people are surprised as they watch the Hammer Gang's vehicles crush the zombies. They begin to rejoice at the sight. After some time, a person looks ahead and asks, "What is that?" Dupol too is surprised to see something. In front of them stands a large fortress. Dupol starts smiling and says, "It was a good decision to move here." A couple of soldiers are standing on the wall. One of them says, "It is the general." The other one tells him, "Open the gate." The gate opens and everyone enters the fortress. Yerim and the others are surprised to see the huge fortress. The soldiers salute Yerim and greet him. "Greetings, General." A soldier tells everyone move to the residential area. Another soldier says to all the members of the Hammer Gang, "Please come this way." Io asks Yerim, "Is this the same village we left?" Yam replies, "Yes." Yam thinks that he has been receiving letters from Mom about news in the village, but he can't believe it could have changed this much. Choi starts running towards Yerim and Izzio. Yerim asks, "How are you?" Choi responds, "I'm good. Are you hurt anywhere?" Yerim replies, "No, but the village has changed a lot." Choi says, "As the village grew, more departments emerged." She adds, "I will show you around." Choi takes them to the city security headquarters and says, "This is the new security of the city." She will introduce them to the security team. Park is busy training some people. He shouts at them to make them focus. "Swing your arms with all your heart," Park commands. He looks at Yerim and Izzio, happy to see that they are back. Izzio jumps toward Park to hug him. Park starts laughing and embraces his granddaughter. Yerim asks, "How are you doing, Park?" "I've been busy teaching the new members," Park replies. Yerim looks at the students, thinking that he could place the Hammer Gang here as well. The Hammer Gang is coming soon. Yerim tells Park, "You should take care of them too." "Do they fight well?" Park asks. "It's going to be fun teaching them," Yerim says with a grin. Choi turns to Yerim. "Should we move to the next place?" Yerim nods and tells Io, "Go ahead. I want to spend some time with Grandpa." Choi and Yerim leave the city security headquarters. Yerim looks around and says, "The department is bigger than I thought." Choi laughs, "It'll be tough if you're already surprised by this much. I still have a lot to show you." Choi takes Yerim to the next building and says, "This is the Scouts Department, a department led by Kim." A person sitting at the computer says, "We received a hazard signal from the 3 zones. Reporting it to the higher-ups now." The soldier turns to the mouse and says, "You did good work." Yerim asks, "What's happening here?" At that moment, Kim jumps inside the building and exclaims, "Yerim is here." Yerim asks Kim, "Who are these people?" Kim replies, "They're the new recruits. They teamed up with the rats because I have a connection with them." Yerim thinks to himself, if they spread the animals and wait for them to return with information, it will be too late. Yem says if the agents could send information through a radio, the speed of delivery would accelerate. Kim nods and says, "Exactly what I want." He turns to Yerim and adds, "Expect a lot from our scouts department. It's going to be awesome." Yerim starts smiling and says, "I'm looking forward to it." Meanwhile, Young is busy with his construction work. Yerim arrives and thinks the history of construction here is amazing. After that, Yerim went to various departments with Professor Choi, including the Urban Reconstruction Support Department. Choi says, "Now that I've shown you some of the departments, I will show you around the city's central district." Once they arrived outside, Yerim asked, "What is this?" There was a huge statue of Yerim holding a chain in his hand. Yerim felt embarrassed seeing it. Choi told him, "Great people always have a statue. It's good to have a symbol that represents the city." Choi then pointed to a building nearby and said, "The administration office is in that building over there." Suddenly, a soldier came running up to them. "Urgent news," the soldier said. Yerim asked, "What happened?" The soldier replied, "Some people have arrived, and I hear they are from the NIS." Choi asked, "Who are they?" At that moment, One Muck arrived with his men. The soldier informed Yerim, "I told them to stop at the gate." One Muck asked Yerim, "Are you their leader?" He then added, "I am the former deputy director of the NIS. One Wook continued, "Could you spare some time? I need to tell you something important." Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that One Wook is an E-grade human. He's the one who can see far. Yerim asks, "Should we go somewhere quiet?" One Wook replies, "A quiet place would be good." One Wook orders his team, "Be on standby." Yerim takes Wook inside and asks, "Why did we come here?" One Wook responds, "Do you not trust the government?" Yerim asks, "Didn't the government move the administrative capital to Jeju Island after the zombie crisis broke out? It would be strange to speak well of those who abandoned the people." One Wook agrees, "You're right. The government is foolish and incompetent. He continues, the upper class abandoned the people to survive, and as if that's not enough, they became obsessed with religious cults. Yerim asks, who are they? One Wuk asks, have you heard of the immortal cult? Yerim shudders, afraid to hear that name. He wonders if those crazy people are now involved with the government. Yura remembers that the immortal cult is a group that worships zombies. Yura recalls seeing them in his nightmares. A person tells the crowd that their great individuals are furious. The crowd responds, saying that they follow the immortal. The person says, we should begin the immortal ceremony. A few people beg their leader to save them, but he unleashes zombies at them and starts smiling. He tells everyone, follow the immortals obediently, and you will be honored. Yerim asks, is the name of that cult leader Manhwa? One Wuk replies, that is his name. One Wuk shows him a picture on his mobile, and Yerim thinks that he looks so different from his nightmares. One Wuk says, Manhwa is an Awakener believed to have an exclusive skill. Yerim is surprised to hear that. One Wuk continues, it seems he has been controlling the zombies as he desires. It has been 2 months since Manhwa first appeared. On the 30th day of the zombie incident, he appeared in South Gala province. Manhwa ordered the zombies to follow him. Everyone was surprised to see that the zombies stopped. Nilo tells them, the faithful ones are going to be blessed by God, and they should follow and believe the immortals. Manhwa tells a large crowd, such an evil species will never be able to spread rampantly in the realm of immortality. One Wuk tells Yerim, the whole Jala fell into the hands of the immortal cult within just a month. They were so fast, even the president was surprised. The president ordered him, schedule a meeting with the immortal cult. One warns him, we need to be careful because it is a religious group. The president asks, what's the point of that when the world has already become like this? He then orders, go inland from Jeju Island, use those people who took over the Hana region. One Wuk tells Yerim, I'm sick and tired of the drugs given by the leader. Yerim asks, what drugs? One Wuk shows him and says, they inject this liquid into their bodies. Yerim activates analysis and sees, it's a nutrient solution liquid of vengeful spirit. It's addictive and gives strong physical strength. Yerim thinks it's similar to the root I saw when I was part of the shield. Yerim thinks that Manhwa was related to the root. One Wuk says, in the end, the government in Jeju has now become the site of the immortal cult. Yerim asks, will the immortal cult become a good organization then, if they save the people and deal with the incompetent government? One Wuk replies, absolutely not. They would just make drugs out of the people. Yerim asks, how do you know about that? One Wuk says, I checked it with my skill, clairvoyance. One Wuk tells Yerim the immortal cult needs to be stopped, so please help us. Yerim says, Jala province is too far. They haven't even taken over Gangan province yet. One Wuk responds, I don't want immediate help, but I will need your help in the future. Yerim asks, what will I get in return if I promise to help you? One Wuk answers, I will give you interesting information. Yerim says, I'm already curious about that information. One Wuk tells him, the more people there are, the more food becomes a problem. It is important for us to find a way to solve this. One Wuk shows Yerim the map and says, there is a military based in Inji County, and there is an Awakener there who is related to food. Yerim asks, are you telling the truth? One Wuk replies, yes. Only a few people in the military know about this since they are hiding the existence of skill awakeners. One Wuk continues, it would be alright for you to destroy them since their unit is known for its evil deeds. Yerim says, that's interesting. One Wuk adds, I will give you extra information, something only I know as a sign of trust. One Wuk then asks, perhaps you know the state of Gyeonggi province. Yerim responds, I know a bit. I heard Seoul is now in the most perilous state. If that's true, it would be like hell there since it's close to Seoul. One Wuk nods and says, there are insane people who love battles in that hell-like place. They fight while ignoring their lives as if they're game characters in small guilds. They're called gamers. They're certainly amazing and strong people. Among them is a guy named Imo, who has the nickname Hercules. He is amazing. Hercules kills a large monster with his bare hands. Hercules grabs a green magic stone. He puts his finger in his ear and asks, is someone talking about me? Yerim asks One Wuk, have you ever thought about approaching them? One Wuk replies, our motive is the religious cult, not the government. Whether we become stronger or enter the soul, that's that. In other words, we are the kind of people with whom you can communicate. Yerim thinks for a while and then thanks One Wuk for the information. One Wuk asks, what is your suggestion? Yerim replies, I accept it, and I look forward to our kind cooperation. One Wuk shakes his hand and thanks Yerim. I'll ask you one more favor once we're outside, Wuk says. They step outside and Yerim tells One Wuk, I'll think about your suggestion. One leaves with his team. A person asks One Wuk, what were you talking about? Wook answers, I asked him to come work for the government, and obviously, he listened quite well. Wook tells Agent Seek to rest assured and asks, do you think I will talk about something else? Seek replies, there's no way I would do that. Wook responds, everything is for our loyalty to the government. He thinks to himself, I can't believe I managed to trick Agent Seek, but I need to be more careful moving forward. Yerim, in disbelief, thinks this is an unbelievable situation. I must make a move immediately. He orders, call them right now. Yerim then considers, I will deal with the military at Ninji County first. After some time, a scout officer enters the room and reports, Sir, I have information about the military camp. Yerim grabs the report and looks over the pictures. He mutters, the upperclassmen are truly wick. The military camp report reveals that the commanding officer is Huang. Huang commands 3,000 men and 3 tank battalions. The officer says they have more tanks than I thought. Yerim replies, even if that's the case, no matter how strong an attack is, it will be useless if they miss. Yam says that he obtained information about them and that they should go. Few soldiers are guarding the gate. A soldier asks, are there no zombies coming? I'm so bored. At the same time, the soldier looks ahead and sees someone coming towards them on a bike. A soldier informs Sergeant Seo, there are unidentified people on the road. Sergeant Seo shouts, I can see that too. He warns them, reveal your identities. Yerim activates a loud sound attack. Sergeant Seo covers his ears, thinking he's a strong awakener. All the other soldiers fall to the ground. Yerim warns, move if you don't want to die. A person asks Sergeant Seo on the radio, what about the noise? Sergeant Seo falls to his knees and says, I have surrendered. Yerim starts smiling and says, good choice. Yerim and Izzio walk past the soldiers. An alarm goes off. A soldier tells the troops to get ready for the attack. The tanks start moving. Wine comes running outside and asks, how dare a reckless person do this? The soldiers point their guns at Izzio and Harem. Wine asks, did only 2 people tell you to surrender? His subordinate responds, they're skilled awakeners. We need to be careful. Wang, skeptical, asks, what can 2 people do? Hang speaks up, I'll spare your lives if you surrender now and pledge loyalty to me. Yerim scoffs, you won't get through to them by being nice. Yerim shouts at Wang, I've heard about your wrongdoings and today I'm ending them. Wang orders coldly, open fire. An officer confirms we received orders to fire and signals the soldiers take aim. A tank locks onto Yerim and Izzio. Yerim says to Izzio, let's have some fun. Wang commands, open fire. The tanks and soldiers unleash a barrage at Yerim and Izzio. Undeterred, Yerim and Izzio begin deflecting the bullets and charge toward the soldiers. The soldiers, stunned, watch as the guns seem useless. Izzio leaps onto the tank, swiftly dismantling the cannon. The soldier, terrified, gapes at Izzio on the tank. Aiko sends the soldier flying as Yerim brings out his chain. Yerim starts swinging the chain and attacks the tank. The tank is destroyed in half. Wang says, this is crazy. Yerim jumps towards Wang and grabs him by the throat. Do you have any last words? Yerim asks. Wang brings out his gun and tells Yerim die. Wang shoots at Yerim, but Yerim deflects the bullets with strong energy. Yerim says, I told you, you will die today. Wang starts losing consciousness. The soldiers are shocked to see that Wang is dead. Yerim asks, are you going to continue this fight? The soldiers start crying, saying, we surrender. After some time, all the soldiers are on their knees. Yerim says, I've heard about an awakener in this camp. A soldier asks, are you talking about the person trapped in here? Yerim is surprised to hear that. The soldier continues, 2 months ago, we begged an elder to help the people dying from hunger. The elder said, although his skills are lacking, he will do his best. The soldiers gave very little food to the people. The elder said, I made a lot, so why did they distribute it properly? Huang started smiling and replied, when someone eats too much, they tend to think about something else. The elder responded, if you keep this up, I will leave this place. Huang said, you can never leave this place, and captured the elder. Yerim thought that this person's story seemed a bit unfortunate. Yerim asked the soldier, where is he? Yerim opened the door and looked at the various fruits and vegetables. He observed the elder and wondered, why are the fruits so big? The elder asked, who are you? Yerim activated his analytical skills and discovered that his name was Young Wong, an F-grade farmer. Yerim introduced himself, my name is Yerim, and asked, are you trapped here because of Wong? Yerim added, there's no need to worry anymore. I killed Wong. Young Wong was surprised to hear that. The soldiers confirmed Yerim is telling the truth. Huang is no longer in this world. Young Wong drops the fruit and says, I can't believe Wang died. Young Wong thanks Yerim, saying, thank you for killing that wicked person. The system notifies Yerim that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain limit, and the skill can now be transferred. Yerim activates the skill of transmission and the magic circle appears. The system notifies Yerim that he has acquired the skill of food cultivation and can now use mana to grow plants. Yerim thinks to himself, now that I've acquired this skill, the next thing I need to do is convince this old man to come over to my village. Yerim tells young Wang, I need your help. Young Wang remembers that the soldier had also asked for his help like that in the past. Young Wang refuses to help Yerim. Yerim asks, is it because of Wang and the work he forced you to do? Young Wang responds, I can't deny that. There's no way I wouldn't do the same to you. Yerim says, please at least visit our village once. I promise you can leave whenever you want. After some time, the Hammer Gang arrives at the camp. Dupul says that Yerim and Izzio are complete monsters. Yerim tells Dupul that he will leave the transfer work to him. Dupul asks, can I ask you a favor? Yerim replies, what is it? Dupul says, my hand is itching after seeing the tank. If we remodel them a bit, they're going to be amazing. Yerim thinks that Dupul forgot those tanks are also vehicles. Yerim agrees and tells Dupul, use them however you like. Dupul starts laughing and says, I knew the leader would understand. Dupul then tells his truck, let's get started. The truck transforms into a robot. Dupul says it's time for an upgrade. Dupul activates the vehicle remodeling and begins dismantling the tank. Dupul combines the tank parts into his truck and upgrades the robot. Yerim and Yang Wang are shocked to see this. A soldier asks, what is that? Another soldier responds, it's a robot. All the members of the Hammer Gang are excited and tell Dupul, do that to our cars too. Dupul asks Yerim, can I use more tanks? The gang members tell Yerim that they will work hard, and they will even pay for the tanks. Yerim tells Dupul that it will help everyone grow stronger, and that is a good thing, so they can take the tanks. Dupul starts laughing and says, our leader is great. Dupul stands in front of the tanks and says, I should start the process. After a while, the Hammer Gang starts moving on their upgraded vehicles. They arrive outside the village. Yerim takes Young Wang inside the village, and everyone is happy to see him. Young Wang tells Yerim, you are a good person. Young Wang apologizes for doubting him and says, you should take this old man in. Yerim starts smiling and says, of course. After some time, the soldiers are busy working in the field. Young Wang arrives there and activates the skill. The crops suddenly grow, and it's ready for the harvest. The soldiers are overjoyed to see that, and they say, there is no longer any need to worry about food. Yerim thinks that everything ended successfully. Choi tells Yerim, you did good work. Choi asks Yerim, have you thought of a name for your team? Yerim responds, our main goal is to eliminate all the zombies on this planet. We should be called the Human Units. Choi asks, will that be okay? Yerim replies, of course. We will bring all humans together, regardless of their country, race, or culture. Yerim shows her the sign and says, it will look like this. Choi looks at it with suspicion and says, it looks powerful. Yerim thinks to himself, it's time for me to grow stronger. Yerim takes out the inventory and thinks about enhancing his skills through the magic stones held by its bearers. Yerim goes to Young and says, I want to learn architecture properly. Young smiles and replies, I'll teach you everything I know. The system notifies Yerim, you can now attend Young's class and learn about wooden construction. As a reward, your skill will be upgraded to rank T. Yerim begins learning architectural techniques. After a while, Yerim approaches Kim. Kim tells him, you should be able to search for animals first in order to communicate with them. Kim tells Yerim to track its movements and think of a way to deal with them. After that, Yerim increased his understanding of mental care skills. He then learned about cooking, acoustics, magic, and medicine. A week later, Yerim looks at the status window and sees that all his skills have upgraded to rank D. He starts cheering and says, I did it. Choi enters the room and asks, what are you doing? Yerim tells her, I'm done working on my skills. I'm relieved. Choi asks, do you know that we've got more survivors after taking over the army? There are also a few awakeners. I'm here to give you a report on their information. Yerim is exhausted to hear that and thinks, I just finished, and now there are more skills for me to learn. Choi asks, is there a problem? Yerim tells her, just hand me the report. Yerim looks at the report and says, we have a blacksmith, a designer, and a thief. Choi replies, the first two can make things with their special abilities. She places some things on the table and asks, do you want to see them? Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that it is a sharp knife and an F-grade item. A sturdy top is a special piece of equipment used for defense. Yerim says, I don't think they're different from items that are reinforced by magic stones, though. Choi responds, those were made without any magic stones. Yerim remarks, so it is made from nothing. Choi then says, I've heard that they can make first-class items as long as they have mana. Yerim adds, if they distribute stuff like this to the guards. Choi interrupts, they are already doing that. Yerim asks, what about the thief? Choi replies, the guy is a good digger. Yerim asks, is that all? Choi tells him, the thief can dig better than you can imagine. Yerim thinks it would be great to make an underground city. At the same time, there's a knock at the door. Yerim says, come in. A soldier walks in and says, I am here to give the report regarding the reconnaissance exploitation. Choi looks worried upon hearing this. Yerim takes a look at the report and says, this is where I met that monster in the 99th episode. Choi asks, are you going to go after it? Yerim replies, we are reclaiming our land, and to do that, we need to aim for the big city. He pauses. According to the reconnaissance exploitation report, there are numerous high-level mutant monsters in the city with an estimated 30,000 zombies. Choi asks, will the monsters be in that place? Yerim answers it will be difficult, but we can't turn a blind eye to it forever. He pauses again. I'll call all the department leaders and ask them to prepare for a meeting. Yerim thinks to himself, this is the beginning of aiming for the big cities. The meeting of the elders begins. Yerim asks, has Choi already told you about the meeting? Park responds, I heard they're going to take over Chunin. Yerim nods. That's right. I'm taking the guards with me this time. Dupel chimes in, my body has been itchy lately. Park looks to Yerim. The guards are always ready to go with you. Yerim turns to Kim. What about the spies in Chunin? Kim answers, we're thoroughly checking the area, but they still haven't seen the large creature he mentioned. Yerim thinks it's hard to find as it didn't appear until Chunchin was struck during the 99th Nightmare episode. Yerim believes they have no choice but to go there and investigate. Yerim tells Kim, instruct the scouts to search for more survivors. Kim replies they've already started the search. He then shows Yerim the map and says, if you follow this route, you'll likely find more people. Yerim responds, there should be many survivors if we can secure the city. Elder Yon says, I will do my best to lead the rebuilding efforts. Yerim asks Professor Choi, how many days would it take if we plan to carry out the operation? Choi answers, we already have weapons and armor ready for the team. We just need to finish some final preparations, which will take one more day. Yerim announces to everyone, we'll begin the operation tomorrow. After the meeting, Yerim leaves the room. A soldier approaches and says, the heads of the production departments are looking for you. He adds, they requested to see you because there's something they'd like to give you. Yem says that he will go and meet them. The name of the blacksmith is Ma Punkang, and the name of the fashion designer is Han Manga. Han is glad to see that the leader is here. Yerim asks, why are you looking for him? Han replies, if he is going to fight monsters, then we can't stay still. So she and this blacksmith here are going to make clothes and a weapon for him. Ma tells Yerim, give me your weapon. Yerim brings out the chain from the inventory and says, okay. Ma tells him, I'll turn the chain into a weapon for you before we attack. Ma starts walking away and Han says, he doesn't talk much. Han tells Yerim, come this way. Yerim enters the shop and Han starts measuring his body. I'll make a perfect fit for you, Han says. She starts writing the measurements and adds, I'll finish it by tomorrow. Yerim thinks to himself, I'm looking forward to the results tomorrow. The next day, Yerim is working in his office. He tells them, come in after the knock. Ma and Han enter the room. Han tells Yerim, I did my best, and she hopes that he likes it. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that it is a high-class leather outfit set, a masterpiece made with high-quality leather crafted by the hands of a person of high stature. It can activate the armor set, enhance mobility, and grant wild strength. Yerim is surprised to see that. Han asks, do you like it? Yerim responds, it's quite good. How many magic stones did you use? Han replies, I used 3 magic stones. Yerim says, that's not much. Ma shows Yerim his chain. This, Ma tells Yerim, will not lose to anything. Yerim activates the skill of analysis again and sees that the explosive chains have been modified by an expert, greatly increasing their functionality. A new powerful explosive weapon is also added to the chain. Ma adds, it's a well-made explosive weapon. Yerim thinks I'm looking forward to using this. After Yerim changes into his new clothes, he gathers the soldiers and announces it's time to show the monsters the power of humans. Yerim asks, are you ready? The soldiers shout, yes, sir. Yerim announces the whole army is attacking the monsters. They leave with their convoy. After some time, the scouting team informs Dupel that a large swarm of zombies has appeared on the current route. Dupel orders, kill the zombies. The soldiers begin eating the kimet made by an expert. Their strength increases by 15% for the next 3 hours. The zombies are on the road. Dupel instructs, prepare for the attack. Everyone takes aim at the zombies. Dupel commands, open fire. They start shooting. A huge blast echoes and the vehicles begin moving forward. Inside the city of Chunchin, numerous monsters swarm and the city lies in ruins. The soldiers begin emerging from the trucks. Yerim and Izzio are leading the attack. A mouse scurries toward them, and they inform the soldier zombies are coming from all sides. The mutants have also started moving. A large swarm of monsters arrives. Duple remarks, "What a warm welcome," and he tells everyone to prepare for battle. A large mutated elephant begins to walk towards the soldiers. It has a green magic stone embedded in its head. The soldiers are terrified at the sight of the monstrous creature. Urim, however, remains calm. He thinks to himself that they fought through these monsters before, and now is the time to test his new weapon. He looks at the soldiers and asks, "Are you afraid?" The soldiers respond, "No, sir." Urim raises his hand, a commanding gesture, and declares, "I will take the lead in today's fight." He activates the special weapon, Explosive. The chain explodes into small pieces, each one tearing through the zombies. In an instant, dozens of them are slaughtered. The chain pieces return to Urim, and the weapon reforms itself, whole again. All the soldiers, seeing their leader's strength, start shouting in unison, "Long live the leader!" But the battle is far from over. The other monsters begin charging towards Urim. Urim orders everyone attack. The battle erupts into chaos as humans clash with monsters. A notification from the system alerts Urim. The set effects of your equipment have been activated. Your mana has been boosted. Your movements are lighter. And wild power will cover his body. Urim activates raining and says 700 manpower. Urim destroys the ground by jumping toward the monster. Urim attacks the monster with his chain, but the monster blocks the attack. Urim swings the chain and the monster is blown into the air. It crashes to the ground and is defeated. Other monsters begin screaming at the sight. The soldiers are shocked to see that Urim killed the head monster with one hit. Urim thinks that it is a variant with green magic stones and kills it with a single blow. Urim thinks that this equipment is very impressive. It is their chance to win. Urim looks at the monsters and gives Duple the signal. He swings his chain again and activates the special ability, Explosives. The chain breaks and starts killing the monsters once more. Duple orders everyone to fire. The tank begins shooting at the zombies, and many are killed by the attack. The soldiers start shooting, shouting, "Kill them all." Numerous zombies fall to the bullets. The bullets have no effect on large monsters. Duple jumps with his robot and says, "I will kill them all." Duple attacks the monster, but the monster blocks the attack. Dup points the missiles toward the monster and says, "It's showtime." Dup starts shooting at the monster, and the monster is destroyed. The other monster starts shrieking and is about to attack Duple. Izzio kicks the monster and asks, "Where do you think you're going?" Izzio jumps backward and says, "I'm your opponent." Other zombies start moving forward. The soldiers block them using their shields. A soldier jumps toward the monster with his axe. He strikes the monster from behind and tells it, "Die." Another monster starts attacking the soldiers. Some soldiers shoot a net at the monster and capture it. A soldier tells his comrades, "Kill it." They easily kill the monster using spears. Urim watches and thinks that Park trained them well. Urim believes that it will be an overwhelming victory. The head monster gets back up. Yum activates the blue flame on the chain and starts walking toward the head monster. The head monster dies and the magic stone falls to the ground. Urim looks at the green magic stone and puts it in the inventory. He then surveys the situation and asks Duple about the damage report. Duple replies, "A few people have minor injuries, but they'll be able to move again after some rest." Urim breathes a sigh of relief. "It's a relief. We should take a break." Urim activates the skill of wooden construction and builds a wall around them. The soldiers are surprised by the sight, and Urim announces, "It's time to take a break. Those who are injured will receive treatment, so please gather around." Urim activates the skill of medicine and begins healing the injured. Some soldiers stand guard on the wall, while others enjoy the bonfire. Urim addresses the group, "We're getting closer to our goal. Considering the zombies that might try to stop us will be there in an hour." Duple asks, "Will we see the monster you mentioned if we go there?" Yem says, "Maybe, but it's not going to be easy if it really is there. We need to be prepared." Io responds, "The ant monsters we faced earlier were weak, but we'll be fine." Urim adds, "All the annoying monsters are taken care of. We can relax for a bit." The monsters continue to knock at the wall. After some time, Duple crashes through the wall and urgently says, "We need to rush." The convoy starts moving into the city. Urim arrives at the blockade and thinks, "The monster definitely appeared here." Urim notices the ground breaking apart. The monster emerges from the ground with roots attached to its body. Urim and Eo are shocked by the sight. Urim thinks, "It's the root we missed in the laboratory." Izzio asks, "Are the monsters fighting each other?" The monster crashes into a building and starts screaming. The monster falls to the ground and a blue magic stone emerges from its mouth. Urim wonders, is it dead? As Urim is about to pick up the magic stone, the root attacks him. Urim brings out the chain and activates the blue flame dragon. Urim attacks the root with the blue flame dragon. The roots fall to the ground. Yuram thinks that the cell subjects are tougher than he thought. The root gets back up and starts drilling into the ground. Yuram asks, where is it going? Yuram activates 700 manpower and smashes the chain to the ground. Some roots are dead, and the others start attacking Yuram. Yuram activates the skill of wooden construction and grabs the root. Yuram thinks, I should get more information about them. Yuram tells his subordinates, this is the beginning of the war. We should keep moving. The convoy starts moving again. Yuram and his team fought never-ending battles. They enhanced their powers using magic stones. Yuram successfully enhanced his skills to grade C. They also rescued the survivors in the city. Yuram protected everyone by constructing the walls during the night. Food delivery trucks arrived daily, and they served food to people. The ambulance also came with the doctor to treat the injured patients. Everyone thanked Yuram for his efforts. They occupied Chunchin and moved the survivors to the Union day by day. 10 days went by fighting the zombies. A soldier told Yuram the scouting department said they no longer see any zombies in Chunchin. Yuram smiled upon hearing this. Another soldier asked, does this mean the war is over? The first soldier replied, we finished the war without anyone dying. The soldiers started celebrating their victory. Yuram clapped his hands and addressed them. There are still several survivors in Gangwon province who are... Yuram grabs the flag of the Humanity Union and bows to the soldiers. The soldiers have tears in their eyes. Dupel coughs and says, everyone worked so hard. We should have dinner together once we get back. Yuram replies, we'll use the alcohol and meat stock once we get back. Dupel starts laughing. Our leader is very energetic. He turns to the soldiers and adds, we'll eat to death once we return. The system notifies Yuram that he will receive 2 benefits for his amazing achievement. First, he can freely organize the territory of the Humanity Union within the province of Gangwon. Second, he will receive the skill choice and concentration. Yuram is surprised by the notification. After returning to the village, everyone begins celebrating and eating at the Humanity Union Square. Yuram watches them from the top of the tower. Choi enters the room and asks, aren't you going to celebrate? Yuram responds, there's something I need to think about. Yuram is trying to understand the meaning of choice and concentration. The system notifies Yuram that he can enhance 3 skills of his choice for 3 hours. However, the remaining skills will not be available once he activates this, except for the unique skill, and the cooldown time will be 3 hours. Yuram activates choice and concentration, and the system notifies Yuram that Jojin's Heavenly Demon martial art acoustics and reigning skills rank will increase by 1. Yuram thinks that the duration and cooldown time are the same. Yuram asks, should I only enhance my combat skills, or should I focus on my internal skills? Choi asks, what are you saying? Yuram replies, I'm talking to myself. Yuram asks Choi, do you know anything about the root? Choi answers, he told me it's an unknown cell. The researchers analyzed it carefully, but they didn't get much information. Choi continues, it's something new. Yuram thinks to himself that he also couldn't find anything with his analysis skills. Choi then says, there is one way I can think of. Yuram asks, what is that? Choi responds, the root is from the spiritual world. To hear that, she asked if it's from the spiritual world of those monsters. Yuram asks, do you mean it's something like the one from Izzio's spirit? Choi replies, something similar. I can also do more things because of the magic stone's enhancement ability. She continues, I think reading the memories of those cells is possible. Yuram responds, that's amazing. Choi warns him, but it's extremely dangerous. If one takes a look at the memories of a powerful creature, they could possibly experience shock. Yuram remembers, that cell defeated that huge monster easily. He thinks there's a high possibility that the cell owner is a top variant. It might be truly dangerous. Choi adds, I'll leave the final decision to you. Yuram says, I'll think about it. We need to know the enemy to prepare. Yuram and Choi arrive in the room where the root is tied with chains. Choi grabs Yuram by the hand, asks, are you ready? Yuram nods in approval. Choi activates her skill and starts reading the memory of the root. They arrived in front of a huge mountain. Suddenly, they heard a loud scream, and they were shocked to see a large monster emerge from behind the mountain. Yuram asked, what is that? He then asked, is this the main body of the root? The monster glared at Yuram and growled, I found you. Yuram screamed in pain. Choi quickly grabbed him, realizing they were definitely inside the monster's memories. Choi wondered aloud, how did it recognize us? She turned to Yuram, we need to run. She was about to escape when the system notified her 100 minutes required to escape. Choi's skill began to shatter. The monster's voice echoed, asking, do you think I'll let you escape? Choi's heart raced as she heard those words, fear gripping her. The large monster appeared in front of them. Countless hands began to emerge from its body, ready to grab hold of Yuram and Choi. Choi pulled Yuram, shouting, hurry. Suddenly, they were no longer in the monster's mind and fell to the ground. Choi gasped that place wasn't on Earth. Yerim replied it might have been. After a brief pause, they continued on. Choi asks, how did the monster recognize them? Yerim says, it's just too strong to be able to do something like that. Choi responds, the cells in that monster are active. This is troublesome. He then asks, how did it get here on Earth? Yerim replies, one thing is for sure, we need to get stronger as soon as possible. Yerim tells Choi, I need your consultation about something. Choi asks, what is it? Yerim inquires, how are we going to appoint the territory of the Union? The system notifies Yerim, you can freely appoint the territory of the Humanity Union within Gangwon-do province. The wider the area, the fewer benefits will be given. Yerim had discussed the rewards for occupying Gangwon-do province with the professor. Choi asks, will it be less effective if our territory expands? Yerim confirms, yes. She then asks, what do you think about an underground city? Yerim explains, we have a grave thief Awakener, and we're planning to dig underground and build an underground city. Choi responds, that way we'll be able to make the area as narrow as possible. Yerim says they will be able to get more benefits if they do it like that. Choi responds, it will be dangerous because they're going to get in trouble if it collapses. Yerim counters, we'll have to reinforce all the materials that we use for the underground city with magic stones. Choi asks, is that the smart thing to do? It seems like a huge amount of magic stones will be used. Yerim replies, I have an idea about how to solve that problem. Choi inquires, is there a way to get a lot of magic stones? Yerim answers, yes, we're willing to do business. Choi asks, what kind of business? Yerim explains, there are many people with magic stones in Junggu and are called gamers' unions. After a while, Yerim stands on top of the tower looking down at the village. The system notifies him, please choose the area you want to appoint. Yerim moves his arms to select the area. The system notifies the area is very small. Yerim says, I've decided. The system confirms Yerim has appointed the area of Humanity Union, and the people in the area will receive benefits. Everyone is surprised to see that. An old man says, my body feels so light. A soldier says, my mana has increased a lot. Maya is busy working in his workshop when the system notifies him that his mana recovery has increased by 50% and all of his skills by 30%. His items will get bonus effects if produced inside the area. Mass, what is this? Han says inspirations keep on popping up. Everyone agrees, saying long. The leader here starts smiling and says we can sell the products with bonus effects immediately. After some time, Yerim and Io arrive near the city of Songnam in Gyeonggi-do. Yerim says, it seems like this is our territory. A person tells Yerim stop right there. The person asks Yerim, who are you? Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that the person's name is Himchin and that he's a D-grade Awakener. Yerim is surprised to see that Himchin is in the D rank while the others are in the E rank. Yerim introduces himself. I am the commander of the Humanity Union, he says. Himchin asks, what kind of group is that? His friend replies, this is the first time I'm hearing about it. Himchin narrows his eyes and asks, what are you doing in someone else's territory? He turns to Yerim, adding, do you want to get beaten up? Izzio, overhearing, grows angry. Yerim, staying calm, responds, I want to do business with you. He then asks, can I request to beat Muchil? Himchin shakes his head. There's no one named Muchil in this neighborhood. Yerim smirks and says, he's also known as Hercules. Himchin bursts out laughing. This is crazy, he exclaims. You know, Himchin continues, I'm already angry because of the government hiding like rats. Our guild leader is a dignified man, he adds, and he won't meet with a dog or a cow like you. Himchin's voice turns stern. Get lost, while I'm still speaking nicely. Yerim calmly opens his inventory. The items begin to appear, food and clothes. Himchin's eyes widen in shock. These are the items we're selling, Yerim says, so take a look. Himchin, still in disbelief, stammers, I can't believe my eyes. Himchin picks up a jacket and the system notifies him that this is a product made by an artisan. This product's special effects include muscle movement and strong defense. Himchin then picks up the food and the system informs him that this is a handmade sandwich made by an expert. Once eaten, all his skills will increase by 15% for the next 3 hours. Himchin exclaims, this is crazy. Yam asks, did you think these items are enough for us to beat the guild leader? Himchin thinks for a moment. I'm like a treasure warehouse, he muses, but I gotta look strong. A smile spreads across Himchin's face. He tells Yerim, leave the girl and that pouch here. If you do as I say, Himchin continues, we'll return the girl to you later. Iso asks Yerim, do you want them to live? Yerim responds, we wanted to do this the nice way. He then tells them, don't kill him. Himchin shakes his head. I'm done talking nicely to them. Suddenly, Iso rushes toward him and punches Himchin in the face. There is a huge bang. After a while, Hercules is busy lifting weights in the gym. Hinchin returns to Mukil in a defeated state. Muchil asks, "What is wrong with your face?" Hinchin replies, "We have guests." Yerim tells Mukil, "It's nice to see you." Yerim introduces himself, "I am from the Humanity Union." Yerim activates his analysis skill and observes that Mukil is a 33-year-old bodybuilder and a C-rank human. He thinks to himself, his nickname Hercules is too overrated. The two begin releasing their energy. Hen falls to the ground, shocked to see that Yerim is matching her master's energy. Hinchin thinks Yerim is crazier than Io. Mukil remarks, "It looks like you're the reason Hinchin was beaten to a pulp." Yerim defends himself, saying, "I didn't do that on purpose. Hinchin has a bad habit." Mukil apologizes, then asks, "What is your purpose for coming here?" Yerim responds, "I came here to sell some items." Mukil gestures for him to take a seat, saying, "Show me the items." Yerim displays numerous items. Mukil picks up a kimach and asks, "Did you use magic stones to make this?" Yim says, "No, a chef from their union made this." Yerim tells Mukil, "You are an Awakener." Mukil responds, "Interesting." Yerim asks, "Have you ever seen an Awakener with life-related skills?" Mukil answers, "No, they only recruit combat Awakeners." Mukil continues, "These things are definitely interesting. You want magic stones?" Yerim replies, "Yes." Mukil asks, "How many do you need?" Yerim says 3 magic stones per dish, and the clothes and weapons will be more expensive than that. Mukil comments, "A kimbab would cost 3 of the lowest level magic stones. That's very expensive." Yerim thinks for a moment and agrees, "You're right. It's not like magic stones were used while making the dishes. We were able to mass produce items because of the bonus effects." Yerim adds, "I don't think I'm overcharging you. Even if it's just 1 dish, it's necessary in order to live." Mukil reflects, "Yerim is right, but if I accept his proposal, he'll trick me into giving him all my magic stones." Yerim thinks he is losing precious time, so he decides to get to the point. He turns to Mukil and says, "I will give you a big discount. For food, I will sell it for 2 red magic stones. As for clothes and weapons, there will be a 70% discount." Mukil asks, "Do you have any conditions?" Yerim replies, "I want our unions to form an alliance." Yerim continues, "It will be an alliance that can never be broken." Mukil looks at them and says, "You two look so strong." Yerim asks, "Have you heard about the immortal cult?" Mukil responds, "Some guys from the government told me about them." Mukil then asks, "Are they a religious cult?" Yerim shakes his head. "They are not just a cult. There's powerful black magic behind those people." Yerim explains the immortal cult uses cell creatures and drugs like the ones the deputy manager mentioned. The power of the immortal cult is in the hands of the government, and all of it is fueled by dark magic. Mukil says, "We need to get things straight. The immortal cult is extremely dangerous, and he believes that powerful black magic is behind all of this." Mukil says, "If they are planning on going against us, we have to fight them together." Yerim replies, "You summarize that well." Mukil asks, "Do you know about the rules in our gamers' union?" Yerim inquires, "What is it?" Mukil explains, "Weaks are to be eliminated." Mukil then tells Yerim, "Prove that you're worthy of being our ally, not with words, but with your actions." Yerim starts smiling and says, "Then we should fight." Mukil responds, "It's good that you're energetic," and tells Yerim, "Follow me." After some time, everyone is gathered outside. A gang member asks, "What's going on?" His friend replies, "Mukil and a merchant are going to fight." One person adds, "Those merchants might actually be strong because they beat Hinchin." Another person says, "There's no way they'd win against Mukil." Hinchin comments, "There's no way Mukil would lose to them." Hinchin thinks to himself, "Mukil is a man with God-given strength. If he uses that skill, then the winner of the fight is already decided." Hinchin shouts, "Show them what you are made of, Mukil." Mukil responds, "Go inside and rest, Hinchin." Yerim pulls out his chain from the inventory and slips it onto his arm. He thinks to himself that for Mukil, strength comes first, which means he has to fight with everything he has. Yerim activates his unique skills, choice, and concentration. The system notifies him that Jojin's heavenly demon martial arts, acoustics, and raining will be enhanced from D to C. He then activates the synthesis skill, combining Jojin's heavenly demon martial arts with raining. A massive surge of energy begins to release from him. Everyone is stunned by the sheer power of his strength. Hinchin, feeling the pressure, thinks to himself, "I've never felt this much force, not even from Mukil." Hungamio watches in awe, thinking, "This is the first time I've seen such a skill." Mukil, shocked, reflects, "I can't believe I'm feeling this much pressure from a simple confrontation." He wonders what's going on with his energy. Yerim looks at Mukil and asks, "Are you ready?" Mukil, still shaken, replies, "I'll admit, you are strong." Mukil also starts releasing his energy and says, "I will fight you seriously now." Then Mukil activates body enlargement and the system notifies him that his body has become stronger. His muscles have been greatly enhanced and his weight has increased significantly. Everyone is shocked to see that he is already using Hercules mode. The gang members murmur, he's invincible now. Mukil turns to Yuram and asks, should we play? Mukil jumps into the air thinking Yuram isn't avoiding me. With a grin, Mukil says, I'll end this fight in one blow. Mukil attacks Yuram and there's a huge blast. Hinchin watches nervously thinking at this rate, a disaster will happen. The dust begins to settle and Yuram is seen managing to stop the attack with one hand. Mukil, astonished, says, you're crazy. He wonders, just what kind of power does he have? Suddenly, Yuram jumps behind Mukil and attacks with a powerful punch. Mukil is sent crashing to the ground. The gang members are stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. Mukil spits on the ground, thinking to himself, Yuram, he's the real deal. Yuram starts walking toward him and asks, are we going to continue this match? Mukil gets back up and replies, if I refuse, I won't be able to face myself. They both begin fighting again, and there's a huge blast. After some time, Mukil opens his eyes in the hospital. Hinchin asks, are you awake? Mukil looks at Hinchin and asks, why are you crying? Hinchin answers, you look like a little boy. He continues, I thought you were going to die back there. Mukil asks, did Yuram fall after my attack? I'm sure I felt the weight of my hands before I passed out. Yuram steps out from behind the curtain and says, he did, but he also got beaten up. Mukil nods and says, it was thrilling to the very end. Yuram then asks, are we allies now? Mukil smiles and says, of course, I'm looking forward to working with you. Mukil shakes Yuram's hand and adds, but you need to sell your items at a lower price. Yuram responds, I'll try. Finally, Yuram activates his healing skill and begins to heal himself. Yuram also heals Mukil, and Mukil wonders if Yuram has more than one skill. Yuram tells Mukil that his treatment is free of charge. Mukil destroys his bandages and says, that's an awesome service. After some time, a store opens outside. The gang members ask, is there a store like that? Another one replies, it wasn't there until yesterday. Humek arrives and announces, just for today, we'll bring you amazingly effective weapons and food at super sale prices. Some gang members celebrate after buying the items. It's free of charge, they say. Just come and take a look. A gang member asks, does food like that really exist? Another one replies, the equipment is also crazily good. Look at the prices over there, a gang member says. The price is written on the board. It's 1 red magic stone for 2 pieces of food and 1 orange magic stone for grade E equipment. For grade F equipment, it's 1 red magic stone. They ask, is this the right price? Is it not a scam? Huluk tells them, this is a super special sale price. An opportunity that does not come often. Everyone brings out red magic stones and says that they will buy everything. Hung tells them to stand in line because there's a lot of stuff. Everyone stands in line to buy the items. Hung thinks they will achieve their targets soon. After some time, Choi brings Yuram the report and says, this is the sales figures for the week. Yuram takes a look at the report and says, we have 1,500 red magic stones and 250 orange magic stones. I don't think there is any need to sell anything else at this rate. Choi says, the Gamer Union is going crazy. Yuram asks, have the magic stones been transported? Choi replies, they have it in storage now. Yuram tells her, please distribute about 10% of that to production experts as a bonus. That way they can produce more goods. Choi asks, are you not going to use it to build an underground city? Yuram says, I will, but in order to hold a strong foundation, I will have you use magic stones for all materials. At the same time, Kim enters the room and tells Yuram that he saw something interesting. Yuram asks, what did you see? Kim replies, Mong Mong spotted some robots moving around. Yuram stands up and says, tell me more details. Kim continues, they've been transporting animals to Chongqing lately, and Mong Mong saw numerous robots moving across the ground. Yuram asks, are you sure they weren't mutants? Kim answers, if they were mutants, they have a magic stone embedded in their foreheads, but there was no sign of that. Yuram pauses to think, then says, it's most likely the result of a special skill. Kim adds, if not, then whoever built those robots must have incredible technological abilities. Yuram nods. They might be worth recruiting. Yuram begins to think, if surface and underground structures could be mechanized like that, then perhaps the entire human alliance could become a mobile fortress. He asks Kim, where exactly did this happen? Sometime later, Yuram and Izzio set out toward the location. When they finally arrive, Izzio looks ahead and asks, is that the robot you were talking about? Young looks at the spider robots and says, it seems like it. Yuram activates the skill of analysis and observes. These are the lowest grade spider bots. He continues, it's a robot infused with the power of skill. It appears to have weak artificial intelligence. Yuram thinks to himself, it's clear that a skill has something to do with this. Yam tells Izzio, we should go down. Yam and Io arrive near the robots. The robots activate lasers and announce intruder alert. A voice then says, this area is off limits. Any further entry is considered an act of combat, and I will shoot you. Yuram raises his hand and responds, we do not intend to fight. Yuram adds, I just want to talk. The spider robot says, calling the parent object complete. Intruders, stand by. A robot lands on the ground. The system notifies Yuram, it is Wilson, a low-grade bodyguard bot. It is an E-grade crafted item, a robot infused with the power of a skill. It seems to have quite an excellent artificial intelligence. Wilson says, this body is the butler of the Great Master. Wilson asks, do you want to talk to my master? Wilson tells them, drop your weapons and follow me. He warns them, if you use mana, we will shoot. Yuram and Io begin following the robot. Wilson leads them to a room and taps his foot on the ground to turn on the lights. Numerous robots aim their guns at Yuram and Izzio. A voice then says, you are Awakeners. What do you want from me? Yuram replies, I want to recruit you. The voice asks, are you part of the immortal cult? Yuram is surprised to hear that she knows about the immortal cult. Yuram explains, we are from the Humanity Union in Gango. The voice responds, you look different from those people from the immortal cult. A person asks, what will we get if we accept your proposal? Yuram asks, what you want? The voice answers, we have everything. This place is our fortress. The voice continues, what can you offer when we are already this rich? Am says, I can offer more interesting research projects. Young shows the picture and says, they are going to make this massive city into a moving fortress, just like the robots outside. A person asks, does Yuram watch too many movies? Yuram responds, there's nothing we can't do with so many Awakens and magical stones. We also have the materials and manpower. Yuram says, I can't imagine being imprisoned in this small factory. I doubt any accident will take place here. The person shouts at Yuram, how dare you? The person asks, can you see that you're surrounded? Izzio says, it would have been better to solve this through talking. The voice responds, we are the ones who need a hot taste to get our act together. Wilson tells them, beg for mercy. Izzio starts releasing her energy and Wilson is shocked to see it. The voice warns, if mana usage is detected, you will be shot immediately. Wilson tells the master, stop, you need to take a look at this. The master asks, what are you doing, Wilson? Wilson shows the master, there's a 100% chance of losing the battle. The master thinks that Wilson gave the warning, which means that she is extremely strong. Yuram tells Izzio to stop and says, they must have realized by now that they can't win against them. Izzio asks, is she going to keep hiding from them? Yuram replies, we can solve this by talking while just looking at each other like this. A girl enters the room and tells Yuram to wait. Izzio is surprised to see that she has blonde hair. Yuram activates the skill of analysis and sees that her name is Rasha and that she is 23 years old. Rasha is an E-grade human and a mechanical engineer. Izzio asks, what is her name? Rasha tells Izzio her name. Yuram says, it's nice to meet you. Rasha responds, it's nice to meet you too. Yuram asks, why are you using honorifics? Rasha asks, is that how you show respect to someone in Korea? Wilson says, the master's heart rate is extremely high due to fear. A breathing technique is recommended. Yuram moves his hand and Rasha starts screaming, I don't want to die. Yuram activates the skill of mental care and Rasha calms down. Wilson says, master's heartbreak is back to normal. Thank the great man. Yuram asks, are you okay? Rasha replies, I'm fine. Yuram then asks, can we talk somewhere? Wilson responds, I will guide you to the reception room. Everyone starts following Wilson. After a while, they begin their conversation in the reception room. Yuram asks, is your father a mechanical engineering professor in Russia? Rasha replies, yes, that's correct. Io adds, we're the same age. Why are you in Korea? Rasha answers, I came here to study. Yuram asks, then why are you at this factory? Rasha explains, I came here to intern, but I got stuck because of the zombies. Yuram notices the food Rasha has stored. Yuram says, you might be living in a sufficient environment, but people can't survive without civilization. Rasha asks, is the Humanity Union real? Yuram replies, you can see for yourself in the video. Rasha watches the video and says, I thought it was edited, but it is real. Yuram tells her that the Moving Fortress project is 100% real, and that is why they need her help. Yuram asks, can you make a robot with great intelligence like Wilson? Rasha replies, Wilson was created by chance. She explains, I tried a lot, but I couldn't make an AI as smart as Wilson. Yuram wonders aloud, was Wilson's creation due to luck? Rasha responds, I think it would be difficult to make a robot like Wilson again. Urim reassures her, that's fine. I think it'd mean for you to create a great robot immediately. Urim then asks, is the immortal cult here? Rasha answers, yes. Wilson adds, it will show them the video. Wilson plays the video of the immortal cult and their interaction with them. Wilson says if they have anything to say, they will deliver it to the master. The person in the video speaks, I am the leader of the immortal cult, and my name is Han Sang-wook. Sang-wook continues, tell the child of God, who's currently staying in this factory, that Oracle has been granted upon her. Tell her that the leader of the great immortal cult is asking the child of God to join the immortal cult. If they join, they will obtain unimaginable strength and authority. Sang-wook says, this is a great opportunity given by the immortal God. He adds, I will give her a few days to think about it. Sang-wook warns she will receive divine punishment if she refuses the offer. Urim thinks the immortal cult has already reached Chongqing province. Urim tells Rasha, I will protect you, so you should help the Humanity Union. Rasha remains silent. Urim tells her, even if you refuse, we will not harm you. Wilson asks Urim, do you also have preserved foods there? Urim replies, we have special dishes from a chef and a lot of vegetables are being distributed these days. Rasha is excited to hear that. Yam says, we have an Awakener with a skill related to farming. Wilson tells the master, this is your chance to eat as many fresh vegetables as you want, not just tuna and instant rice. Rasha tells Urim that she will be in his care. Urim responds, saying that she will never regret her decision. He adds that they should go now. Rasha says she will go get the core components of the robots, except for Wilson. So please wait here for a while, she tells him. After some time, they arrive outside the factory, but the immortal cult appears. One of it asks, where are you going in such a hurry? Urim wonders, were they spying on us? He activates his analysis skill and sees that Sang-wook is 61 years old, a type of zombie. Sang-wook is very hostile, and his followers are human-type zombies. Urim wonders to himself, are they humans or zombies? Sang-wook, with a menacing tone, asks Rasha, how dare you refuse the oracle? Rasha hides behind Urim and firmly tells them, go away. Sang-wook orders, come with me, or your friends will die. Urim glares at the immortal cult and coldly tells them, get lost. Sang-wook is shocked by his response. Urim then asks, do you have a problem hearing me? Sang-wook, still furious, retorts, how dare you offend the mortal cult? And he says that they are so arrogant. The immortal cult brings out their weapons, and Sang-wook orders them to kill them and take Rasha alive. The immortal cult starts running toward Urim. Urim tells Izzio they are zombies, so we can just kill them. Izzio is happy to hear that. There's no need for me to hold back, she says. Then, Izzio jumps and kicks an immortal in the head. The mask falls off, revealing a zombie underneath. The zombie attacks Izzio with a weapon, but Hio swiftly avoids the strike. The zombie starts bleeding from its neck. Izzio, with a grin, says, I want to see if they can still move if I tear them apart. She begins chopping the zombies with her bare hands. The immortal cult moves to capture Rasha, who hides behind Urim in fear. Wilson, with a mechanical wear, says, battle mode activated. Numerous robotic arms extend from Wilson. He stabs zombies and lifts them into the air. Wilson's arms turn into machine guns. I will give them death for inflicting harm on the master, he declares. Wilson starts shooting at the zombies. Sang-wook asks, how dare they ignore the oracle? He adds, they will be punished. Sang-wook declares, I will make a sacrifice to the great immortal god. Lend this servant strength. The system notifies Urim. The sacrificial ceremony will start now. An unidentified character feels a weak sense of satisfaction. Urim thinks it's the same special character I saw on the route. Energy begins to leave the bodies of the zombies. A person collapses to the ground and says, kill me, Urim. Urim tries to heal him using her medical skill, but the system notifies her it is not possible to cure him. Sang-wook creates a ball of energy and says, this is for the great immortal. Sang-wook eats the ball of energy and begins transforming into a monster. He turns into a hideous creature. Sang-wook leaps toward Izzio and attacks her. Izzio appears from behind and says, I am here. Izzio punches Sang-wook and he starts screaming at her. Sang-wook stabs himself in the back and rips out his backbone. He then begins attacking Izzio with the spine, but she skillfully avoids the strikes. Izzio jumps into the air and kicks Sang-wook in the head. Blood pours from his wound and he collapses to the ground. Izzio relentlessly punches him. After some time, she stops. Sang-wook, struggling to breathe, says, you will regret this. Without hesitation, Izzio crushes him with her feet. Sang-wook is defeated. Urim watches his thoughts racing. This is definitely the man from my nightmares, he thinks, but it's even more gruesome than he expected. Urim turns to Izzio. You did good work, he says. Izzio asks, are all the men in that cult like this? Urim nods. That might be the case, but we should head back first. We need to let the Gamers Union know about this news too, Yerim adds. Sometime later, they return to the village. Rasha eagerly digs into the food. Tears well up in her eyes, and she says, "This is delicious." Rasha jumps onto the bed, grinning. "I never thought I could be this happy." Wilson looks at Rasha with a serious expression. "You need to prove how useful you are at times like this. That way, they will think that she is more important, just like Wilson." Rasha says, "I will listen to the advice and become Yerim's Wilson." Yerim explains everything to Mugdjul. He says monsters who are pretending to be humans, all kinds of beings, are appearing now. Mugdjul asks, "Is the immortal cult moving to Chongqing?" Yerim replies, "Yes, and the ones I faced were the advanced units. They will arrive in Chongqing sooner or later." Mugdjul asks, "When are we starting?" Yerim says, "Once the unit arrives in Chongqing, we will push on both sides." Mugdjul responds, "We should combine our strengths for this." Yerim shakes his head and says, "Agreed." Meanwhile, Ayaladu Naju Mong Ho is praying inside the building in front of the root. He says, "I offer my prayers once again to the immortal god." The root starts swinging. Mong Ho tells his subordinates, "Summon everyone." After a while, everyone enters the room and asks, "Did you summon us?" Mong Ho says, "God stated that a servant of evil had been interrupted. A person says that they should take care of them right now and asked who they are." Mong Ho responds, "God wants you to find that out on your own." Mong Ho then asks, "How many immortal armies are ready?" His subordinate replies, "We have trained up to 10,000 men because of the reorganization of Zhongsang, and we are now strengthening the army." Mong Ho nods and says the repairs are also finished. It is time to accept the will of God. A magic circle appears. Mong Ho looks at it and declares, "It is time for us to advance. The great army must prepare for battle." Everyone bows and responds, "We accept the order." Yomo starts smiling and says, "This faithful servant will soon be with the immortal." Yerim is looking out the window when Kim comes running in. Kim quickly tells Yerim, "We are in Junction." Yerim asks, "How many are there?" Kim replies, 7,000. Kim places the map on the table and continues. They are attacking in 4 directions. The people called squad leaders are leading the attack forces. Kim pauses and adds, "I can't believe they've arrived at 40% of Chungking. They are moving extremely fast." Kim says a few squads are holding them, but I don't think they will last long. Yerim thinks for a moment and says, "If there are 7,000 people in the population, then Chongqing will be destroyed soon." Yerim calls Mukil and says the immortal cult has started to move. Mukil listens intently from the barracks of the Gamers Union, then replies, "Leave the western area for us." Yerim nods and responds, "We'll take care of the east. Be careful though, squad leaders aren't easy to deal with." Mukil sighs and says, "It's been a long time since I warmed up my body properly." "I wish you good luck," Yerim says before hanging up. Yerim turns to Kim and orders, "Start preparing the army for war." The soldiers spring into action, beginning their preparations. Tupel, shouting commands, says, "Move quickly, this is war." Yerim looks at Iso and says, "Watch after the army." Iso responds, "I won't let a single person die." Yerim gets on his bike, announcing the entire military will now leave. A large convoy begins to leave the village. After some time, the fighting between soldiers and zombies rages on. A person shouts, "We will make our way today for the sake of the great immortal." The battle continues deep within the forest. Outside, there is a camp belonging to the immortal cult. Immortal squad leader Han Nan sits calmly, her gaze sharp. She turns to the 7th leader and asks, "What's the situation?" He responds, "The people guarding the mountains are strong. They just need a bit more time." Nan's eyes narrow. Without a word, she raises her hand and begins choking him. The 7th leader is lifted into the air, struggling for breath. Nan coldly remarks, "You told me the same thing yesterday." The 7th leader starts crying, pleading, "I'm sorry." With a sudden motion, he falls to the ground. Nan stands, her expression harsh. "You can't even kill bugs properly," she says. "I'll have to do it myself." Outside, Nan arrives and unleashes a mighty tornado with her powers. The soldiers look on, stunned. One of them shouts, "What is that?" As the tornado roars, everyone is sucked into its violent winds. One soldier yells to his subordinate, "Kill that witch." Bullets start flying toward Nan. She looks unamused, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Did you call me a witch?" she asks. "How disappointing." Niven says he should have called her a beauty. Nan stops the bullets in the air using her powers. The soldiers are shocked to see that. Niven asks, "Should I give them a present?" The bullets start turning towards the soldiers. After a while, all the soldiers are defeated. A soldier rushes towards Neon and tells her, "Die." Neon says, "I'm surprised by a bug." Nan asks, "Do you know what game I like the most?" The blade is about to pierce her, but suddenly it stops. The soldier thinks that he can't move his body at all. Nan tells him, "I like playing with dolls." The soldier turns around and starts running towards his comrades. He tells them, "My body is moving on its own." The soldier swings his sword at his subordinates. Neon says, "We should be avoiding these attacks." Nan uses her ability, and the soldier kills his subordinate. Neon asks the soldier, "Is it easier to move now?" The soldier starts crying, "I killed my own soldier." Everyone starts running away from the soldier. Neon starts smiling. "This is fun," she says. After a while, the dead bodies of some soldiers lie on the ground. The other soldiers at the same time begin running for their lives. Nan asks, why didn't they take so much time dealing with these weak people? Her subordinates apologize to her. "Work harder from now on," Nan tells them. The immortal cult members thank her. "Thanks to you, we've made our way in." Another one says, "Chongqing will soon fall into the hands of the immortal cult." At that moment, a huge blast erupts, and the immortal cult members are blown away. Nan looks back and sees that an army has arrived. A soldier orders, "Prepare for battle." The immortal cult members draw their weapons. The fight begins, and the soldiers start killing the immortal cult members. Nevan asks, "What's wrong with these people?" She frowns. "They're so annoying." Nan snaps her fingers, and the tornado appears again. The soldiers, terrified, stare at it. But Yam strikes his chain at the tornado, and the tornado disappears. Yerim enters the fight. Nan looks at Yerim and says, "This is interesting." Yerim wonders, is she an archbishop? Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that Nan is 28 years old. She uses telekinesis. Yerim thinks she's an awakened mutant, which is insane. Yerim tells his soldiers, "Proceed as planned. I will leave the cult leaders and members to you." Yerim asks Neon, "Are you an archbishop?" Nan replies, "You are so mean. Who are you?" Yerim responds, "I am the leader of the Humanity Union." Nan asks, "Why are you here from Gangwondu?" Yerim tells her, "We are here to punish the immortal cult." Nan starts laughing maniacally. She tells Yerim, "You look very skilled." Nan continues, "I will give you one chance to control your rudeness. Join the immortal cult." Yerim activates the blue flame dragon. Nan says, "You're annoying. I will kill you in one way." Nan says they will play now, tearing off the limbs of the bugs. Yerim asks, "What is that?" Nan replies, "I will show you." A dark smoke appears around Yerim. Neon says, "I will tie him like this with my telekinesis and tear his arms and legs apart." Yerim responds, "You say a lot of disgusting things." Nan asks, "What did you say?" Yerim asks, "Do you have any last words?" Nan tells Yerim, "You don't understand the situation you're in." Yerim activates raining and says, 100 manpower. Yerim begins releasing a huge amount of energy. Neon is shocked to see that. Yerim jumps into the air and activates acoustic. Neon attacks using her telekinesis. Yerim punches Neon. She thinks her telekinesis isn't working. Yerim destroys her hands with his punch. Yerim jumps backward, and Neon starts regenerating her hands. Neon tells Yerim, "Die." Nan grabs his hands using her telekinesis and starts pulling them apart. Yerim begins exerting more force to break free. Nevan thinks that she was able to withstand his telekinetic power. Yerim breaks free and jumps toward Neon. He grabs her by the throat and lifts her into the air. Neon attacks him again, but he blocks the strike. Yerim coldly tells her, "Die." The immortal cult members whisper, "It's over for us once the irregularity is activated. We need to hurry and stop him." Iso kicks them away and asks, "Where do you think you're going?" Yerim considers, "She's not dead, even though I twisted her neck." Yerim growls, "If she wants to tear my arms and legs apart, I'll do the same to her." He begins tearing her arms and legs, but she starts to regenerate once more. Yerim thinks she keeps regenerating again and again. He punches her relentlessly, over and over. Neon glares at Yerim and says, "I will definitely kill you." The system notifies Yerim. The sacrificial ceremony has begun. The immortal cult members begin losing their energy. They mutter, "The ceremony is starting." Nevan starts absorbing the energy from the immortal cult members. Yam gets pushed back. Yerim looks ahead and sees a cocoon in front of him. The soldiers ask, "What is this?" The cocoon opens up and Neon emerges in her transformed form. Nan starts flying using her wings. Yerim says, "She's alive after all." Neon replies, "That's why we're called the immortal cult." Nan uses her powers on the soldiers and they say, "We can't move our bodies." Dupel exclaims, "She's a monster to have this much energy." Yerim thinks she's definitely way stronger than the cult leader. Nan asks, "Shall we start the second round?" Yerim tells her, "I have a killing move too." Nan taunts, "You're bluffing." Yerim activates his concentration. The system notifies Yerim that Jojin's heavenly demon martial arts acoustics and raining have been enhanced. Unique skill synthesis has been activated. Jojin heavenly demon martial arts, C and raining C have been combined. A temporary special skill, King's Body, has been created. Yerim unleashes a powerful aura. The soldiers start moving again. Nan is shocked to see that Yurim made her energy disappear. Yurim says, I should give this a try. Nan asks, do you think you can win against the power of the immortal? Nan rushes toward Yurim and yells, die. Nan attacks Yurim with a whip and says, I will be the one to cut you into multiple pieces. The soldiers are shocked by the sight. Yurim grabs her whip with his bare hand. Nan can't believe her eyes and wonders, why is Yurim so strong? Yurim asks, is this your full strength? Yurim pushes the whip toward him, and Nan starts screaming. Nan crashes into the ground. Nan thinks the ritual definitely succeeded, but Yurim still managed to overpower me. Nan gets back up and orders her people, arise. Black smoke starts entering her subordinates, transforming them into monsters. Nan uses her ability to uproot trees. The trees and boulders begin hovering in the air. Nan orders her subordinates, kill Yurim. The monsters start running towards Yurim. Yurim says the corpses are doing a lot of things. Yurim makes a punch and declares, I will serve them death. Yurim punches and destroys everything in the path. Nan is shocked to see that the attack is coming towards her. The attack hits Nan, and she falls to the ground, her body burning. The soldiers start celebrating upon seeing that. Nan asks, how can a mere human like him be so strong? Nan jumps into the air and attacks Yurim with her whip, but Yurim disappears. Yurim reappears from behind and tells Nan, you're too slow. Nan is shocked to see that. Yurim stabs her from behind and says, let's see how long the power of immortality lasts. Yurim starts burning her, and Nuan screams in agony. Nan looks at her hands and says, my strength is diminishing. Nan starts screaming and disappears into thin air. The soldiers say, our leader has defeated the witch. Long live our leader. After the fight, Yo returns and asks Izzio about the report. Izzio tells him some are slightly injured, but she died even before he could warm up. At the same time, the soldier informs Yurim we received news from the Gamers Union. Yurim glances at the note and Mukil adds, there's an archbishop on the west side. I'll go ahead and pop this guy's head. Yurim thinks to himself that Mukil might actually be able to defeat the archbishop with his skills. He turns to the soldiers and says, we'll move to the next district. Meanwhile, another archbishop leads his subordinates in the fight. A person rushes over and tells the archbishop an urgent message from the cult leader has arrived. The messenger continues, Archbishop Han Nun has been exterminated. The archbishop is stunned by the news and wonders aloud, who killed her? He orders his subordinates, turn around. Just then, Mukil arrives and asks, did you notice that quickly? The archbishop looks at him and asks, who are you? Mukil responds, there's no need to know my name. Without hesitation, Mukil punches the archbishop in the face. He continues to strike the archbishop repeatedly. Everyone is stunned by what they see. Some people suggest they should try to save the archbishop. The Hammer Gang members arrive and begin clashing with the immoral cult followers. Himshin declares anyone who dares touch our leader will face serious consequences. The immortal cult responds, this is war. Eliminate all those who oppose us. Meanwhile, Yurim is moving quickly with his convoy. Yurim receives a report that the archbishop is nearby, fleeing the area, having abandoned his men. Yurim wonders, have they already heard the news? Yurim tells Dupel, take command of this group, we'll go ahead. He then turns to Iso and says, hold on tight, I'm activating maximum speed. Yurim accelerates, racing to intercept the archbishop. After a short time, Yurim spots the vehicle and says, there he is. Yurim activates his special explosion ability. The chain breaks free and strikes the truck. There's a massive explosion and the chain returns to Yurim. The archbishop steps out of the vehicle. His subordinate urgently says, we must leave now. A cult member steps forward and says, I'll stop them. Izzio kills him instantly and asks how he will stop them. The archbishop thinks that they're surprisingly fast, but they shouldn't have been able to kill Han. He looks at Yurim and realizes that he is the real deal. Yurim activates his analytical skills and sees that his name is Sunwook and he's a new mutant inspector. Sunwook takes off the hood and asks, are you the one who killed Mion? Yurim replies, what if I did? Sunwook pulls out his knives and grins. This is going to be fun. He tells Yurim, I want to see your skill. Sunwook disappears in an instant, reappearing behind Yurim. Yurim glares at him, shocked to see that he could still track Sunwook's movement. With a swift motion, Yurim pushes Sunwook back with his arm. Sunwook falls to the ground and Yurim turns to Izzio. There's no need for you to step into the fight. Sunwook, getting up, mutters, I was wondering why Nan was defeated by you. Now I know the reason. The immortal cult members look to the archbishop, asking, are you okay? Sunwook, breathing heavily, responds, I was in a tricky situation. But they arrived on time. Sunwook tells them to become his meal. The immortal cult members start losing their energy. Sunwook begins the offering ceremony and starts absorbing their powers. Sunwook transforms and says, "Thanks to your sacrifice, I can taste this ultimate power." He continues, "I will be generous enough to give Yuram a quick and easy death." Yuram starts laughing. What is this? Sunwook attacks Yuram again from behind. Yuram punches him and Sunwook falls to the ground again. Sunwook gets up, thinking my speed should have definitely increased. He tells Yuram, "Now I will show you the true strength of my power." Sunwook starts sending flying slashes toward Yuram. Yuram activates Jojin's heavenly demon martial arts in the second form and attacks using the fierce tiger chaos dance. Sunwook shouts, "This can't be happening." His armor gets blown away, leaving only the skeleton behind. Yuram grabs the skeleton by the throat. Sunwook gasps, "How can a mere human have such great power?" Yuram tells him life is unfair. The guy who calls himself a cult leader will follow soon too. Sunwook responds, "A guy like him is nothing compared to the cult leader. I'm looking forward to seeing Yuram become a fellow traveling companion soon." Yuram crushes the skeleton and the skull falls to the ground. He steps on it with his feet, crushing it further. Yuram starts smiling and asks, "What are you saying?" Sometime later, Yuram meets with Mukil and says, "You worked hard." Mukil replies, "I didn't do much, but I heard you caught 2 of them." Yuram responds, "It was just luck." Mukil sighs, "It's a shame. I caught one guy and raced to catch the next, but they had already run away." Yuram reassures him, "Even catching one is enough." Mukil then says, "I think Chongqing is protected well enough. Are you planning an attack?" Yuram replies, "If we leave the immortal cult alone, they'll become a prickling thorn to us. We should take this opportunity to uproot them." Mukil agrees, "I feel the same way." Mukil tells Yuram that he is going to rip the throat of the cult leader. Yuram thinks for a moment, then replies, "If we unite with the gamers, hunting the cult leader will become much easier." He pauses, then adds, "We should divide our teams, get rid of the immortal cult's influence, and head out right away." Mukil nods, "I like the way you think. Let's go, right now." In Kung Sango, Rasha turns to Wilson. "It's time to test the new functions," she says. Wilson responds, "We're launching the incinerator on the master's orders." With a fierce grin, Wilson unleashes a fiery attack. The immortal cult members scream in agony. The spider robots, cold and mechanical, announce, "We will eliminate the enemy." Tupal, observing the chaos, mutters, "I thought they'd be weak, but they're powerful." Rasha, standing tall, smiles, "I'm a girl who steps up when needed." Tupal, feeling the pressure, says, "Then I should step up as well." He turns to his men, barking orders, "Sweep them out." His soldiers charge, attacking the monsters. An immortal cult member shouts, "Kill them!" The monsters begin to scream in terror. Rasha looks at Wilson, "Transform." Wilson nods and leaps toward a spider robot. As he lands, their bodies start to merge, attaching together in a symbiotic bond. Wilson transforms into a large robot. Duple looks at him and says, "That's a nice form." Wilson replies, "The 2-armed car form is cool too." Suddenly, the monster starts running toward them. Meanwhile, the cult leader is furious as he hears that they are losing the battle. He growls in anger, 3 archbishops and 5,000 men have already died. A cult member nervously informs him the non-believers are too strong. The cult leader seethes with rage, "I'll kill Yuram for this." Another cult member arrives and says urgently, "Bad news, leader." The cult leader frowns and demands, "What is it now?" The cult member reports 2 unionized teams have started attacking Kung Sango. 10 bishops have already fallen. The cult leader is shocked, his eyes widening. "What?" "No." The cult member continues that the believers are fighting back, but they're too strong. If this continues, even the artisan village will fall. The cult leader pauses, deep in thought. If the artisan village falls, the immortal army is finished. He clenches his fists. "We have no choice. We must give up Congo. Get as many artisans out of there as possible," the cult leader orders. The cult members exchange shocked looks. One of them hesitantly asks, "Are you planning on killing all of the artisans from the village?" Another member speaks up, "But we have to perform the ceremony at least half a year later." The cult leader's expression hardens. "If we want to defeat the devils, then this is the only way forward." "Make it work," he commands. "We will follow the orders," the cult member replies, nodding in agreement. The cult leader steps into a room, his mind racing. Who could have predicted we'd have to perform the ceremony so soon? He mutters to himself. He pauses, then continues, "If I gather all the artisans to me, 2 things could happen. I'll either go mad and become the monster, or I'll get 1 step closer to becoming a great person." He lowers his head and with a pleading tone says, "Great person, show charity towards me." A magic circle suddenly appears beneath his feet. The manhwa's voice echoes, "I will crush them under my feet." Meanwhile, some time passes and Yuram arrives outside a building. This is where the penance room should be, he says quietly, scanning the area. Yuram's mind flashes back to Kim's words, the memory clear in his mind. This is the place where those who are kidnapped are kept. Yerim looks at the green liquid on the wall and activates the skill of analysis. Yerim sees that this fragment absorbs the life force out of people. He wonders if this is also related to the route. He thinks to himself that he will have to make a ruckus. Some cult members are guarding the door on the roof of the building. Yerim jumps towards them and attacks one person. He punches the other two. They fall to the ground. Yerim starts walking towards the door. Inside the room, there are numerous people, and the green substance is absorbing their life force. A person says, "We're going to die like this." Some cult members enter the room. The person asks for forgiveness for not believing in the immoral and says, "Let us go." The cult member asks, "Are you repenting already?" The person replies, "From now on, I will only believe in the leader." The cult member smiles and says, "You're not that useless." He continues, "I'll give the three of you a chance to escape the penance room and become a leader like him." They think that if they refuse, they will be sucked to death. The three of them say that they will accept the offer of becoming the leader. The cult member tells them to come with him. He says that they made the right choice. The rest will get their lives sucked out of them, the cult member adds. Then he closes the door. The people think that they are crazy. They wonder if the others are going to die. The cult member announces, "We will now perform a ceremony for you to become bishops." Suddenly, he hears a voice. "Who's there?" he asks. Yerim steps forward and asks, "What are you up to?" The cult member eyes him suspiciously. "Are you one of the rebels?" he asks. "If you repent, that will be great." Yerim doesn't hesitate. He kills the cult member with his chain. Yerim swings his chain and kills the other cult members too. Yerim looks around and says, "I am from the Humanity Union, and I am here to save you all." A person asks, "Is that true?" Yerim nods. "We should escape together," he says. Everyone thanks Yerim. Yerim activates the skill of mental care and begins treating them. Yerim says that they should leave and that he will come back to save everyone else. Everyone is happy and in tears to leave the facility. Yerim looks at the green substance and thinks that, since the rescue is complete, he needs to get rid of this detestable thing. Yerim starts swinging his chain. He strikes the chain at the building and cuts the building in half. The green substance falls to the ground and it tells Yerim that it remembers him. Yerim says, "I will kill you all soon, so just wait." Yerim crushes the substance under his feet. Yerim destroys the so-called penance room and rescues everyone who was trapped inside, but he couldn't save those who were already on the brink of death. Mochiel asks, "How many corpses are we seeing today?" Yerim tells him to calm down and says, "This isn't a situation that can be solved by getting mad." Mochiel says, "You're right. I don't have the right to get mad in this situation." Mochiel puts the cigarette in his mouth and says, "I can't stop myself from smoking on a day like this." Mochiel thanks Yerim, and Yerim asks for what? Mochiel says, "If it weren't for me, I wouldn't even be aware of what these crazy people are up to, and I wouldn't even care." Yerim tells him, "I tried to recover the soul." Mochiel replies, "You would have gotten yourself killed when the zombies came up." Yerim says, "Even if I retreated, I think I still would have left with the heads of at least 3 bishops. Mochiel comments, "I would have felt bad, thinking that I should have seen that cult leader's face." Mochiel grabs Yerim and says, "We should talk about that strategy. Starting from Kumsengo, we can slowly support our forces." Mochiel tells Yerim, "I can't do it like that. I want to smash the cult leader's head right now." Yerim says, "My colleague at the headquarters in Galato said there's a variant spreading in a rise of believers right now." Yerim asked Mochiel, "Are you prepared to handle it?" Mochiel responds, "Instead of slowly building our forces, let's just finish it all at once." Yerim says, "We should go together then." Mochiel asks, "Are you not going to stop me?" Yerim replies, "I wouldn't have." But they still don't know how powerful that leader truly is. Yerim says he doesn't feel like waiting any longer and is visibly upset. Yerim replies that this isn't something he can let Yerim handle alone. Mochiel laughs and says Yerim is a good person and someone he can always rely on. Yam activates the teleportation skill, and the system notifies him that all transfer requirements have been met. The system then asks if he would like to acquire the giant transformation skill. Meanwhile, thousands of creatures begin gathering in Nanyu City Gelato. Among them are massive mutated beings, strange hybrids, and even mutated elephants. A person informs the leader that the preparations to confront the dark forces have been completed. Mongho says they should be arriving any moment now. At the same time, the convoy reaches the city. Yerim activates his analysis skill and sees that Mongo follows an unusual faith and is showing signs of extreme hostility. Mongho says, "I offered this gift to the eternal being." A voice replies that immortality shall be granted. Suddenly, life energy begins to drain from the members of the mysterious group. An archbishop starts laughing and says, "The great immortal has spoken." Mongho transforms into a huge monster and says, "I have acknowledged my devotion." The voice tells him, "Kill anyone who gets in the way of our plan." Mongo replies, "I will gladly accept the order." Manhwa says, "This is the power of God." Manhwa starts laughing and says, "What we once thought was a distant dream has finally happened." Manhwa says, with the completion of the ceremony, they have no chance of winning. Yonho tells Yuram, "If it weren't for you, this ceremony wouldn't be complete for another half year." Manhwa says, "Since this is the result of your provocation, you should be allowed to offer a chance as a reward." Manhwa tells Yuram, "Join the immortal cult." Izzio asks, "So you can use and then discard us like those dead guys over there?" Manhwa replies, "The immortal god never turns his back on his believers." Manhwa puts the life force back into the monsters. Manhwa tells the monsters, "Arise." The monsters start getting back up. Manhwa says that for the sake of achieving perfect immortality, their deaths were merely temporary. Manhwa tells everyone to worship the immortal god. The monsters start worshiping the immortal god. Izzio says, "It is a sight." Manhwa replies, "This is your last chance to join us." Hinchin tells the cult leader, "Go to hell," and shows him the finger. Manhwa is annoyed to see that. The Gamers Union starts making fun of Manhwa. Manhwa is furious to see that. Manhwa points his finger at Hinchin and attacks him. Yuram jumps in front of Hinchin and blocks the attack. Manhwa asks, "Is he your leader?" Yuram replies, "My answer is the same as Hinchin's." Manhwa orders his army, "Get rid of them." The monsters start screaming. Duple says it's time to show them the power of the Humanity Union. Russia tells Wilson, "It is war." Wilson activates conjoined mode and tells the spiders, "Follow me." Duple says, "We should go." The monsters are running towards Yuram and his army. The Hammer Gang attacks using their vehicles. The spider robots also start attacking the monsters. A giant mutant zombie charges at one of the spider robots. Manhwa watches, thinking that they can struggle all they want. Muchil, Yuram, and Izzio join the fight, moving in sync toward their target. Manhwa says the immortal cult is a beautiful journey that starts with death. Muchil gets furious, his face twisting with anger. "What are you saying?" he demands. Muchil, Yuram, and Izzio move closer to Manhwa, ready for confrontation. Manhwa attacks, his voice cold. It is time to provide guidance to the sheep. Yuram is about to be struck, but Muchil intervenes, punching the attack out of the air, destroying it. Some strange substance falls to the ground. Smoke starts rising from it, swirling into the air. The system notifies Yuram that he has inhaled the smoke of death and his life force is being drained. Izzio's voice is faint. "I'm losing my strength." Manhwa smiles darkly. "Welcome to the show." Muchil starts bleeding from his nose, but he grits his teeth, unfazed. He leaps into the air, his voice defiant. "If you want to stop me, you'll need to do better than that." Muchil smashes his hands down toward Manhwa, but Manhwa blocks the attack with ease. Manhwa tells Muchil, "You look like a gorilla." Muchil responds, "I look better than you." Al suddenly jumps towards Manhwa and kicks him. Yuram swings his chain and attacks Manhwa. Muchil punches Manhwa in the face. The three of them start attacking Manhwa simultaneously. Manhwa is injured by their attacks. He starts laughing and asks, "Is this all you've got?" Muchil, confused, asks, "What are you talking about?" "You're almost done." Manhwa grins, "I'm bluffing right now." He pauses, then declares, "I'll show you the power of the god." Manhwa recovers instantly and adds, "This is the immortal cult's life force." Muchil jumps in the air again to attack Manhwa. Manhwa punches him and says, "Listen when I'm talking to you." Muchil crashes to the ground. Yuram begins running toward him, concerned. "Are you okay?" Muchil weakly replies, "Manhwa is way stronger than me now." Manhwa laughs loudly. "The longer I stand, the stronger I get, and the more you weaken in the smoke of death." Manhwa says that it is time to end things. Yuram agrees, saying that he is right. Yuram activates the special skill. The system notifies him that Jojin's Heavenly Demon Martial Arts Giant Transformation and Jojin Ranger have been strengthened. Special skill synthesis has been initiated. Jojin's Heavenly Demon Martial Arts and Rainer have been combined. A temporary special skill, the Royal Physique, has been created. Yuram starts releasing an insane amount of energy. Manhwa glares at Yum. Yum says we should see if he's immortal or not. Yuram thinks if they keep hitting him, he's bound to go down. Yum activates a giant transformation. Manhwa observes his body is getting bigger. How is he using the same skill as a gorilla? Manhwa exclaims, "This is impossible." Yuram punches him in the face and begins attacking relentlessly. Manhwa strikes back, but Yuram blocks the attack with his hand. Manhwa thinks he's not even flinching. Yuram says, "God's power is a lot weaker than I expected." Manhwa says that he is just getting started. Yuram punches him again and he is blown away. Manhwa wonders how he has this much power while affected by the smoke of death. He orders the monsters to protect him. Mukil tackles the monsters and crushes them all. The monsters start getting back up again. Mukil is shocked to see that they are resurrecting as smaller monsters. Izzio jumps in the air and activates Jojin, the heavenly demon martial arts first form. Ice uses the skill of Jojin's Rainer and crushes the monsters. Mokil and Izzio tell Yerim that they will take care of them, so he should focus on Manhwa. Yerim nods in approval. Manhwa declares that he will kill them all once and for all. A large magic circle appears on the ground. Manhwa says those resisting God will face their brutal end. Manhwa opens his mouth. Yerim wonders if he is going to use his breath. Manhwa attacks Yerim using his breath. Yerim can't see things clearly. Manhwa tells Yerim that he is a formidable opponent, but that their battle ends here. He then tells Yerim to prepare for the breath of destruction. Yerim can't see anything. Yerim looks upward and sees a massive eye watching him from above. The eye tells Yerim that they will meet again. Yerim activates his special explosion skill, and a chain attack strikes toward the eye. The system notifies Yerim that his life force is being drained. Yerim is on the verge of losing consciousness, but the system alerts him that his royal physique is actively resisting the effect. Suddenly, a large spirit appears behind Yerim, and Yerim begins to recover. The creature asks how he's recovering so quickly and questions his true identity. A voice replies, "I am Yanji, remember that name well." The monster snarls and asks, "Do you really think I'll let you go so easily?" The spirit delivers a powerful strike directly to the eye. The system that notifies Yerim that he has fully mastered Josian's heavenly demon martial arts, and his understanding of the technique has reached its maximum level. The eye begins to bleed, and the creature writhes in pain. The chain starts returning to Yerim. Manhwa begins laughing and says, "I must have encountered God by now." He adds, "I set up the stage perfectly for him. These kids won't live long." Mukil and Izzio are surrounded by monsters. A giant snake is about to eat Dupal. The Gamers Union is battling the immortal cult members. Manhwa starts walking toward Himchin. He suddenly begins choking Himchin, and everyone is shocked to witness it. Manhwa lifts him up and asks, "Do you still have the same opinion about me?" Himchin, with tears in his eyes, defiantly shows him the finger. Manhwa sneers, "I'll tear your limbs apart and kill you." He continues, "First, I'll gouge your eyes out." Suddenly, Manhwa senses a powerful presence. He thinks to himself, "This is impossible." Yerim calls out to Manhwa. Manhwa asks, "How did you escape that place?" Yerim commands, "Let him go immediately." Manhwa warns, "If you come any closer, I'll kill you." At that moment, Manhwa's arm is severed. Young grabs Himchin and brings him down safely. Manhwa starts screaming in pain. Genshin is shocked to see Yerim. Yerim says, "You did well." Yerim adds, "Since we all worked hard, I'm going to crush that guy." Manhwa asks, "Why am I not regenerating?" Yerim replies, "It's time for your punishment." Yerim takes his stance, thinking the perfect martial arts will destroy everything. Yerim delivers a strong punch to Manhwa. Manhwa's stomach is destroyed by the attack, and all the monsters start losing their energy. Manhwa falls to the ground. Himchin asks, "Is he dead?" A lightning bolt strikes the sky. Manhwa mutters, "The servant is here." The lightning blast strikes Manhwa. The system notifies Yerim that the high priest has descended. Yerim thinks, "I almost got caught by a mere eyeball, and if that wasn't enough, that monster is coming here right now." Manhwa coughs and says, "I can hear his voice." Dark smoke emerges from the sky. It grabs Manhwa and lifts him into the air. Izzio asks Yerim, "What is happening?" Yerim replies, "It seems like the immortal cult's god has appeared." Io asks, "Can he face him?" Yerim responds, "It's not a real god, but it's probably strong enough that it'll be hard for him to face." Yerim wonders, "Should I just run away?" The system notifies Yerim. An unknown entity is currently descending. Its current form cannot perform a full activity in this timeline. Modifications have begun. Suddenly, Manhwa is trapped in chains. Lightning flashes across the sky. Manhwa begins transforming back into his human form. After a while, he collapses to the ground. Manhwa gets up and says, "The system will not stop interfering." Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that he is a descended high priest. Manhwa, now naked, tells Yerim, "Become part of my family." Yerim asks, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Manhwa replies, "I've seen your potential. If we work together, we can change many things." Yerim asks, "Why would he work for a monster like him?" Manhwa asks, "Do you think of me as a villain?" Io asks, "Should we think of you as an angel?" Manhwa spreads white wings and says, "I am not an angel, but I can make angelic offers." Manhwa asks, "Don't you want to take revenge on the one who caused all this?" Yerim asks, "Who caused this?" Manhwa replies, "I am a victim, just like you." Manhwa tells Yerim, "I am a wanderer whose hometown was burned down." He tells Yuram there is a beautiful plant called camel. There, humans were blessed with mana, and using that blessing, a radiant civilization flourished. A priest tells his subordinates, bow to the Holy Empire's guardian deities. He tells Yuram, my name is Eststeros. Yuram wonders, is this monster a guardian deity from another planet? Eststeros tells Yuram 10,000 years of peace ended over something that happened one morning. There was a huge fire. The priest starts running through the castle. A soldier tells him, please run away. A few zombies start attacking the soldier. The priest falls to the ground and is surrounded by zombies. The zombies begin to attack the priest. The priest looks up and cries out, guardian deity, do not abandon us. Meanwhile, Eststeros is busy fighting someone in the forest. The person facing him says, I haven't been able to move since the invasion started. Eststeros narrows his eyes, confused. The person continues, under normal circumstances, the system would have prevented us from setting foot on this planet. But since I'm strong enough, I can get a penalty. Eststeros asks, who are you? The person smirks. I am an invader, the leader of the army that will destroy your planet. The person pauses for a moment, then adds, you shouldn't feel too wronged. A ton of other planets are collapsing too. Eststeros frowns. Did you plant the zombies? The person nods. Yes, we planted them. They're the perfect tool for cleanup. Eststeros glares. Why are you doing this to us? The person shrugs. You'll have to ask my higher-ups for that answer. The person looks at Eststeros with a smirk. It would be a shame to kill you like this. A strange smoke begins to rise from his hand. Eststeros starts screaming, what are you doing to me? Yuram replies, I'm giving you a chance to be reborn as one of our loyal soldiers. Eststeros, filled with rage, says, after that, I lost everything. He continues, but I will grow stronger. I will get my revenge. My goal is no different than yours. Eststeros then offers, take my hand. I will give you all the support you need. Yuram, skeptical, asks, how can we trust you? You're just a puppet for them. Eststeros answers, if I become stronger, one day I'll be able to leave this body. But to do that, I need to destroy this planet as quickly as possible. Izzio, concerned, questions, what will happen to us if this planet is destroyed? Eststeros assures them, as long as you're under my protection, you will survive. Yuram speaks up, once we're safe under your protection, we want your help to destroy other planets too. Eststeros responds, the things you're trying to protect are insignificant. Make the right choice for a greater cause and to escape your doom. Eststeros smiles and says, together we can get stronger and get our revenge. Yuram asks, did Manga follow you because of that? Eststeros replies, he was a devoted follower. Thanks to him, I was able to appear in this world so quickly. Yuram nods and says, all right, looking at him in disbelief. Manga starts smiling and says, that's a great choice. Now I will share my power with you, Yuram. Yuram responds, I refuse to abandon this planet. Eststeros asks, have you fallen into the system's nonsense? Yuram says, I don't know the entire truth, but it seems like it's better than him at least. Eststeros sneers and says, the system is nothing but a small privilege humans have because they're so weak. Manga adds, the land of people who've received the blessing of mana collapsed. Yuram asks, why do you talk so much when we could just fight? Eststeros responds, those pitiful restrictions the system placed on me won't stop me. Eststeros begins releasing an insane amount of energy and transforms into a monster. Eststeros tells Yuram that he made a wrong choice. Yuram says that they will not know unless they see for sure. Machiel says that he knows a good person when he sees one. Nukiel tells Yuram that they will fight together. Machiel tells the Gamers Union to get their weapons ready. Dupel asks, is the monster their head? Dupel tells his subordinates to show the monster who the real boss is. They start firing at Eststeros. Eststeros asks, do you think the ants can win if they work together? Theo says, I will crush them all and everything they have. Eststeros smashes his foot to the ground, destroying it. Yuram, Mukiel, and Izzio jump into the air. The soldiers and vehicles start falling down. Rasha orders Wilson, save them. Wilson says, I will carry out your command. The spider robots start moving down. They begin shooting their webs to save the people. The vehicles start falling into the magma. Wilson grabs a vehicle with one hand, starts flying, and asks, are you okay? Dupel says that he owes it one. Yuram jumps in the air and starts cursing Eststeros. Eststeros replies, I am just getting started. He moves his hand and declares, I will show you divine punishment. Thunder falls from the sky and strikes the soldiers. Dupel looks up at the sky and says, it's coming. The lightning blast moves toward Dupel. The lightning blast strikes Dupel. Dupel thinks, the force of this strike is so powerful. Dupel, avoid the attack, he shouts, at all costs. Everyone begins to get hit by the lightning blast. Dupel asks, can he do this much damage with just a little swing of his hand? Eststeros starts laughing. Dupel wonders, can I win this? Eststeros tells the ants, feel despair. Urim activates the skill of analysis and sees a magic circle in the sky. Urim thinks, my power has been restricted, yet it's still limited to this extent. Urim says Mongo's power was nothing compared to this. Urim reflects, I've gotten stronger than before. Yim says, I will just follow the same attack that I remember. Urim sits down and jumps into the air toward the magic circle. He punches and shoots a strong strike towards the sky. There is a blast in the sky. Eststeros thinks his power decreased in an instant. Urim lands back on the ground. The spirit appears once again. Eststeros wonders, has Urim already mastered that power? He thinks there's no way he has that type of talent. Urim rushes towards Eststeros. Urim tells Eststeros, I will end you. He then delivers a powerful punch. A soldier says, now is our chance to attack. The tank starts shooting at Eststeros. Mukchil and Dupel begin their assault as well. Mukchil says, forgetting about us will put you in trouble. Iso jumps into the air and declares, I will show you the power of the ants. She delivers a strong kick to Eststeros. Urim lands another fierce blow on Eststeros. Eststeros thinks, I can't recover from this attack. Eststeros falls to the ground. Eststeros tells Urim that he accepts his defeat. He then adds that Urim is better than him. Urim responds, saying, it is the end for me. Eststeros assures him, we will meet again someday. He then tells Urim, I will wait for you in Seoul. Urim begins to smile and mutters, it will be my time to die. Then Urim punches Eststeros again, delivering the fatal blow. The system notifies Urim, you have slain the descended Eos. The contribution to the slaying is overwhelming. As a reward for his achievement, Urim will gain a special skill. The system continues, a special skill called Extortion has been created. When defeating a skilled user, you will be able to take a skill from them. Urim thinks to himself, this is incredible. He realizes that before, if he wanted to learn these skills, he would have had to earn the goodwill of these people. But now, things would be different. Urim nods to himself and says, this is good. Rasha suddenly hugs Urim, saying, I was scared. Urim pats her head gently and reassures her, everyone did well. Rasha looks up at him, still worried, and says, I was scared you'd be lured into joining the devil. Wilson tells Rasha that Urim would never do something like that. He expresses concern because the creature encountered an opponent beyond its abilities. Wilson asks, how powerful do you think they are? Urim replies, that's something we can worry about later. Urim then asks, is everyone all right? New Ketel responds, we're all fine. That person claimed to be some kind of god, but honestly, there was nothing too special about him. Yev informs the group, since we've made it this far south, our next objective is the provisional government on Jeju Island. Urim recalls, when I met its deputy manager before, he mentioned that Jeju Island had become the base of a group called the Immortal Cult. He also said that even the president and some top officials were connected to it. Urim thinks, now that Mongo and Eststeros have been taken down, that will definitely shift the balance on our side. At that moment, Himchin enters the room and asks, Urim, do you know someone from N? Urim asks, is someone looking for me? Himchin replies, yes. He's the deputy manager of N, and he's with an admiral. Urim is surprised to hear that. Wook and the admiral arrive to meet Urim. Urim asks, who's next to him? Wanwook says, this is Admiral Kim Naku. He's in charge of the defense squad of the Marine Corps in Jeju. Urim activates the skill of analysis and sees that Naku is a D-rank human and a commanding officer. Naku tells Urim, I've heard a lot about you. Urim shakes his hand and says, I am the leader of the Humanity Union. One person tells Urim, Jeju Island is ownerless land now. Half of the invasion of the Union Army in Galadu. There was a Republic of Korea provisional government conference at Jeju. The president asks, are you saying that the immortal cult is in danger? A person replies, if the immortal cult collapses, the holy water will be distributed. An officer says, we need to send reinforcements. The president shouts, send the military units and protect the immortality cult. A person tells the president, something strange is coming out of your head. The president starts losing his life force. Everyone at the table starts screaming, seeing that it is happening to all of them. Naku, what is happening to us? One of them cries out. One Wook brings out his gun and says, this is our opportunity to overturn the rotten ones. He turns to Naku and tells him, I will leave the military in your care. Urim asks, are the president and the government officials dead? One Wook replies, all the people who had this drug from the immortal cult, the so-called holy water, are dead. Maxu sighs with relief, saying it's a relief that I wasn't swayed by temptations. Olmok looks at Urim and says, it is thanks to you that those who were tricked by the immortal cult were able to restore Jeju. Naku looks grim and says, Jeju is not in good condition. Those government officials crazy about the immortal cult caused a disaster. He pauses and adds, it's a difficult request, but I would like to move the residents of Jeju to your union. Urim thinks for a moment, then grins. If I help them, I can easily occupy Jeju, he uses. He smiles wider and says, I'll take all the residents of Jeju and give them as much support as possible. Naku is surprised to hear that and says, it's going to cost me a lot of resources. Yoram replies, it's fine, the lives of people are more important than resources. Naku tells Yoram, I will also do my best to help because I am an Awakener. One Wuk says, I will help you too. Yoram thinks to himself that he now has 2 more Awakeners and he finds this amazing. He then says, I welcome you both to the Union. One Wuk and Nu respond and we'll do our best. The system notifies Yoram that he can learn their skills of clairvoyance and commanding. Yoram is extremely happy to see that, with Admiral Naku's help, they easily enter Jeju. Yoram provides food to everyone and successfully transports the survivors without any issues. Half a month passes. Nu addresses the soldiers saying the only thing that can save your lives is endless training. The soldiers begin running and practicing fighting exercises. Nu continues, keep an eye on the opponent's movements no matter what happens. Weapons. The system notifies Yoram that using the commanding skill activates mana to form a strong bond with colleagues. Yoram thinks that he knew it since the first time he saw this skill. Yoram says, I can't believe we're already moving like one body after just a few days. Yoram tells Naku, you were the best commander. Izzio says, I tried to instruct them too, but I wasn't as good as you. Izzio asks, where is the deputy manager? Yoram asks, can't you sense him by hearing the clairvoyant skill? Izzio asks, can you see him from far away? Yoram says, yes, but that is not all. Yoram activates the skill of clairvoyance and sees Mukil fighting the zombies in Song. Yoram says, the gamers are doing well. Yoram tells them, I can also hear their conversation. Yoram says, with Deputy Manager hand skill, he is already at the level of a satellite. I heard the reconnaissance unit is doing well. Izzio says, I thought the immortal cult hurt everyone from the government, but they didn't. That's a relief. Yoram says, because the world isn't just full of evil people. Yoram says there will be no problem if the Moving Fortress project progresses well. Iso says that it is an insane plan to carry 10,000 people. Yoram says that it has potential and it is going well. I say, even if it does work, it would be dangerous. I ask, what would happen if the fortress moved the wrong way? Yoram says that someone must operate it, maybe an AI. Io says there's no way that it is possible. Rasha arrives and tells Yoram that she finished the first draft of the Eye. Yoram says, it hasn't been 2 weeks since I ordered you to do it. Rasha says, when it comes to robots, nothing is difficult for me. Wilson says, it's a piece of cake with the help of the genius assistant Wilson. Rasha hugs Wilson and says that he is the key to their plan. Rasha says, it's time to go back to the research laboratory. Now, the spider robots are working in the laboratory. Rasha tells Wilson that it is time to show the results. Wilson activates the conversion mode. Wilson converts into the box and starts transmission. An image of Wilson appears and says, I am the Fortress AI Wilson 2. Rasha exclaims, Wilson 2 has amazing functions and potential. Am asks, what kind of functions? Rasha grabs his hand and says, rather than talking, you should see for yourself. Rasha tells Wilson, register the user. Wilson responds, enforcing the registered user is the top command authority. The system notifies Yoram, you can supervise everything in the city, everything you can think of. Yoram starts smiling and wonders, is this even possible? Yoram looks at the city on the screen and asks, what is this? Wilson replies, you can look anywhere you want in the city. Yoram asks, how? Wilson tells him, think of a place you want to see. Yoram closes his eyes and starts thinking about the Third Market District. He opens his eyes and begins hovering in the air. Yoram asks, is this teleportation? Wilson answers, it's totally different. Your mind is only taken here for a bit. Wilson asks, would you like to turn off the street light? Yoram looks at the light and it turns off. A person asks, is there a blackout? Another person replies, we have a lot of engineers, so it will be back soon. Yoram smiles as he watches this. Wilson says, I can manage everything, electricity, water, and even the defense facilities. He turns the light back on. Yoram thinks, this is a crazy function. Yoram then says, I'd like to give it one more try. Wilson responds, there's an empty residential area. He adds, we should go there. In an instant, they arrive at the 11th residential area. Yoram moves his hand and the defense operation is activated. Wilson tells Yoram, I can manage the city even when I'm outside. Yoram says, I won't have to worry about anything if zombies break in. Wilson replies, and if a fire or accident occurs, the damage will be reduced. Yoram asks, can I also manage the moving fortress once it's completed? Wilson answers, it's possible, especially while construction is in progress. It connects to the city network. Wilson tells Yoram that the progress for the moving fortress is currently at 60%. Wilson asks, would you like to check the development field? Yuram replies, I definitely want to see the construction zone. Maya's busy working on the site. Yem arrives there with Wilson. Yuram looks around and says, it's progressing well. Wilson nods and says, it's thanks to you. Yuram asks, is it going to have 8 legs? Wilson answers, yes, we used ants as a reference to optimize the balance. Yum steps forward, uses her magic, and says, let's all do our best. Everyone feels a boost in their energy. Ma lifts a leg and says, I need to put a magic stone here. A person brings numerous magic stones. The system notifies. The alloy leg, a C-rank item, was produced. The knowledge of the technician and the magic stones were utilized. It is extremely durable. Everyone starts celebrating their success. Yuram exclaims, this is awesome. Meanwhile, in Seoul, Stero arrives outside the stadium, tells his faithful servant to open his eyes. The ground starts breaking and a skeleton appears. The skeleton bows and says, this lowly knight meets the mighty man. Eststeros starts laughing. I can't believe the commander of the kingdom's holy knights is such a lowly man. It is a good joke. The skeleton replies, it is too early for me to move around. Why have you called me? Eststeros answers, there's something I need you to do. The skeleton nods, I will do whatever you command. Eststeros shows his memories of Yuram. The skeleton examines them closely, then says, he's an impressive human. I can't believe he fights like that against his majesty. Eststeros agrees he is definitely outstanding, and that's why I need him. Eststeros adds, you will be given the power to avoid the system's constraints. The skeleton warns, the loyal vessel is going to be late. If we make even the slightest mistake, we will lose to the opponent. Eststeros responds, a lot needs to be invested if we want to catch a big fish. Eststeros lands on the ground, and he tells the skeleton to destroy their base until only ashes remain. The skeleton replies, Caesar will accept the order of his majesty. Caesar says, I must receive an equal reward. He raises his sword into the air. A tornado forms in the stadium. Caesar, clad in golden armor, declares, it's hunting time. Meanwhile, Yuram looks at the report and says, this is serious. Yuram asks Wonwook, are the zombies in Soul gathering in this area? Wonwook responds, I'm certain, after watching their movements for a day. Yuram inquires about the numbers, and Wonwook replies, I'm guessing there are at least hundreds of thousands of them, or even over 1 million. Yuram wonders, is this Eststeros? He thinks to himself that he needs 1 more week to finish the moving fortress. Wonwook tells Yuram, we have 2 choices. Leave this place or stop them. Yuram answers, we can't leave. It takes too long to rebuild the base once we move. Wonwook agrees, I agree. If this is a trick by the monsters from the start, they will chase us to the end. Wonwook says they are going to lose a lot of Evakis. Yuram replies, at least we can defend this place with our defense facilities. Yuram then tells Wook, ask for support from the Gamers Union. Wonwook nods, I will. Just then, Mukchul enters the room. There's no need, he says. I've already brought all my men here. Wonwook raises an eyebrow. It hasn't been half a day since I sent the urgent message. You arrived quite fast. Mukchul responds, I ran here as soon as I heard. Yuram warns, there are an estimated 1 million monsters. Mukchul snaps, stop talking like strangers. Yuram sighs, I won't forget your kindness. Yuram continues, the Humanity Union will now enter a state of war. Prepare everyone well. 1 million monsters march and Caesar leads them. After a while, New briefs everyone about the plan. He places his stick on the map and says, the enemy has an approximate number of 1 million. They are building a siege, and we expect them to attack soon. Yang is shocked to hear that, and Rasha says, that is a lot. Yarab responds, it's true, but we can manage. All other areas except for the Soul have been restored. Their union has also become stronger. Choi adds, I agree. We have 200,000 soldiers. In terms of power, we're developing rapidly. Mukil says, the important thing is the number of casualties. New comments, we have 3,000 guards, the best in our union. Mukil counters, including my men, that makes it 4,000. This will be difficult. Park speaks up, all of our soldiers are good. Nakyu adds, they're definitely an elite force, but the problem is that the enemy is also elite. Yerim says, we only need to hang on for a week. Rashev agrees, yes, only until the moving fortress is complete. New thinks it might be possible to fight against the zombies, but powerful mutants are involved. Kim says, according to our spies, a skeleton commander is leading the army of zombies. I don't think 1 million zombies will stop even if we kill their leader. And they don't know their battle power. Izzio says they would have to go through many zombies and mutants to catch the skeleton. An all-out war is inevitable. Naku says, I have a suggestion, and Yerim tells him to go ahead. Naku says, we have enough weapons and materials, but we need more troops if we want to hold them for a week. Yoram asks, how many do they need? New says, even if we include the Awakeners, we still need 30,000 more. New continues, we need to assign as many people as we can. Yerim says, we should take in volunteers. Mukio says, if we can break through, everyone will die anyway. It's better agreeing everyone. Yerim asks, do you want to gather people who don't have any battle experience and make them fight against their will? New says, sometimes our own troops are scarier than the enemy. Many problems will arise, so it's better not to have one. Mukio says, you're right, but the problem is the number of volunteers we will get. Park says, putting their life on the line isn't easy. Many will try to avoid this, Naku says. I will think it is going to be more than 30,000. Rasha responds, they're all going to die if we don't help in this situation. Mutchal adds, humans are sly beings. I bet they will hide. Choi suggests, they might all try to get underground. Yuram interrupts, leave this to me. Please move on as we have done with the others. Yuram turns to Professor Choi and says, please gather the people in the central square. Once everyone is gathered, Yuram announces there are around 1 million zombies attacking. Everyone is shocked to hear this. Yuram adds, we only have 4,000 guards. Even if everyone in the fortress fights, it's hopeless. There will be many mutants. Everyone shouts in unison, we need to run away. Yuram shakes his head. There's no place to run. The enemy has surrounded us. Fear spreads among the crowd. Yama says, our lives are at risk. Everyone grows furious at Yuram. Take responsibility, they shout. Yuram slams his foot down and plants it firmly on the ground. And everyone stops talking. Yuram says their parents, siblings, and friends have all disappeared since those monsters appeared. They were all killed. Yuram says they kept running away, and now they have found a way to stick together here in this place. Yuram says they're trying to destroy their one and only safe place and asks, where will we go if this place is destroyed? Yuram says even at this moment, their troops are advancing for our sake. Yuram asks, do you want to let them march to their deaths? Do you want to lose everyone precious to you right in front of your eyes again? Yuram says that he will fight and kill the enemies until his eyes are closed. A person remembers that his child was killed by the zombies. He shouts, now I can take my revenge. He says if we're going to die, then I'll join the fight, just like the leader. Another one asks, how long are we going to rely on our leader? He picks up the hammer and says, I will crush their skulls with this. Everyone picks up their weapons and says, we will kill the zombies. Everyone tells Yuram that they will fight together with him. Naku thinks that everyone became one in such a short amount of time. Naku believes Yuram is a perfect leader. Iso asks Naku, how many people will volunteer now? Naku responds, over 100,000, now it's worth giving a try. Naku tells Iso, we will go first. He adds, I am the commander of the second guard team. All the volunteers should come this way. Everyone starts moving supplies to the wall. Young uses his skill to increase the defense of the fortress. He says we have to stop them. Yuram and Izzio are standing on the wall with the soldiers. Yuram thinks that he has done all he could and now he will leave the rest to luck. Yuram says they are coming. A soldier uses his binoculars and reports it's them. Thousands of monsters begin running toward the fortress. Yuram tells everyone, prepare for battle. The soldiers shout, prepare for battle. Caesar arrives with his army. Yuram thinks he is their commander. Caesar says, the great man told me to kill everyone until the pile of ashes remains. Caesar orders, attack. It's time for the blood party. The monsters start running toward the fortress. Yuram commands, kill them. Tupol adds, it's time to show off the power of the Mona reinforced main cannon. The cannons begin firing at the monsters. Huge blasts rock the battlefield. The monsters scream in agony. A mutant elephant charges and slams itself against the wall. Giant snakes start attacking the wall with ferocity. Young turns to the soldier asking, do you think this will be enough to hold them? Young activates his construction skill and grabs hold of the snakes. Young tells Yuram, go now. Yuram transforms into the magic girl and uses her ability to confuse the enemy. Naku orders, special forces commence the operation. Iso and the soldiers charge forward, attacking the monsters. One of the monsters is about to strike a soldier. Yam shouts, Muddy, help. Muddy appears from behind and swiftly protects the soldier. Muddy punches the monster. Yuram activates the skill of analysis and sees that Muddy is a rank C golem. Yuram thinks that Yuram has grown a lot as well, and she's quite something. Yuram activates her flight skills and tells the soldiers to fly. A monster is about to eat Yuram, but Yuram tells the monster to freeze. Yuram activates the skill of chilling blast and freezes the monsters. The monster falls to the ground. Yuram says, I am a fully fledged mage now. The snakes appear from behind and attack Yuram, but Yuram quickly blocks their attack. Yuram tells Yuram, even if you're an outstanding mage, you shouldn't let your guard down. Yuram asks, are you okay? Yuram says, I'm still in one piece. Yuram tells Yuram, we should go and fight. Caesar says, that's too bad. Everyone starts throwing stones at the monsters from the wall. A monster tells Caesar, our stronghold is tougher than we thought. It may be tough for the first court to continue holding out. Caesar says it's only 1 out of 10. They still have plenty of troops. Caesar orders the corps will start attacking in turns and get rid of the fort's defenses. Once they've been eliminated, use that. He adds, they're holding out fairly well, but I wonder how long this struggle will last. On the 3rd day of the defense, the monsters are still attacking. The soldiers shout, we're all that's protecting the alliance. They begin shooting at the monsters. A monster grabs one of the soldiers with its tongue. A woman throws a pan at the creature, yelling, die. A zombie starts climbing the wall. Mukil appears from behind and throws a giant rock at it. I'm tired of them swarming us like this, Mukil says. Yurim swings his chain, cutting for the giant snake. He looks to Naku and asks, how much ammo do we have left? New replies, we've used 90% and I don't think it's going to be easy to have more shootouts moving forward. Young looks down, deep in thought. He reflects, we've held out this long because it's a castle defense. Without the fortress, this would have turned out terribly. Yurim thinks that the old man is doing repairs, but the walls are being destroyed too quickly. This is going to get dangerous. Yurim says, thankfully it hasn't gotten worse yet. People's fighting spirit is still alive. New mentions that additional survivors were added to the construction. The expected completion time was cut down drastically. Yurim says, we need to survive just 2 more days. A green monster starts walking towards the fortress. Yurim tells everyone, take down the green monster first. The soldiers begin shooting at the monster, but the zombies jump in to protect it. A bullet hits the green monster. There's a huge blast, and the green monster explodes. The green substance falls on the zombies, causing them to start burning. Yurim orders, take care of the green liquid mutants first. At the same time, a huge blast hits the wall. Someone reports the walls of Zone 9 are melting. We need more workers. Yurim is shocked to hear that Zones 7 and 8 are under attack as well. Yem thinks that they haven't seen that thing for the past 3 days. Yurim wonders if they are waiting for the walls to weaken and for them to get exhausted. Yum tells Yurim, we can't hold out anymore. My mana is depleting. Yurim thinks that regular citizens are inside. If the walls get breached, there's going to be a massacre. Yurim tells all the citizens, retreat underground. The system notifies Yurim that city management has been activated and the city's defense facilities will be operated sequentially according to plan. Naku asks, are you thinking about holding out underground? Yurim says no. If the acid monster melts the ground, we'll be stuck with no way out. Naku replies, even if it's not the acid monster, it'll be hard to last 2 days underground. Yurim thinks about the commander of the zombie army. He considers that if he hits the head, naturally the arms and legs will shake too. Yurim says, this will be difficult, but I need to take out that monster. Naku tells everyone, we're moving to Plan C, and he tells the guards to retreat to Zone 2. Mukil says, if there is a fight, then I want to join too. Izzio replies, if they take out the leader, then it will be easy. Dupel adds, the team members were itching to do it already. Yurim arrives and tells Yurim, I will fight too. Yurim thanks her, saying, I'll make sure to watch your back. They arrive at the main gate. Yurim says, I'll keep it short. Yurim opens the door and orders, everyone, go and hunt him down. Yurim rushes out, starting to attack the monsters outside. Caesar is sitting on the throne. Another blast hits the wall. Caesar thinks to himself, they held out quite well, but this is the end. A monster informs Caesar they've opened the gates. Caesar replies, their teamwork was more insignificant than I thought. The monster says, that's not it. They are coming directly from outside. Caesar takes a look and asks, what is this? Dupel and his team start running towards the monsters. Caesar asks, are they going to fight them head on? The monster responds, they are no different than bugs. Dupel orders everyone to look ahead and keep advancing. Dupel activates car modification skills and blades emerge from the tanks. The blades start cutting down the monsters. Dupel tells all the units to open formation. They begin attacking the monsters from all sides. The monsters are cut down like vegetables. Yurim also starts attacking the monsters with his army. Yurim strikes the chain and jumps into the air. Yurim swings his chain, cutting the monsters in a single strike. A gorilla starts thumping its chest. Muckshield comments, he's too loud. Mugshaw crushes the monster under his feet. Izzio attacks with flying kicks. Yurim uses her magic to strike the monsters. The soldiers engage in battle with the zombies. Caesar thinks, I didn't expect a corps to be overpowered so quickly. A monster tells Caesar, I'm going to send all the corps forward. Caesar replies, no need for that. The monster asks, why? Caesar responds, he will be here soon. The monsters are blown away by the attack. Yurim uses his punch to strike. The monster says, I can't believe a human can output this much force. Caesar starts clapping and says, you have considerable power. You're getting to escape the realm of mortals. He adds, you're quite desirable. Yurim replies, I'm sick and tired of you all. Caesar responds, it would be a waste of your talents to go according to the plan. so I'll give you one last act of mercy. Yerim asks, what mercy? Caesar says, I was thinking of killing everyone but you. Everyone is shocked to hear this. Caesar continues, but that would be a waste. Seeing how you had the nerve to crawl here on your own hands and knees, I'll give you a chance. Spare your precious comrades and awaken, but you'll need something in return. Caesar adds, accept the sealed contract into your hearts. A soldier asks, what about everyone who isn't awakened? Mochiel shows him the finger and asks, are you telling us to abandon our youngsters and become your slaves? Caesar says the price of this contract is fair and that they will treat the awakened as their colleagues. Izzio says that he is crazy. They will never accept that. Caesar asks Yerim if his answer is the same. Yerim responds, I refuse. We'll be nothing more than animals if we accept his proposal. Caesar tells Yerim that he reminds him of himself. He recalls when he was the knight commander of the Order of the Holy Empire. Caesar then cuts a giant mutant zombie in half. Theos tells Caesar, your destruction is inevitable. Eststeros tells the knights to take his hand and he will bring them salvation. Caesar asks, what about the villagers? Eststeros responds, are they as important as my knights? Caesar says, you are a monster and orders everyone to prepare for battle. Theos admits, I didn't want to do this, but I have no choice. Eststeros then transforms into a huge monster. Caesar asks, what is that? Caesar tells Yerim, as an inhabitant of a once-destroyed world, I will give you a piece of advice. Caesar says battles are only temporary. Yerim responds, even so, humans must continue to fight for their survival. Yerim asks, is everyone ready? Inching groans, everything hurts, but we still need to stop that guy. Caesar tells Manga, take command of the army and defeat the opposing side. He adds, don't leave any of them unchecked. Manga replies, your command will be carried out. Caesar orders, begin the ritual. He traps Yerim inside a massive black prison. Yerim looks up and realizes he's been confined. Caesar says, welcome to my domain. Yerim tries to break the prison, but it has no effect. He thinks this is incredibly tough. Mochiel joins in, striking the prison, but it doesn't work either. Yerim's magic also fails to break through. Yerim realizes it even blocks out sound. Caesar tells Yerim, nothing escapes my cage. Then he says, take a look outside. Monstrous creatures are ready to charge toward the soldiers. Caesar adds, I'm curious to see how long your companions will hold out. Yerim says that he is crazy. Caesar says that he will take this as a compliment. Yerim says that he talks a lot about someone who's going to die soon. Caesar says that he has considerable guts for a human. Caesar tells Yerim that he is curious to see how far that bravery will go. Caesar tells Yerim that many things are possible inside his cage. A horse emerges from the magic circle. Caesar climbs on top of the horse. Caesar tells Yerim he will give him a taste of despair. Caesar charges toward Yerim, ready to attack. Yerim blocks the sword and thinks to himself that he is powerful. The horse lunges at Yerim, using its horn. Yerim blocks the attack. Caesar tells Yerim that he's doing good. Caesar swings his sword, and Yerim falls to the ground. The horse strikes at Yerim with its feet. Yerim evades the attack and jumps backward. Caesar swings his sword again, and Yerim blocks the strike. Caesar continues to attack relentlessly, swinging his sword again and again. Yerim falls to the ground once more. Caesar asks, is that the best you can do? Caesar tells Yerim to look outside. The monsters are overpowering the soldiers. Magout is busy fighting Dupol. Izzio is busy dealing with the zombies. Yerim uses fire to burn the zombies. Maxu tells everyone to hold them, even if it is for 1 second more. The soldiers start killing the zombies. Caesar asks Yerim, is this the best you can do? Yerim thinks that he needs to stay calm and escape as fast as possible. He notices that Caesar uses veteran swordsmanship and overwhelming strength. Yerim realizes that he is much stronger than he thought. In particular, that thing will be difficult to take care of. They're covering each other's flaws perfectly. Yerim thinks if this continues, then I will be doomed. Caesar asks, are you going to save everyone? He tells Yerim, we can't protect anyone. Are you afraid to speak? Yerim responds, that is impossible. Yerim divides the chain in two and says, I just made a decision. Yerim rushes towards him. Caesar says that he is making a last-ditch effort. Caesar swings his sword, and Yerim avoids the attack. Yerim thinks he will put some weight behind it and break the horn. Yerim punches and breaks the horn. Caesar starts cursing Yerim. Caesar begins swinging his sword at Yerim. Yerim thinks that if he wraps himself with the king's aura, he will be able to withstand the damage. Yerim starts punching the horse continuously. The horse falls to the ground, and Yerim tells it to cough more. Yerim asks Caesar, how does it feel knowing your friends are being sent to hell before you? Caesar replies, I'm just throwing away my life. Yerim says, I'm still standing. The system notifies Yerim that his stamina is less than 15% and special attribute speed recovery has been activated. Yerim thinks that he received the special attribute during his fight with Lee. He also thinks that it consumes a lot of mana. Yerim recovers and asks Caesar, "Are you ready to follow your friend?" Caesar rushes toward Yerim and says, "I will make you my slave." Yerim gathers the energy and punches Caesar. There's a huge blast. The fight continues and Yerim blocks Caesar's sword using the chain. Caesar looks at him and asks, "Do you think you can win against me?" Caesar swings his sword and Yerim falls to his knee. "You lack experience and technique in everything," Caesar sneers. He follows up with a powerful kick, sending Yerim crashing to the ground. "This," Caesar says coldly, "is the difference between us." Yerim, struggling to rise, retorts, "There isn't that much of a difference." Caesar, eyeing Yerim's armor, notices it's damaged. He wonders aloud, "Did you manage to counterattack in such a short amount of time?" Yerim, feeling a rush of hope, thinks, "I'm glad I took out his horse first. He's not at full power now. It's worth a shot." Yerim mutters to himself. Caesar brushes it off, saying, "It's just a simple scratch." He glares at Yerim and declares, "I'll show you a level that's above heaven." Caesar jumps toward him, swinging his sword with lethal precision. Yerim blocks the attack, his mind racing. "I can see the attack pattern now," he thinks. Meanwhile, Caesar watches closely, his thoughts darkening. The gap between us is disappearing. Caesar wonders if Yerim is getting stronger with every passing second. Yerim thinks that he can feel where to attack. Yerim sees an opportunity and punches Caesar in the chest. "It's no use," Caesar says. Yerim activates a large explosion and strikes Caesar again. Yerim jumps into the air to attack Caesar once more. Caesar thinks the gaps that appear in large attacks are different, so he will end Yerim here. He swings his sword, but Yerim disappears. Caesar thinks to himself, "He tricked me." Yerim appears from behind and says, "This is the difference between us." Yerim punches Caesar, sending him crashing into the prison walls. Caesar thinks to himself that his growth is tremendous, then tells Yerim, "I underestimated you." Caesar grabs his sword and smoke begins to pour from his body. "I didn't think I would have to use this," Caesar says. A monster emerges from the sword. Yerim asks, "Shouldn't we end this with one shot?" Caesar responds, "Even if I become a corpse, I'll make sure to use you well." Caesar swings his sword, and the monster moves to attack Yerim. Yerim says, "I made a mistake. I was too confident in one-shot battles." Yerim makes a fist and punches the monster. There's a huge hole in the monster. The prison starts breaking apart. Yerim and Caesar rush to attack each other. The monster grabs Dupel and says, "You're finished now." The monster breaks Dupel's arm. Dupel sees that his left arm is disabled. Muckshaw is surrounded by numerous mutant gorillas. The monster tells them, "It's useless to struggle. Do you really think you can stop this large army?" Hinchin starts crying, seeing his comrades in trouble. The monster says, "I'll make sure to kill you all slowly." The prison begins to collapse. The monster wonders, is Caesar finished already? Caesar falls to the ground and says, "I can't believe I lost." Yerim is standing on top without his shirt. Yerim thinks he was seriously strong. "I would have lost if not for the special recovery skill." Caesar starts disappearing, and there's a stone on the ground. Yerim grabs the magic stone and the monster says, "This is impossible." Yerim shows him the stone and says, "Here is the evidence that their leader lost." Yerim uses the magic stone and the system notifies him that strengthening is successful. Transmission C is raised to Transmission B, and all of his foundational skills have been strengthened. He can now improve all of the skills up to grade B. Yerim finishes upgrading his skills. Suddenly, he disappears. The monster is surprised to see that. Yerim appears near him and says, "We should start round 2. Yerim punches and destroys the monster with a single strike. Yerim looks at the monsters and thinks that once the Harbinger of Death died, the monsters fell into confusion. He thinks that he needs to lure them, and now is the best time. Yerim tells Nu that he will distract the monsters, and in the meantime, Nu should help everyone retreat. Nu asks, "Are you going to be okay?" Yerim tells him, "It won't be hard for me to escape." By himself, Yerim starts releasing his energy and says, "I will join you in 2 days, once the fortress is completed." Yerim begins killing the zombies. The monsters start attacking him. A larger red monster arrives, wielding an axe. Yerim swings his chain and cuts the monster in half. Another monster rushes at him to eat him. Yerim grabs the monster and throws it to the ground. He then crushes the monster and asks, "Is that all you've got?" The monsters, frightened, look on. Yerim smirks and asks, "Are you scared?" He then taunts, "Bring it on." The monsters start screaming at Yerim. Nu watches as all the monsters turn their attention to him. Iso turns to Naku and asks, "Are we really going to leave Yerim alone?" Izzio responds, "At least a few of us need to stay behind." Naku says, "The captain wants us to retreat safely. Awakeners are the key to making sure that happens." He adds, "We need to believe in Yerim." Mochil grumbles, "Kai is taking all the cool roles for himself." Dup nods and says, "He's a guy whose talent knows no end. There's nothing to worry about." Naku tells everyone to retreat to the fortress immediately. Everyone retreats to the fortress. After 2 days, Urim is resting on the roof of a building. He looks down at the monsters and says there is no end to them. Mom arrives, carrying a note. Urim says, I'm happy to see this. The note reads that the fortress is complete and Urim should come back and join them. Urim smiles as he sees the giant fortress begin to move. He is amazed to watch as the monsters charge toward the fortress. Wilson is watching the zombies from the mobile fortress command and control room. Rasha tells Wilson it's time to show the fortress's power. Wilson activates the extermination mode. The fortress begins firing missiles at the zombies. A monster starts shrieking as the fortress strikes it, sending the creature flying through the air. A giant snake monster attacks the legs of the fortress. Wilson activates the incinerator operator, and the fortress begins attacking the monsters with fire. The giant snake monster starts shrieking in pain. Urim looks at the fortress and says the investment paid off. After some time, Urim arrives at the fortress and asks, is this the complete form? Rasha replies, precisely, this is my great masterpiece. Wilson tells them, please decide the fortress's route. Urim wonders aloud, should we head straight for Seoul or do some internal repairs? The system notifies Urim that there is a new server quest, the hunt for Eststeros. Eststeros is currently weak. Due to a series of failures, occupying Seoul, where he rests, may greatly weaken him. Now is the time to attack. Urim thinks to himself, it makes sense. Losing a powerful subordinate must have caused significant damage to him. Urim decides that this is the right time to attack. He tells Wilson, call the executives. In the meeting, Urim announces, I want to advance to Seoul. Choi responds, we need some internal repairs first. Urim says, I received a quest. Eststeros is weak, and this is the optimal time to attack him. Park says, seeing how he sent an army of zombies, he must have taken some damage too. Muchio responds, we should do it because the young ones are grinding their teeth while waiting to pay him back. The Gamers Union is absolutely in favor. Duple adds, my team is also in favor. Do you think the same, Park? Park replies, the stronghold is done. We should not back down. New says, it's finally a chance to get some payback. The team members will be happy. New continues, a team that has no issues. Kim suggests, we should try to gather as much information as possible. Choi says, it can't be helped, but I'll go and comfort people. Young thanks everyone and says, we're going to Seoul. Meanwhile, in Seoul, there are a lot of monsters on the ground. Some monsters are flying in the air. One monster looks at the fortress and rushes to attack. Urim punches the monster and kills it. Urim says, it's time to start the Battle of Seoul. The zombies are roaming the streets of Seoul. A person says, we're starving to death. A woman tells her child to stop crying. Her daughter says, I'm thirsty. The husband thinks there's no more food in the apartment. To procure food, they need to go outside. The husband packs his bag and grabs a stick. He turns to his wife and says, I'll be back. She replies, it seems like there are more monsters out there right now. The husband sighs and says, we'll starve to death like this. He looks at her, eyes determined. I have to go out for the kids. He assures her, don't worry. I'll come back alive. He opens the door and starts going downstairs. Once outside, he thinks, I must get enough food for the kids. He hides behind a trash can, praying there's something left. His foot hits a can of drink, making a loud noise. The zombies hear it and start running toward him. A monster jumps at the man. He swings his golf club, hitting it hard. Suddenly, a giant mutant zombie appears before him. The man trembles with fear. The giant mutant zombie lunges at him. The man shuts his eyes, thinking, this is it. I'm going to die. After a while, he opens his eyes and sees that a robot is attacking the giant mutant zombie. The man wonders if that is a robot. A soldier says, kill all the monsters. The soldiers start killing the zombies. The man is shocked to see that there are survivors who are not afraid of the zombies. A soldier asks, are you all right? The man replies, I'm okay. Are you a rescue team from the government? The soldier answers, we're from the Humanity Union. We'll be able to restore the soul soon. The soldier starts testing the microphone and announces the rescue team is here. Please, survivors, stay by the balcony or window and wait for help. A person calls out, don't use the mic. The zombies will be here in no time. The soldier says, that's exactly why I'm doing it. It'll be better to sweep them all at once. The zombies begin running toward the soldiers. The soldiers start killing them. The man is surprised by the sight. The soldier adds, there's nothing special about the zombies in Seoul. A soldier says, we will start the rescue now. Wilson activates the excavation mode and the legs of the fortress start drilling into the ground. Wilson says, we will make a temporary settlement here. The people are surprised to see that and can't believe their eyes. The soldiers welcome everyone to the Humanity Union, saying, if you want food, clothes, and household goods, come here. The people arrive inside and exclaim, this is heaven. Eststeros is sitting on a pile of skeletons. He senses some unusual energy from the soul. Eststeros touches the energy, wondering, what is this? Eststeros sees the giant fortress and Yurim fighting the monsters. Eststeros starts smiling and says Yurim is doing something very interesting. Eststeros thinks, I never thought Guangdong would be taken in less than a day. Eststeros thinks Caesar's failure is painful. The person with horns arrives and tells Eststeros, this looks troublesome. Eststeros asks, why are you here? You've already quit your job on Earth? The person says that he has no intention of running like a dog after a small piece of meat. He tells Eststeros, I am just here to help. Eststeros responds, there must be restrictions. The person replies there are, but the system can be bypassed. At this rate, we will be defeated by humans. Eststeros asks, what are your true intentions? Why are you being so considerate? The person answers, we must succeed in occupying the Earth or our main faction will be in trouble. Eststeros inquires, what will be the price of lending your strength? The person replies, get rid of Yurim. That'll be enough. Eststeros begins to smile, saying, if it is an order from above, then I will eliminate him. The person starts giving his energy to Eststeros. Eststeros smiles as he receives the power. The person asks, is it enough? He tells Eststeros, I will see you later. Eststeros thinks this is a stroke of luck. Naku announces to everyone the occupation of Guangdong. The first route of entry is over. First, they will occupy the 11 districts south of the Han River, then cross the river to the north. Kim comes running and tells Yurim all the zombies in Seoul are moving towards Yongu, and they're performing some kind of ritual. Yurim thinks for a moment. If it's a movement of that scale, then Eststeros is definitely behind it. Naku asks, what would you like to do? Yurim replies, I don't know what they're up to, but it won't do us any good to wait here. He pauses and then adds, we should go to Yongu at once. After some time, they arrive at the Han River, Seoul. Yurim looks at the water. The water level of the Han River seems to have risen considerably. Maxu responds, I've heard it rained heavily in Seoul a few months ago. It's been a while since the organization controlling the water level left. It's probably why the water has risen so much. Kim warns Yurim, you need to be careful. There are mutants active inside the Han River. Yurim asks, can mutants breathe underwater? Kim shakes his head. This is my first time seeing one here. It's not a high-ranking one, but still, we need to be careful. It's underwater. Yurim nods. I'll be careful. He thinks to himself, it's the fastest way to get to Yongu. I have to cross it anyway. He also thinks I'm strong enough to fight them if I need to. Yurim turns to Wilson. Be careful while walking in the water. Wilson responds, we're going in. The fortress begins to move through the river. Some monster is approaching them in the water. Wilson says multiple movements were detected in the Han River. Naku tells Wilson, activate the system. A mutant fish appears out of the water. Wilson activates extermination mode and starts shooting at the fish. Wilson detects a large monster and activates cutting mode. A large blade appears from the fortress. Numerous tentacles emerge from the river. The blade starts cutting the tentacles. The large mutant octopus rises from the water. It begins attacking the leg of the fortress, but its teeth break. Yurim says it only has a blue magic stone. Yurim tells Wilson, get all the available weapons ready. Rasha enters the room and tells Yam, wait. Rasha says they made an underwater robot for situations like this. Yurim is surprised to hear that. Rasha continues, there's no need to waste bullets. Wilson asks, is the Sharpbot already finished? Rasha replies, it's ready to go anytime. Yam says, we should see what it can do. The hangar opens and numerous shark bots appear. They fall into the river and start moving toward the monster. The shark bots begin biting the monster. After a while, all the monsters are defeated. Yurim is amazed to see that the shark bots are also carrying magic stones in their mouths. He starts drooling at the sight of so many mana stones being collected. The fortress arrives at Yongu, Seoul. Ahead, there's a large black shield. Yurim thinks to himself that it looks like a protective shield. Activate the long-range weapon, Yam tells Wilson. The fortress fires missiles at the black shield. The missiles hit their target, but have no effect on the shield. It's quite strong, Wilson observes. We can't break it with a long-range attack. Yurim suggests we should try breaking it with force. He gathers his team on top of the fortress and starts focusing his mana. A voice echoes, it's too late. The shield begins to break. Inside the field, Theos sits on his throne. Machiel, watching, asks, what is that thing? Eststeros says the offerings are already prepared. Yurim says, it is Eststeros. Eststeros asks Yurim, is that your toy? He adds, it looks interesting. Yurim asks, will you still say that after being beaten? Eststeros replies, I didn't expect living at the lowest level to be this unpleasant. Yurim asks, what is the lowest level? Eststeros answers, a place with no skills, talent, or special powers like mana, just losers. It's their planet. Dupe asks, who said that? Eststeros says, the truth is always cruel. Yerim comments, for a guy who's about to get beaten up by those losers, you sure talk too much. Eststeros says, it's unfortunate. I made a promise. I must kill you now. Yerim asks, what promise? Eststeros says, because of that, all of this was possible. An insane amount of energy starts surrounding Eststeros. Eststeros says it only lasts for a while, but it's been a while since I used my true form. Eststeros transforms into a huge monster. Nukiel says, that's big. Eststeros tells them to feel despair. The soldiers say he looks a lot stronger than before. Naku activates the skill of command and tells them, do not be afraid. We train hard for this day. The soldiers' morale starts increasing. Yerim says it is either death or nothing. Yerim gives Dup the signal. Dup tells his men, show that monster a taste of the hammer cannon. The hammer gang points the cannons toward Eststeros. Wilson says, this will help us. The fortress also aims its missiles at Eststeros. Yerim shouts at everyone, fire. Everyone starts shooting at Eststeros. Eststeros says, I look forward to hearing the screams of bugs. Eststeros stops the bullets and missiles in midair. Eststeros says, I will give them back their gift. Wilson activates the shield and protects the fortress from the attack. Eststeros moves his hand toward the fortress. Yerim jumps toward him and says, there's no way I will let you destroy it. Eststeros says, I saw you. Theos grabs Yerim, and he's about to crush Yerim with his hand. Yerim says it is too powerful. The fortress protects Yerim from the giant hand. Mukal activates giantization and jumps toward the hand. Mukil grabs a finger and starts pushing it away. Yerim attacks the hand and tells him to stop bothering Yerim. Eststeros says they are struggling with one hand. Eststeros attacks using tentacles and tells them stop this too. Dupel says that this body will deal with him. Dupel stops one tentacle. Yerim tells Muddy, help me. Muddy appears and grabs the tentacle. The soldiers say, it is time for us to act. The spider robots also start shooting their webs. Everyone starts attacking Eststeros. Eststeros moves his hand and says, you are bothering me, then tells them, go away. The soldiers are falling to the ground like flies. Yerim says he can't let this happen. Yerim breaks free. Yerim rushes to attack the hand. Yerim pierces through the hand using a blue flame. Megan. Yerim rushes to attack Eststeros' eye, but Eststeros moves his hands in front of it. There's a huge blast and the hand is severely damaged by the attack. Yerim tells Eststeros, this place will be your grave today. Eststeros quickly starts healing the wounds. Yerim is shocked to see that he has recovered immediately. Eststeros tells Yerim, I'll give you a look. Meanwhile, at the Mock National Reconnaissance Bureau, a person asked about the situation in China. Another person responds the organization called Chandoi, which I reported on last time, is rapidly growing, and they are very good. The director asks, are there any powerful awakeners or variants? The person replies, the territory of China is so vast that 2 satellites aren't enough. The director sighs. After the incident, 90% of the satellites were out of service. He then says, don't complain. Do your best with what we've got. Another person speaks up, director, you should take a look at Korea. We've caught a big fish. The director nods, put it on the side screen. The screen shows the battle between Eststeros and Yerim. The director comments, it is a high-ranking mutant. A person nearby responds, the fortress is so big. The director looks at Yerim and orders his team, zoom in. Yerim's team is fighting against the giant Eststeros. The director watches closely, thinking that they are much stronger than American Awakeners. The director then congratulates Malcolm, saying, you found a hero. However, the director is shocked to see Eststeros healing itself. Malcolm mutters, I can't believe he's recovered at once after all those Awakeners attacks. The director ponders, if that monster flies to East Asia, then America is at risk. Malcolm wonders aloud, is this over? Suddenly, a light shines brightly on the screen. The system notifies Eststeros' power has been found to be irrational in terms of time. For 2 hours from now, the system continues, members of the Human Union will be given a special tag. A soldier remarks, the power is overflowing. Another soldier adds, it's incomparable to what it was before. Mukil observes, his wounds are healing. Yum says, it is far stronger than her magic. Yerim is emitting an insane amount of energy. Yerim has white hair and spreads his wings. Ice asks, are those angel wings? Yerim responds, yes, they are the wings of an angel. Yerim says, heaven is waiting for our victory. Eststeros says, I will crush their machine into small pieces. Eststeros attacks, but Yerim blocks the strike. Eststeros shouts, stop interrupting me, Yerim. Yerim thinks that the power is overflowing. Wilson believes the power is good for energy recovery. The fortress also recovers, bringing out a large blade. Wilson activates hammer mode. Eststeros shouts, everyone, get lost. The soldiers attack the tentacles. Dupel begins shooting, saying, I'll never let it reach the fort. Dupel turns to Wilson and says, it's time. Wilson attacks with a large sword, cutting Eststeros. Eststeros screams in pain. Mokiel announces, "I'll go first." Shield attacks Eststeros, throwing consecutive punches at him. Izzio leaps into action and says to Mokiel, "Leave the rest to me." She begins striking with powerful kicks, causing visible damage. Yoram also charges in, shouting, "This is for you, Eststeros." Yoram swiftly approaches Eststeros and lands a decisive blow. "Stop!" Eststeros cries out, "I'm seriously injured." He begins to shout angrily at Yoram. Yoram replies coldly, "This ends now." The fortress swings its massive blade, striking Eststeros again. Yoram follows up by launching sharp ice spikes toward him. Dupol smirks and says, "Looks like tonight's going to be delicious." Eststeros clenches his jaw and says, "How dare they come after me like this?" Mokiel delivers a strong punch, while Izzio attacks from the other side. Yoram rushes forward once more and strikes Eststeros again. Eststeros screams in pain. A powerful blast erupts and his massive form starts to disappear. Barely conscious, Eststeros gasps, "Why are you doing this to me?" He stammers, "If I could just get revenge on my superiors, wouldn't that benefit you too?" Mokiel frowns and asks, "Why are you acting like a victim now?" Eststeros mutters, "If I ever see you again, then you will give them the most painful death." There is a large crack in the sky. A mountain appears and the sky turns red. Yoram thinks that it is the same place Choi Shogun before. Eststeros starts escaping. Yoram rushes to catch him, but someone stops him and says that he can't enter. A girl appears and says, "That's the level where Eststeros' body is sealed, but he does not get the time." She continues, "After unlocking the seal, it won't be too late to approach it." Yoram asks, "What about her?" Eststeros says they are disturbing him till the end. The girl tells Eststeros that he is a loser and should disappear. She then seals Eststeros. Turning to Yoram, the girl says, "It's nice to meet you. You've done a great job on this mission." The girl adds, "You're like a rising star." With a snap of her fingers, the system notifies Yoram that the quest is complete and the reward is being settled. The girl introduces herself, saying, "I'm called System." She tells Yoram, "I've been watching you for quite a while." She asks Yoram if they should talk for a moment. Yoram asks, "What do you want to talk about?" The system replies, "She wants to talk about the Holy Empire." The system then asks, "Yoram, do you know that she's conquering other planets?" She shows Yoram a giant spaceship. A mutant zombie looks at the planet and says, "Kill and play in the name of the Empire." The spaceships start destroying the planet. The mutant zombies begin attacking innocent people. Some monsters start eating the world tree. The monster watches the destruction of the planet and says, "Every piece of energy flow of this planet will be absorbed by us." Yoram asks, "What is this?" The system explains, "Right now, many planets are being destroyed. She is the Dimension Administrator, and she helps such planets." Io says there are few useful resources here, and the measurement density is low. Suddenly, the system appears in the form of a young girl with green hair and wings on her back. The system adds, "This strongly limits the power of more powerful beings. If they have such power, they can easily take the Earth." The system explains to the monsters, mana is like oxygen. Yoram says, "The bigger the creature, the more mana it will need." Mach asks, "How did Eststeros come here?" Then he adds, "He was very strong, and based on her words, he couldn't get to the ground." The system tells him, "If we consider all the power of the Holy Empire, Eststeros is not so strong. At best, he is at the Imperial Army officer level." Yoram wonders, "How strong is the Empire then?" Yoram says, roughly speaking, the Empire cannot send forces that exceed dimensional rank. The system responds, "It's something like that." She continues, "If the Holy Empire sends forces that do not meet the rank of the planet, then I can intervene in this dimension. That is how I was able to help you here." Yoram asks, "How many planets were able to return from the invasion?" The system replies, "Not a single planet survived. This is the first time humanity has demonstrated such potential." She says they are the first to achieve such results. Dupol responds, "I understand that you're trying to help us, but it would have been great if you had helped before the world turned into a zombie apocalypse." The system replies, "At that moment, her capabilities were limited, so she could not do anything. But she's sorry she couldn't restore the balance in time, which the Holy Empire has violated. As an apology, she will share her powers with you, the representative of the United Human Alliance." The system then notifies Yoram, "The special skill of awakening has been obtained. You can now use mana to enter the awakening state. Cooldown time will be 7 days. The system adds, "This is the skill she used not long ago during the battle with Eststeros, and she has reset the time it takes to recover it." She snaps her fingers. The system notifies Yoram rewards have been granted. The reward includes the Tower of Babel and a ticket to all broadcasts. Both rewards have been added to his inventory. The inventory appears, bringing out the rewards. Using the Tower of Babel, all members of his group can understand every language with a world broadcast ticket. The ticket is a one-time use that allows him to stream across the entire planet. The broadcast language will be automatically converted for each viewer. The system informs Yerum that this will help his alliance become known worldwide and urges her to share more good news with him. She tells Yerum that the Sacred Empire is too occupied with addressing the aftermath of countless wars. She'll be focusing more on protecting the Earth. From this point on, it will be extremely difficult for powerful beings to interfere in Earth's affairs. She shows Yerum the monster that granted him his power and explains that Balkan is the commander of the Third Corps of the Holy Empire's army. He is one of the most devoted war fanatics and holds a position in the Empire's main echelon of forces. Yerum asks, "What is that?" She responds, "Those who are for war and plot." This group has gained widespread fame in the Empire in recent years. They are called the Invincible March, and they have never suffered a defeat. That's why they were able to expand their influence so rapidly. The system informs Yerum that even a single loss could severely damage their reputation, and if it were to happen on a low-tier planet like Earth, it would be a true disaster for them. Io asks, does that mean we no longer need to worry about someone like Balkan choosing to invade Earth? The system replies, yes. They'll be too occupied with conflicts in other dimensions. What remains here is to eliminate the remaining officers of the Holy Empire still stationed on Earth. Yerum asks, is there anyone else like Eststeros left on Earth? The system responds, to be exact, there are 7. Your mission is to bring an end to them. The system tells Yerum that her time has come to an end, and she hopes he can make good use of this information. Then she begins to rise into the sky and disappears. Io remarks, so it all came down to an alien intervention on Earth. After the system was gone, the Human Alliance continued its mission to rescue survivors in Seoul. Seoul once again became a land of humanity. They believe the occupation had finally come to an end, and it's time to expand the scope of influence. They must tell the whole world about the Alliance. Yerum grabs the ticket and the system asks, do you want to use a ticket for the global broadcast? Yes, Yerum responds. The system notifies him that the broadcast will be shown to all survivors on this planet. In the USA, broadcasts appear in the sky. In Ethiopia and China, 2 broadcasts air simultaneously. Yerum says, I'm the leader of the United Human Alliance. An old man gets up and asks, is this the same opponent you were talking about? His subordinate asks, did you see this elder? The old man replies, there's no need to panic. We will stick to our plan. He adds, all of Japan is in confusion. We can attract the enemy's attention. The old man tells his subordinate, don't slow down. He's waiting for his resurrection. The man bows and says the heavenly combat will be reborn. In Japan, a person enters the room and tells the president, it's urgent. The president asks, did you manage to catch the monster? He responds, the mission to destroy Susanoo failed. No one returned except for a few who've been awakened. The president was shocked to hear this. This is how the history of Japan will end, the president said. At the same time, Yerum started his broadcast. I will show them how we recovered Korea, Yerum declared. They destroyed the giant monster, the president replied. Yerum responded, this is just the beginning. Many more battles lie ahead. To overcome them, the whole world must unite. Yerum continued, this is why I'm suggesting the creation of a world union. The president, looking determined, said, we need your help to save Japan. Prepare the ships. After the broadcast ended, Yerum let out a sigh of relief. Choi turned to him. You did great, but are you sure we can create a world union? Yerum nodded. Many countries are in distress. Once they assess the strength of our alliance, they'll come to us. Choi raised an eyebrow. Were you intentionally silent about the Holy Empire? Yerum asked, do you remember what the system said? Choi hesitated. There are still 7 beings, like Eststeros on Earth, and they may be operating in different countries. Yerum says, exactly, and if he would tell them about the Holy Empire at this time. Choi says, this could result in some countries voluntarily surrendering. Yerum says they won't know about it someday, but the less they know, the better they will sleep. At Butanport, there are many ships and a submarine. The president of Japan says, there are many monsters here. A soldier says, I don't think we can pass without attracting attention. The president says, it will be fine because I brought the strongest awakened in the country. The cat says, this bald guy said she's the strongest awakened in Japan. Sato tells Momo, don't call me bald. Sato tells Momo, even if you're a god, it's too rude. The president bows and says, Sato, I need you to go to Seoul. She's the only one I can trust. Sato thinks that she's afraid to fight, but she needs to do this to save Japan. Sato says, I will help. She brings out a stick. A soldier says, Sato was a priestess in the cat sanctuary. Thanks to that, she gains skills connected to the divine power of the cat. A soldier asks, is that cat really what I think it is? His friend replies, yes, it's true. Momo is that divine creature. The soldier is stunned. He adds, there's also another rumor that the cat might be a Nekomata. The soldier asks, where did that rumor even come from? His friend shrugs and says, doesn't matter. The world's already overrun by zombies and monsters. If we could tap into the power of a yokai, it'd be a game changer. The soldier says that during the battle, Sato and Momo merged. Sato turns to Momo and says, I'm ready. Momo enters Sato's body and 2 cat ears appear on her head. A monster lunges towards Sato to attack, but she intercepts it and brings it down swiftly. Es now has 2 tails, which move rapidly to repel the surrounding zombies. Another monster charges at her and leaves a mark on her face. Without hesitation, she leaps forward and strikes the monster with a powerful punch. With a grin, she says, this is actually kind of fun. The monster is sent flying. Suddenly, numerous other monsters begin emerging from behind. Es licks her wound and says, it will be fun. After some time, Es is running on the road. Sato cuts the monsters in her path. A jeep follows closely behind her. The soldiers in the jeep say, we can't even catch her at full speed. Io and Yam are busy training with each other. Io hears a voice and asks, what is that? Yura responds, someone seems to be fighting. Yuram activates her clairvoyance skill. She sees that someone is running toward them. Yuram says, a strange creature is rushing at us full speed. Sato arrives in an instant. She jumps toward Yuram and says, you smell delicious. Iso tells Yuram, move away. Sato attacks and warns, don't get in my way. Iso says her strength is crazy. Iso begins attacking Sato. Sato leaps back. Es tells Iso, you're very annoying. Iso thinks she looks like a cat girl. Yuram asks, who is she? Sato replies, I'm a messenger from Japan. I have a very important message for him. Sato says the president asked her to give him this. Sato gives Yuram a letter. Yuram grabs the letter and thinks that he doesn't feel any hostility. Sato licks Yuram on the face. Yuram asks, what are you doing? Sato replies, it looks like time is up. Sato falls to the ground. Yuram is shocked to see that. The cat comes out of Sato. Momo tells Yuram, my name is Momo. I'm the talking creature of Sato. Yuram says, this is most likely a skill effect. Yuram asks, is she all right? Momo tells Sato, wake up. Sato wakes up and asks, where am I? Yuram asks, how are you? Sato remembers licking Yuram's face and wonders, what have I done? Sato tells Yuram, I'm sorry. At that moment, the president arrives and says, they are here. Momo tells Yuram, this bulb will explain everything to you. Yuram asks, who is he? The president responds, I am the president of Japan. Yuram is shocked to hear that. He bows and tells Yuram, save our country. The soldiers ask, what is he doing? The president asks, why are you still standing? Don't you understand the terrible situation you're in? All the soldiers immediately start bellowing. Yuram, please save us, they plead. Yuram commands, stand up. If you don't, I will listen to you. Everyone quickly stands back up. Let's go inside and talk, Yuram says. Once inside, Yuram sits down with them. Describe the situation in Japan, he instructs. The president responds, Japan is a complete mess right now. Everything is filled with marauders, calling themselves new people, and a countless number of monsters. The most terrifying of these is a recently revealed monster named Susano. Momo adds, he's very scary, even though we couldn't defeat him. Yuram asks, tell me more about Susano. The president turns to Sato. Please tell them everything you learned in the last battle. Sato nods. Susano can control wind, water, and lightning. He first appeared in Kanagawa. In Kanagawa, there's lightning in the sky. The lightning strikes the ground, and a huge monster appears. The army is waiting on the shore to attack. The soldier tells S. Susanoo is about to go ashore. S replies, got it. A person says to S, you're too serious. He adds, the 3 best awakened people are gathered here. We can't lose. A ninja comments, let's see how long Susanoo can resist my ninjutsu. He then says, I almost feel sorry for the monster. Susanoo starts walking towards the shore. The soldier commands, open fire. Everyone begins shooting at Susanoo. Sad jumps towards Susanoo and starts punching him. Susanoo smashes her away with his fingers. The ninja attacks Susanoo from behind using his clones. A lightning blast strikes all the clones. The ninja is shocked to see that all his clones are defeated in an instant. The lightning blast strikes the ninja and he falls into the sea. A person draws his blade and declares, I will avenge Yuma. He jumps towards Susanoo and attacks with the sword. The sword breaks. And Suzanne tells him to get lost. Susanoo smashes his hands together and crushes him. The soldiers are afraid to see that the awakened are lost. The army keeps shooting at Susanoo. Susan raises his hand and destroys the army with lightning. Sato, it's back up. The soldiers tell her that she must survive. They will save her sometime. Sato has tears in her eyes. The lightning blast strikes again, and Sato starts running away. The president says, in that battle, we lost almost all the military and awakened. If this continues, Japan will be destroyed. Yerim says, we will help him. The president asks, do you need something in return? Yerim replies, the primary goal of the human alliance is to save as many survivors as possible. We do not ask for anything in return. The president is shocked to hear that and wonders, you don't wish anything in return. The president starts crying and thanks Yerim. He promises Japan will always be a friend to the World Union. Yem asks, does Suzanne have a dark blue magic stone? Momo says that is right. He was on a different level and he could destroy a whole country. Yerim thinks that the system told him to weaken the seal Eststeros. He will need to destroy mutants and zombies all over Korea, which will reduce their influence. The current number of zombies in Korea is 63%. Yerim thinks he should leave the fortress and continue his quest. He believes this would be a good opportunity to test his new skill, Awakening. Yerim says, I'm going to Japan alone because I'm strong enough to deal with this alone. The president warns Yerim, this is a monster with a dark blue magic stone. Momo says maybe he will be able to defeat Susanoo because she can't assess Yerim's power. The president thinks if he has the power I saw on the live broadcast, then it might have been true. Yerim stands up and says it's time to defeat Susanoo. After some time, Yerim is ready to leave. Izzio tells him it's better to distribute the effort now. Yerim asks, can you handle clearing out the remaining zombies on the Korean peninsula? Izzio says to leave it to her. Yerim asks Choi, what about her? Yerim thinks that even after they restored Korea, there are still a lot of zombies left. He thinks that most likely in the quest, Korea refers to the whole Korean half of the island, including North Korea. Yerim tells Choi that when she's finished with everything, she should check the situation in North Korea. It looks like they will have to get there to complete the quest. Choi says she's interested in what's happening there, so she will tell the recovery team about it. Yerim says that he should go too. He gets in the jeep and leaves. The president tells Yerim that after reaching Busan, they will go to Susanoo's habitat using a submarine. Yerim asks if he can know about the new people he mentioned earlier. Sato tells him the new people are a group headed by Ryo of Sakamoto. Momo transforms and says he looks like this. S tells Momo not to transform into that unpleasant form. Yerim says, I don't want to judge by appearance, but he doesn't look harmful at all. Momo says, even before the zombie incident, he was sentenced to the death penalty. Sato says the problem is that he is very strongly awakened, and he's also known as a phoenix. Yerim asks, is he a pyrokinetic? Sato replies, Sakamoto can turn his entire body into flames. Because of this, he burned all of Hoko and became the absolute ruler of this region. The president says he's the worst of all people. Murder, arson, robberies. He wants to get rid of Sakamoto even more than the zombies. But even when the powers of their reawakened, including Sato, were not able to handle him. Yerim starts smiling upon hearing that, thinking this would be a great opportunity to try out his new skill, Retake. Yerim says, as soon as we deal with Susanoo, we will take on these new people. The president thanks Yerim, saying, you can do this. After some time, Yerim arrives in Japan, where there's lightning in the sky. The president says, I was informed that Susanoo is in this area. Yerim responds, this could be dangerous, so we should not follow him. Yerim tells Sato to protect the president. Sato says she will. Yerim jumps from the building. The president prays for Yerim and asks God to let him save Japan. A person is running along the shore asking where this monster came from. Susanoo grabs the person. The person starts crying, saying that he doesn't want to die. Suddenly, Yerim attacks Susanoo. Susanoo lets go of the person. Yerim grabs the person and moves him safely to the ground. Yerim tells him to run away. Quickly, the person starts running. Yerim asks Susanoo if he has been waiting for him. Susanoo raises his hand and attacks with lightning. Yerim starts smiling as the lightning has no effect on him. Susanoo grabs a lightning bolt preparing to attack Yerim. Yerim uses his clairvoyance skill. Susanoo attacks Yerim. Yerim thinks that keeping his distance will not work against him. Yerim avoids the attack by flying into the air. He rushes towards Susanoo. Susanoo gathers lightning on his head. A ball of energy appears on Susanoo's head. He attacks Yerim with a blast. Yerim blocks the attack and says, this will not work on me. Susanoo is surprised. They both collide, resulting in a massive explosion. Yerim taunts Susanoo, saying, I will beat you so badly that your mother won't recognize your face. Yerim delivers a powerful punch, striking Susanoo square in the face. Susanoo falls into the sea. The president watches in disbelief, saying, I can't believe he pushed him back with a single blow. Susanoo removes his mask and slowly gets back up. He looks at Yerim and says, this isn't fun anymore. Yerim responds, you're smarter than I thought. Suddenly, Susanoo begins to scream. Lightning bolts crackle from the sky. Susanoo starts transforming. Sato shields the president with her charm. The president remarks, Suzanu's appearance has changed. Susanoo, now a figure of lightning, declares, the storm is coming. Yurim wonders, is this his true form? Susanoo rushes forward, attacking Yurim with blinding speed. Yurim swiftly avoids the strike, but there's a small cut on his face. Yurim thinks he's incredibly fast. Susanoo begins unleashing electric blasts in every direction. Yurim is struck by one of the lightning bolts. Susanoo charges at him and lands a punch, sending Yurim falling into the sea. Susanoo forms a sphere of electricity and launches it into the sky. The glowing sphere begins to expand. Sad watches in shock. Then, Susanoo drops the energy sphere toward where Yurim fell. A massive surge of energy erupts over the ocean. Waves ripple outward and marine life is visibly disturbed, surfacing in the aftermath. Susanoo hovers in midair. The president whispers, Japan's last hope has fallen. With a twisted grin, Susanoo floats above. The president and Sato both feel a chill of fear run through them. Susanoo declares, this is the end. Momo turns to S and says, we're not going to make it. S replies, Mr. President, run now. The president starts running and says to S, take care of her. S looks at Momo and says, we have to buy some time so we can get away. Momo responds, we need to be ready to retreat too. Sato brings out her charm and tells Momo that Yurim is lost and they can't escape. Momo says, I don't like this at all. Momo enters Sato and they transform into the cat lady. Sato looks at Susanoo, but he disappears. Suddenly, Susanoo appears near her and attacks. Sato gets blown away and falls to the ground. Susanoo steps on her and she starts screaming. The president is shocked to see this. Sato tells him, keep running. Susanoo grins, this will be fun. He turns his attention to the president. Momo grabs his leg and says, your opponent is me. Susanoo kicks her again and calls her an insect. Momo grabs his leg even harder. Susanoo scoffs, you're strong for an insect. A light starts shining. Yurim grabs the magic wand and activates the magic girl's skill. Yurim activates the electricity resistance and increases his strength. Yurim glares at Susanoo. Susanoo asks, what is that? Yurim rushes toward him. Yurim strikes the magic wand on Susanoo's head and says, this is your skull crusher. Susanoo winces in pain from the attack. Yurim turns to her and asks, are you okay? Sato looks at Yurim and asks, is that a magic wand? Yurim nods and tells Susanoo, take care of yourself. Susanoo thanks him, saying, thank you for saving me. Suddenly, Susanoo starts moving toward Yurim. He creates a massive ball of energy and a huge tidal wave rises behind him. Susanoo growls, die. The tidal wave crashes onto the shore, but Yurim stands unharmed, holding the magic wand. Susanoo is shocked. Yurim asks, is this all the power you have? With a swift movement, Yurim rushes towards Susanoo and says, grit your teeth harder. Yurim strikes Susanoo's head again. In retaliation, Susanoo attacks, but Yurim narrowly dodges the blow. Yurim strikes Susanoo's head once more, this time breaking off one of his horns. Susanoo screams in pain. Yurim slams Susanoo to the ground with tremendous force. Without hesitation, Yurim charges again. He strikes Susanoo once more with the magic wand. Susanoo's screams fill the air. Yurim grabs Susanoo by the collar and asks, have you prepared yourself? He defeats Susanoo and adds, you're just like an electric eel. Predictable. Sato asks, did you take him down? Yurim shows her a magic stone and replies, Susanoo has been defeated. The system notifies Yurim that this stone holds extraordinary power. It can enhance transmission levels. Yurim begins to smile and says, leveling this up is extremely difficult. Yurim uses the magic stone to boost his strength and a powerful surge of energy follows. The system informs Yurim that he has surpassed normal human limits. His transmission has been upgraded to rank A. It also notifies him that a mana heart has been formed, doubling mana recovery and tripling overall mana capacity. Additionally, the system confirms that Yurim has acquired a second transcendent trait. Yurim wonders, do I have 2 hearts now? The system then notifies him that his 5 senses will be significantly enhanced. At that moment, it begins to rain. Yurim is able to see an ant from a great distance. Yurim wonders what this is. He can even hear the sound of the grass the ant is eating. Yurim starts smiling and says, this will be very helpful. The president arrives and thanks Yurim. Thanks to this scenario, Yam says, I was able to become stronger. Yam adds, but it's still too early to thank me. Yurim asks, will I meet the new people if I go to Hoko? The president asks, do you want to go there right now? Yurim replies, the sooner we get rid of them, the better. Sato says, I will show you the way. Meanwhile, outside the building in Hoko, a few people are standing. A person holding a gun starts kicking someone and asks, why are you frozen? The person glares at him. The man sits on the person and asks, don't like something? He points the gun at him and demands, do you have something to say? The person begins apologizing. The man grabs his mouth and asks, "Do you see that building?" He tells him, "Check out the building." The person starts walking towards the building and enters, and he's afraid to see something. The person tells the gang members there are zombies inside. The monster grabs the person by the neck and he starts screaming. The gang members point their guns at the building and say, "It is a mutant zombie." They start shooting at the building. They enter the building and one of them says, "They're definitely dead now." There are 2 magic stones on the ground. The person grabs one of the stones and says, "This mutant killed him before they shot the mutant." He adds, "We're so lucky to get both their stones." He walks outside and the other hostages start crying. He points his head at them and says, "Shut up." He continues, "If you want to get at least 1 grain of rice, then you should start working. Find something useful and don't come back empty-handed." A person tells him, "Some people are here." Yurim and Sato arrive. He points his gun at them and asks, "Who are you?" Yurim tells them, "Raise your hands or I will shoot." He shoots at Yurim and activates his 5 senses, and he can clearly see the bullets. Yurim picks them up in his hand, surprising everyone. One of the people orders an attack, but Yurim quickly responds and neutralizes them. The person tries to strike again, but Yurim vanishes from sight. He then rushes forward, restrains the attacker, and asks where Sakamoto is. Another individual points a weapon at Yurim and questions whether he thinks he can survive after going against the newcomers. Yurim confidently says yes. Just as the man is about to act, Sato appears from behind and helps take down the attackers. Yurim again asks if his question will be answered. The man reacts defiantly, and Yurim quickly incapacitates him. Then Yurim turns to the others and asks if anyone else wants to respond. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of people is celebrating. One of them remarks how they were once sentenced to death, and now they wear suits like this. Sakamoto tells them to imagine what it will be like when they control all of Japan. "This is your world," he says. "Eat, drink, and enjoy. Tomorrow, we've got work to do." He raises his glass of wine with a smile. Yurim breaks through the wall, enters the room, and asks if the group is having a good time. One person rushes toward Yurim to confront him, but Yurim easily pushes him aside with one hand. Sakamoto activates the fire mechanism and asks Yurim who he is. Yurim replies that he's the Grim Reaper. Akira grabs an axe and angrily speaks toward Yurim. Sakamoto tells him to calm down and again asks Yurim about his identity. Akira tells Sakamoto that this is a Korean guy who appeared on a broadcast. Sakamoto thinks his face looks familiar. At that moment, Sato arrives and asks Yurim why he acted without letting her know. Sakamoto asks if they're working together. Sato responds that he's still as clueless as ever. She then asks what he plans to do if they are indeed a team. Sakamoto becomes visibly annoyed. Sato reacts, saying he's acting like she's his girlfriend and warns him not to be disrespectful again. Sakamoto asks if she's in a relationship with the Korean guy. She replies that Yurim is much better than him, and that he's beautiful, strong, and educated. Yurim tells Sato, "It looks like you're in a strained relationship with her." Sato replies, Sakamoto is constantly annoyed with her. She will get back at him. Sato orders his men, grab Sato, and bring her to me. They grab their weapons and say, "Yes, sir." Ez jumps toward the broken wall and commands, "Come here." Sato starts running away, and the gang members begin to follow her. Sakamoto tells Yurim, "I will roast him alive." Sakamoto starts burning and adds, "Meat tastes best when it's fried." Yurim replies, "I'll break your mouth for calling me a Korean." Ez manages to defeat the new people outside. Everyone is shocked to see that. Ez asks, "How long are you going to watch me?" A person responds, "It's because of you that my guys are in this condition." Sato says they were so weak, they couldn't even recover. A person is about to shoot Sato, but the man with the eye patch stops him. A new member asks, what is he waiting for? The man tells them that monster hunting requires caution. He advises them to set up a battle like they did when hunting mutants. Everyone starts surrounding Sato. There is a huge blast. Stad says, "It looks like they started the fight. You should finish things here." Ez rushes to attack the man. He blocks the attack with his sword. He swings his sword at S, and S jumps backward. The gang members shout, "Destroy her." One of them attacks S, but she drops down to avoid the strike. He swings at Sato again, but she jumps into the air to evade the attack. Another gang member charges and says, "I'll get her this time." Sato jumps onto the axe, taunting, "I can easily dodge this." Sato attacks with her claws, sending him flying. The man with the eye patch swings his sword at Sato, as grabs the sword with her claws. Some gang members appear from behind and shout, "We'll save him." Sato smacks them both with her tails. Sato says they'd have as many rats as they want, but they'll never compare to cats. The man starts trembling with fear. Sato kills him and asks, "Who is next?" Everyone is afraid to see that. On the other hand, Sakamoto attacks Yurim and says, "I will decide on your fate." Yurim grabs his punch and says, "You can't even defend yourself." Sakamoto tells Yuram, you are a monster. He then tells Yuram, I will destroy the Koreans. Sakamoto shoots a fire blast from his mouth. Yuram punches him and says, I told you not to call me Korean. Sakamoto gets blown away. Sakamoto asks, how dare you? He shoots fire from his hands and yells, die. Sakamoto is shocked to see that Yuram is unharmed by the fire. Yuram says, this temperature is perfect for a sauna, but it can be a little hotter. Sakamoto asks, do you have any skill that can block my fire? Yuram replies, I don't have anything like that. Sakamoto asks, why doesn't my fire work on you? Yuram says, I'm just weak. Sakamoto starts burning with fire and says, I am the strongest in Japan. Yuram says he is just like a frog in the well and he made a very big mistake. Sakamoto tells Yuram to stop speaking nonsense. Yuram starts electrocuting Sakamoto. Yuram says, meat tastes best when it is fried. Sakamoto tells Yuram to please spare him. Yuram asks, have you ever spared someone who begged for life? Sakamoto gets burned to ashes. The system notifies Yuram that the skill of flame is acquired. Yuram activates the skill of flame and says, it's not bad. Yuram arrives outside after defeating Sakamoto. Sato asks, is it over? Yuram starts smiling and says, he has been dealt with. Sato thanks Yuram and says, if it weren't for you, I have to ask Sakamoto for help. Sato says, nothing a perverted person asks for would be surprising. Sato adds, Yuram is my lifesaver. Sato asks Yuram, what is your relationship with that woman? Yuram asks, what woman? Sato says, the one you fought with when we first met. Yuram wonders, is she talking about Izzio? Yam tells her that they are just close colleagues. Sato starts smiling and says, that is great. Sato then tells Yuram, date me. Yuram replies, I am not S. When I wake up, I will be in trouble, she adds. Sato says, I am definitely Sato, and right now, I'm being completely honest and serious. S asks Yuram, what is your answer? Yam apologizes and says, I don't have time for a relationship right now. S is devastated to hear that. S asks Yuram, do you not like me? Yuram responds, no. We haven't known each other long enough to say whether I like or dislike you. Yuram thinks that Sato is calm, righteous, and has a surprisingly cute side. Yuram says, she's more on the good side. Sato tells Yuram, it's settled. Then she tells him, look over there. Yuram sees that there is nothing there. Sato kisses Yuram on the face. Yuram is surprised by that. S tells Yuram, you're mine from now on. Momo comes out of S. S remembers that she kissed Yam. S covers her face and asks, what did I do? Yuram tells her, I will forget what just happened. S replies, it's fine. It's not like I'm lying because I'm being honest. Sato then says, you don't have to forget about the kiss. She asks, can I call you Appa from now on? Yuram responds, yes, if that makes you comfortable. S tells Yuram, you can just call me Sato. Momo looks at them and starts smiling. After some time, the president starts shouting. They've returned. He shakes Yuram's hand and says, not only did you defeat the new humans, but you've also managed to rescue the survivors. He adds, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Yuram replies, it's only natural for us to help each other in difficult times. The president thinks he truly is an incredible person. He asks, could I relocate the Japanese survivors to the Human Alliance? Yuram asks, are you talking about all of them? The president responds, if possible, we'd like to request that everyone be included. Because Japan wishes to be integrated into the Human Alliance, the president believes they will have a secure home, abundant food supplies, and even a chance at happiness. He asks Yuram if it is possible. Yuram replies, there are plenty of ships. We have enough supplies, so there's no need to worry. Yuram then asks, but will they be happy leaving their homeland behind? He pauses before continuing, people's safety, survival, and happiness are more important than just land. Yuram smiles and says, welcome to the Human Alliance. Sometime later, the ships begin their journey. Yuram arrives at the fortress with the Japanese survivors. The soldiers start distributing supply rations to everyone. Izzio comes running, exclaiming, you came back safely. She asks, how was Susanoo? It's a variant of the indigo monostone, so it must have been strong. Izzio responds, I heard that he also crushed the new people. Momo comments to S, they look close, don't they? So close, in fact, that they seem more than just colleagues. S smiles softly and replies, you become close to Yuram. Momo says that compared to the years those two have built together, she's still far behind. Momo tells S that Izzio is just as beautiful as her. If she stays passive, Izzio will steal Yuram in an instant. Sato starts running toward Yuram and says, there he is. She then tells Yuram that she couldn't look around properly last time and asks if he can give her a tour. Izzio says they seem to have gotten quite close. Sato grabs Yuram and says, Appa has been so nice to me. Yuram asks, is he truly that nice? Sato then asks Yuram, can you spare some time for me? Izzio tells Yuram, headquarters was looking for you. They said they have a report on North Korea. Urim apologizes to S saying, I have to go. I'll give you a tour when I have time. Iso tells S, if you want a tour, you can give it to her. I have plenty of time. S says, please guide me, Annie. Iso asks, did you call me Annie? S responds, I'm 23 years old and you're 22. And since she was born in July, they are over 300 days apart. So she's definitely an une. Heo is annoyed to hear that. Iso asks, do you have a problem with me? Is this because of our last fight? Sato wonders what she would do. She thinks that if Appa's words are true and they are really just close colleagues, then there's no need to worry. Sato asks, what kind of relationship do you have with Urim? Is it true that you're just close colleagues? Isio asks, why are you asking that? Sato replies, it's because I like Urim and I've already confessed to him. Iso is shocked to hear that. Sato adds, that's why I'm asking you. I want to know if Urim told you the truth. Iso asks, how long have you even known each other? And you've already confessed. Sato says, love doesn't need a reason. Momo says, this shy person has grown a lot. I wonder how I'll respond. I ask, is that why you picked a fight with me? Sato apologizes and says, it's just that you two seem too close. So she got the feeling that their relationship wasn't just that of colleagues. Sato asks, what is your answer? Iso asked, will you adjust your attitude based on my response? Sato says, it's hard for competitors to become close. After all, S tells her, I would like you to answer sincerely because I'm being serious right now. Iso says, I will give you an answer, and she tells Sad, it will be hard for us to get close. Io thinks that she never considered romance in her life, especially after the world changed like this. It's still the same for her, but if a peaceful world ever returns, she would like to be with someone. Izzio says, Oe is too precious to give to someone else. Yerim arrives at the United Humanities Intelligence Bureau. One Wook tells Yerim, they're looking for you. One Wook continues, I suggested that we investigate North Korea with the commander. North Korea is still tightly controlled by Park Sun. Yerim asks, is he still alive? One Wook says, he is certain. Seon was a dictator who ruled North Korea for a long time. Yerim thinks that in his nightmares, he has never survived even once. Yerim asks, what about the people of North Korea? One Wook tells Yerim that the zombie crisis has made their exploitation even worse. Compared to Sun and his military officers, the survivors are nothing but skin and bones. They even built a dedicated factory to extract human man. The North Korean army kidnaps survivors and takes them to the factory. Then, they brutally torture them to death. They are indeed monsters. Yerim asks, where is Sunong right now? One Wook says he's currently staying in a secret bunker in Pyongyang. One Wook asks, are you planning on going there alone? Yerim replies, yes, he should be left alone for even a minute longer. In North Korea, Sunong says they rescue their comrades oppressed by the vile corpses. The soldiers are standing to see something. Yerim is standing behind. Sun turns around and asks, who is he? Yem says he's head of the Human Alliance. Yerim replies he has captured and killed innocent people for their own greed. He has come today to judge him. Sun observes his face looks familiar. He's the southern traitor. Sun rips off his shirt and declares, you've walked into a tiger's den. Your life is about to be cut short. Yerim states today you will die. The suffering North Korean people will be saved. Sun commands his subordinates, witness how the Republic's greatest warrior judges the wicked southern puppet. Everyone begins shouting, long live the commander. Sun tells Yerim, bring it. Yerim punches him and he is sent flying. Sun grabs his face, cursing, Yerim. Yerim leaps toward him, striking him with blow after blow. Yerim grips his throat and lifts him up. So thinks, this is impossible. He has absorbed so many mon. Yerim punches Su into the air. Su gasps, this is impossible. Su struggles to get up, muttering, I'm not supposed to lose. Yam starts walking towards Sam. Sam opens the box, revealing numerous magic stones inside. He picks up a stone and begins eating it. His face turns red, and he starts running toward Yerim. Yerim makes a strong punch and says, this is not a big deal. Yerim follows with a powerful punch to Sung. The soldiers are shocked, exclaiming, this is a dream. Yerim calmly says, the vile person is no more. Yerim steps forward and announces, I am the Supreme Commander of North Korea. He looks at the soldiers and asks, will you swear loyalty to me, or will you seek revenge and die miserably? A soldier hesitantly asks, if we pledge loyalty, will we be able to eat our fill? Yerim responds, of course. The soldiers then shout in unison, we pledge our loyalty to you. Meanwhile, an announcement blares over the speakers to the citizens of Pyongyang. Chairman Conrad Parkin has passed away today due to a sudden illness. Before his passing, he entrusted all authority over North Korea to Supreme Commander Yerim of the Human Alliance. Onu walks and activates the skill of clairvoyance. He says, just now the news of Park Chang's death was delivered to Pyongyang. This is practically reunification. Choi thinks to herself, I never thought I would live to see reunification. Wanwook says, we should move out as well. The fortress starts moving again. Meanwhile, in North Korea, a soldier tells his comrade, this is serious. Our chairman comrade has passed away due to a sudden illness. Hack asks, is it true? The soldier replies, rumors have already spread everywhere, and there's more news. He whispers the news in Hack's ear. Hack asks, were all the executives who attended the Workers' Party conference in Pyongyang wiped out? The soldier says, yes, it was all the work of that villain Urim. Hack says, this is the first time I've heard that name. The soldier adds, they say he's a general from South Korea. Hack thinks the amount of mana stones the chairman consumed means there's no way he died from a sudden illness. The soldier asks, what should we do now? Hack says, I'm the one who wiped out Pyongyang's leadership. They can't just stand by. Hack says, I will reach out to Chandoi. The soldiers ask, will you help us? Hack tells him, watch your mouth. We are the ones who manipulate China from the shadows, and each one of us is a monster. The soldier replies, I will be careful. Hack says, anyway, since we've contributed to them for so long, the Chandoi should help us. A person enters the room and asks, are you looking for us? The soldiers ask, Elder Zion, when did you get here? Zion responds, the elder has spoken of Shinyam, of the Human Alliance. He is a terrible seed who will hinder the grand plans of the Chandoi. Hack says he should be killed immediately. Zion replies, General Hack has shown them sincerity. Hack retorts, not at all. We've merely provided some small conveniences to the Chandoi. Hack continues, we've granted them more than generous favors. Zion comments, helping them for just that much is a losing deal. Zion kills Hack in an instant. Hack asks, why? Zion responds, even if I meet, it's with Urim. He will also end up dead like those fools. Zion says they were the ones who granted them that power, so naturally they should be the ones to take it back. Zion tells Hack, there is no need to be resentful. Those who once received our grace will be our companions on the way to the afterlife. The other soldier falls to the ground. Zion says, we should begin. Some soldiers are guarding the building. 2 ninjas appear from behind and start choking the soldiers. Zion sets the building on fire. The ninjas say we only have one more military base to take care of. Zion replies, we should move quickly before the adversary arrives. The ninjas bow down to him and say, understand. Zion burns down the 9th Corps headquarters. Zion tells everyone, you did a great job. We should head back. Zion feels a strong presence and asks, who are you? Everyone draws their knives. Urim arrives and asks, who are you to be wiping out all of North Korea's military bases? Zion is shocked to see him there, and he thinks that he hasn't even occupied Pyongyang for a full day, but he's already making moves. Zion thinks that no wonder the Grand Elder was so wary of him. He's dangerous, so avoiding the battle is the best option. Zion tells his ninjas to drop their weapons. He then tells Urim that they are just wanderers. While passing through North Korea, they witness the atrocities committed by the soldiers there. Zion says they are torturing and killing people in factories. He asks, how could they just stand by and watch them extract life stones? So we decided to take action even with our limited strength. Urim says, in a world like this, it's fortunate that righteous people like you still exist. Urim activates the skill of analysis and sees that his name is Chiojin. He's a human stone consumer. Zion is half human, half insect, and he's a follower of a barrow. Urim tells Zion, for someone so righteous, you sure have consumed quite a lot of human life stones. Urim spreads his wings and asks, who are you? And who is this? A barrows. Zion wonders if Urim has search type skills, and he thinks this has gotten complicated. Zion orders his ninjas to stop Urim. All the ninjas jump towards Urim. Zion starts running for his life, and there is a huge blast behind him. Urim strikes from behind and asks, where are you going? Urim says, since you're so desperate to run away, it must mean you have a lot to hide. Zion thinks to himself that Urim's speed is incredible. Urim says, I have a lot of questions. You look like someone who should be able to answer them. Zion tells Urim, I act for the sake of humanity, and Chandoi is the same. There's no reason for us to fight. Urim asks, are you claiming to fight for humanity by devouring your own kind? Zion replies, can you still say that after learning the horrifying truth of this situation? Urim asks, are you talking about the Galactic Empire pulling the strings behind the scenes? Zion says, you must also be aware of their power. Humanity must grow stronger at an unprecedented rate. Zion says, for the greater good, sacrificing a few is inevitable. Urim responds, not only do I have a reason to fight, but I have too many. Urim adds, I hate people like them the most. Zion replies, this is truly unfortunate. Zion thinks to himself, the battle is unavailable. The difference in strength is overwhelming. There's no choice but to stake my life. He brings out a tablet and says, "Glory to Chandoi." Zion puts the tablet in his mouth and starts chewing it. He begins releasing an insane amount of energy. Zion transforms into a green insect monster. He tells Yerim, "I've always been curious about your strength. Today, I'll get to satisfy that curiosity." Zion taunts, "Come at me." Yerim responds, "You're half human, half insect." Zion retorts, "It is the great blessing of a Barrows." He then tells Yerim, "Humans are too weak." Zion reflects, "Martial arts was my entire life." The zombies attack their dojo. A giant mutant zombie starts attacking everyone. Zion appears from behind and jumps toward the monster. He attacks with a stick. The zombie blocks the strike and punches Zion. Zion falls to the ground, realizing there is an overwhelming gap between them. The zombie prepares to kill him. Zion thinks that a lifetime of honing martial arts means nothing in this moment. An old man leaps between them, halting the attack. "Run away quickly," he tells Zion. Zion starts to run, then pauses, speaking aloud. "I realize something," he says. He turns to Yerim and declares, "Humans are an inferior species." Zion continues, "This body is different. I can tear apart hundreds of mutants, and our Chandoi have protected China with this power." Zion looks at Yerim with a bitter gaze. "I'm trapped in the shell of a weak human." Yerim's voice is calm but piercing. "Can you see the wings on your back now? Do you still see me as a weak human?" Yerim rushes toward Zion and punches him hard. "I've seen many idiots turn into bugs just to become stronger," Yerim says. "They all have one thing in common. Every single one of them is just a selfish piece of trash." Zion tells Yerim it is foolish to ignore the fact. Yerim asks, "Are you ready to die?" Zion orders the insects to attack Yerim. Yerim activates his fire skill and says, "They are annoying." Yerim begins burning the insects, and they start falling to the ground. Their blood drips onto Yerim. Smoke begins rising from the blood. Zion tells Yerim it is a deadly poison, strong enough to melt even high-level mutants. It should have caused serious damage. Yerim wipes the blood away and says, "This is so filthy." Zion is shocked to see that Yerim is completely fine. Zion rushes toward Yerim. He punches Yerim, but the sting breaks on his arm. Zion exclaims, "This is not possible." The beast continues stinging Yerim, but it has no effect. Zion shoots a liquid from his mouth. Yerim smashes it away with his hand. Yerim charges toward Zion and punches him into the air. Yerim tells Zion, "I'll send you flying off this earth." Zion thinks to himself, "I've lost my life," and took the elixir. But none of his attacks worked on Yerim. Zion thinks that it is exactly the same as last time. Zion thinks that he can't be defeated like this. Zion grabs Yerim and says, "I will take you with me to the afterlife." Zion starts swelling his body. There is a huge blast in the air. Only Zion's head remains, but he's shocked to see that Yerim is still unharmed. Zion thinks that even after giving his everything, he still didn't manage to woo Yerim. Zion starts disappearing and thinks that their enemy is strong. But our grand plan is complete, he reflects. Lord Barrows will soon descend upon this continent. Yerim thinks that they are exactly the same as those mute worshippers. Yerim thinks that Barrows must be a similar entity to Eststeros. Yerim asks, "Do you want to revive something like that?" Meanwhile, a ladybug starts flying toward the old man. The old man says, "Zion has fallen. I didn't expect the enemy to move that fast." The old man stands up and says his growth rate is terrifying, and they need to hurry. The old man hits his staff on the ground. Two people arrive and they ask, "Did the Grand Elder call?" The old man replies, "The seventh elder has fallen to the adversary. We don't have much time left. We must act more aggressively." He continues, "Lord Barrows' descendants need this land to be soaked in deeper despair." The old man orders, "Kill everything that moves from now on. Be prepared to drench this continent in blood." One of the subordinates asks, "What about our allies in the Chandoi?" The old man scowls and asks, "Have you gone deaf? Kill them all." The subordinates respond, "Understood." The old man says, "The day of my descent upon this land is near. Yerim will not be able to reverse this tide." After defeating Zion, rescue operations for North Korean residents were carried out. Yerim brings them back to the fortress. The soldiers welcome them with supplies. They are surprised by the delicious food. They quickly begin eating. A woman tells them, "Eat slowly. There's plenty of food." They start crying while eating the food. Yerim asks Choi, has the number of North Korean immigrants already exceeded 70,000? Choi tells him, "At this point, we've rescued almost all the survivors in North Korea." Yerim asks, "Is there any conflict between people?" Choi replies, "The satisfaction of North Korean residents is very high, so it's naturally harmonious. If we give them food, it'll be okay." Yerim thinks to himself it was originally an impoverished country. He then says that's a relief and asks, "Is there any news about Chandoi?" Choi responds, "The reconnaissance unit is moving, but there's nothing yet. China isn't exactly small, so it'll take some time to find them. There is a knock at the door. Yerim says, "Come in." One Wook enters and says urgently, the US has sent someone. One Wook continues, they're an agent from the National Reconnaissance Office. They have information about Chandoi. After a while, Malcolm steps forward and says, "It's nice to meet you." Malcolm adds, "I'm an agent from the US National Reconnaissance Team." Jack also introduces himself, and Yerim says they should go inside. Yerim sits down with them and asks if they have any information about Chandoi. Malcolm replies, "Yes, we have been monitoring China through satellites. In the process, we learned about the existence of Chandoi." Jack adds, "We were looking for skill awakeners. Since China has a large population, observation was a top priority." Yerim responds, "If you're even operating satellites, the US must be in a relatively good situation." Malcolm says, "We're still far behind the Human Federation." Malcolm then tells Yerim, "But we're far better off than the destroyed countries." Yerim asks, "Did you observe me through satellites as well?" Jack nods and says, "Yes. We had to find out at least what kind of tendencies powerful awakeners like you have." Jack quickly adds, "I'll apologize if that offends you." Yerim replies, "It's fine, but I'd appreciate it if you were more careful in the future." Malcolm assures him, "We will." Jack then tells Yerim, "Chandoi is a very secretive and vicious group. It was a stroke of luck that we found them." Jack says they will give him all the information they have gathered. In return, he would have to maintain a friendly relationship with us. Yerim says he will accept the offer. Jack replies, "We will give you all the information we have gathered." Malcolm opens his laptop and tells Yerim, "This old man is the leader of Chandoi. He's called the Great Elder among them." Yerim asks, "Where is that?" Jack replies, "Mount Huang in Anui, China. It's the headquarters of Chandoi." Malcolm adds, "Yerim took care of one of their elders. Since then, Chandoi has become even more radical. Take a look. There are dead bodies everywhere on the ground." Malcolm says they used to at least pretend to hide the bodies. Jack replies, "It's different now. They're carrying out indiscriminate massacres." Jack continues, "What's even more surprising is that they're killing even those who cooperated with them." Yerim thinks they must be trying to resurrect Aberos. Yerim wonders, did they start rushing because they were worried about my intervention? Yerim says, "Please tell me more about the situation in China." Malcolm and Jack start briefing Yerim. After some time, Yerim gets up and thanks them for the help. "I'm glad we could be of help," Malcolm says. Yerim nods and adds, "I think I should go to China as soon as possible." He turns to Choi. "We found out their headquarters is here in Anhui, China." "That's a relief." Choi responds, "It's relatively close." "Are you going alone?" "No." Yerim replies, "Aberos is likely a purple individual and would be too much for me to fight alone." Choi raises an eyebrow. "Will he be stronger than Eststeros?" "Chandoi is different," Yerim says. "It's a group that rule the country with the largest population in human history. Gabaros will be stronger." Yerim continues, "And I plan to take the shortest route like this." Choi thinks for a moment. "There is an even shorter and more direct route." Yerim looks at her. "The sea. We've crossed rivers before," he adds. "But even though the Yellow Sea is shallow, it's a bit much to walk directly there." Choi waves her hand dismissively. "No need to worry about that, because this fortress can now turn into a ship." After some time, the fortress turns on the lights. Rasha says it's time to show off a new feature. She activates the navigation mode, and the fortress starts transforming into a ship. Yerim asks, "Is it a UFO?" Rasha replies, "That's right. I referenced the design of unidentified flying objects, UFOs." She adds, "It can't fly right now, but it can swim." The fortress starts swimming at an insane speed. Yam says, "This is amazing." He then asks, "When did you develop this feature?" Rasha answers, "When the boss was working hard, I wasn't playing around." Wilson says, "That's right. The master reinforced the fortress while saving sleep." He continues, "We never thought the lazy master would change this much." Wilson adds, "Human emotions are truly great." Rasha covers Wilson's mouth and asks, "Why are you talking nonsense?" Wilson says, "I always tell the truth." Rasha tells him, "Be quiet." Yerim thanks Rasha, saying, "We'll be able to save a lot of time." Thanks to her, Wilson says, "If you're going to praise her, then be sure to acknowledge her efforts. That will mean the most to her." Rasha replies, "I'm not a child." Yerim smiles and says, "I look forward to your continued great work." Rasha begins to blush slightly upon hearing that. "There will be a battle soon," Rasha says. "I've added several new features to help us prepare." She tells Yerim, "Aberos will be completed soon as well." Yerim responds, "That's quite exciting." The fortress approaches the mainland between the regions of England and China. Yerim starts smiling and says, "It's beginning." An old man sits on a rock, his body turning in deep red. He says, "Yerim, you're a step too late." Yerim stands atop the fortress as a swarm of large insects starts flying toward them. Yerim alerts the group, "Prepare for battle. The enemy is approaching." The soldiers shout, "Everyone, get inside." Dupal asks, "How can insects be that big?" Yurum tells Nakyu, "I'll try to hold them off. You take command." Yurum summons a chain and spreads his wings. Yum starts flying towards the locusts. Yurum activates the skill of flame and attacks the locusts with fire. Yurum says, "I will sweep them all." Yurum starts a tornado of flames, burning his way through the swarm of locusts. A soldier says there are too many bugs. Yu activates the skill of command and says, "Shield units block the front line. Rear units concentrate firepower." The soldiers respond, "Move information." The soldiers pick up their firearms and shields. Rasha tells Wilson it's time to show off the new feature. Wilson activates the defense force field. The machine guns come out of the fortress. New orders. Everyone shoot down the ones who break through the force field before they reach the base. The machine guns start shooting at the locusts. Some locusts land on the shield and begin destroying it. The shield is destroyed and new orders. Everyone, start concentrated bombardment. A soldier shoots at them and shouts, "Die." Another soldier starts cutting them with his sword. Himchin kills a locust with his bat and says, "Home run." Dupal and Mukiel also start killing the locusts. Yurum and Izzio join in, attacking the locusts. Sato transforms and begins killing more locusts. The locusts grab a soldier and start flying away. Yurum attacks the locust and saves the soldier. The soldier says, "I can't swim." He falls into the sea. The shark bots rush to save the fallen soldiers. Wilson tells Rasha, "If we delay any longer, we'll be completely overtaken." Rasha replies, "Not yet." She thinks to herself that when the force field is as charged as possible, she'll strike. Locusts arrive near the shield. Rasha stands up and announces, "Now is the time." Wilson activates 1,000,000 volts. A powerful lightning blast erupts, incinerating the locusts. Yurum says, "Good job, Rasha." He looks back and sees another swarm of locusts flying toward them. Yurum grabs his chain and says, "That's quite a welcoming greeting." After some time, the fortress arrives at the shore. Hinchin falls to the ground and says, "The landing was a mess." Yurum asks Nu about the damage. Naku replies, "About 30 of our members have been injured." He continues, "The base is also heavily damaged. We'll have to dock here for a while to repair it." Yurum says, "I need to go to Anui province as soon as possible. Please take care of the base's restoration and the casualties." Nu says, "Leave it to me, but take the members with you when you leave." Yurum replies, "I don't know how dangerous it will be, so it's better to move with a small elite team. We need fast runners like Muchiel, Izzio, and Sato." Maxu says, "Understood." After a while, Yurum moves toward the city. Io comments, "Shanghai is a huge city, but it's strangely quiet." Yurum replies, "The locust swarm must have swept through and massacred the survivors." Sato says, "It's the first time I've seen bugs transformed. Do you think it's related to Liberos?" Yurum answers, "It probably seems to be a characteristic of Chandoi. And all sorts of bugs might appear," Iso says. "Bugs are awful." Yurum activates the skill of clairvoyance. He sees that there are bugs inside the building. "Stay back," Yurum tells his team. The building suddenly collapses and locusts fly toward Yurum and his team. Yurum activates the skill of flame. Yurum attacks the locusts with his chain of flames. "Where did all these bugs come from on Earth?" Yurum asks. Iso asks, "Don't you feel something stirring from the ground?" Yam smashes his chain onto the ground. The ground shatters, revealing numerous skeletons. Some bugs are crawling on the bones. Ashio says, "Those things are eating corpses and turning into locusts." Iso asks, "How many people died considering the number of bugs?" Sato says, "The ground is completely rotten. No other living thing can survive here. If these bugs keep breeding," Sato continues, "the Earth will become a land where humans can't live." Iso sighs, "They're truly the worst creatures." Someone appears from behind and says they are great creatures. Everyone is surprised to hear that. Yurum activates his analytical skills and sees that he is a great elder. The old man tells Yurum that it is nice to see him. He says he wanted to see them in person at least once. He asks, "How is your masterpiece?" Iso asks, "Are you senile?" The old man asks, "What is your reason for hating me?" Sato asks, "Are you seriously asking us that after killing so many people?" The old man responds, "A person is a being who thinks for themselves, speaks a language, and has a personality." He continues, "In that sense, we don't harm people, and you can see for yourselves." The old man taps his foot on the ground and smashes it to pieces. He says, "Awaken your intelligence, great loyal insect race." 2 large locusts appear in front of him. The old man asks, "What was his name when he was human?" The locust replies, "His name was Juan." The old man asks, "What kind of person was he?" The locust answers, "He was a public security police officer with a daughter and a son. He was a bit violent, but he didn't cross the line." The old man says that his appearance has only changed. He thinks he speaks a language and has a personality. The old man adds that the essence remains the same, so he is not dead. Yerim asks, do you think it's okay to feed people to bugs? The old man turns to the locust and asks, do you regret becoming Lord Aberos' servant? The locust replies, we don't regret becoming his servants. The old man says, the people involved are satisfied with the result, and that should be enough. Izzio asks, how dare you say that? He continues, you must have brainwashed them. Sato observes, it seems like at least thousands of people died here. He then asks, why are there only 2 loyal insects you're talking about? Sato adds, even if what you say is true, you killed thousands and only saved 2, and you're acting like you did something great. Sato then tells him, stop with the sophistry. The old man asks, aren't those the only memories of the citizens here? The locust remembers when they were attacked. He says, we have all the memories of 9,321 Shanghai citizens. The old man tells them that the personalities and memories of Shanghai citizens are all shared among the loyal insects. He says that it is called a hive mind, and that it is all thanks to the authority of the great Lord of Barrows. They gather the collected souls in one place to form a huge consciousness, a hive mind. This consciousness is passed on to many loyal insects, giving them a new life. The old man says their souls are alive with intact egos. So, in fact, no one is dead, he adds. Yerim asks, is it okay to feed people to bugs because it's a good thing? The old man tells Yerim, you should misunderstand. I didn't come here to persuade you. He continues, I just wanted to see your face in person before the day I came to Manhwa. The Chinese people like heroes, the old man says. Izzio responds, you came here risking your neck for such a reason. The old man asks, who is risking his life? Yerim, Izzio, and Sato prepare to fight. Yerim thinks they should take him out here. The old man raises his hand. The locust starts flying towards Yerim and his team. Izzio kicks the locust away. The locust attacks Izzio with his sting, but Izzio dodges the attack. Sato attacks the locust and bites his arm off. Sato spits out the arm and says, it smells like sewer. The locust starts regenerating the arm. It regenerates in an instant. Sato mutters, you're a nuisance. Yerim rushes to attack the old man, thinking he'll finish this in one go. Yerim activates his fire skill and pierces through the old man. Yerim thinks, this is too easy. Yerim thinks a guy who's supposed to be the great elder is weaker than Zion. The old man tells Yerim, it is a futile act. This is just my clone. The clone falls to the ground. The clone asks Yerim, do you know why I decided to follow Lord Aberos? Yerim replies, I'm not that curious. The old man then asks, are magic stones infinite resources? He continues, the number of high-level magic stones is limited. The clone melts and says, the limit is clear. The disaster that struck the earth was an unwinnable war from the start. That's why they decided to accept their power. Even if he had added up all the magic stones on earth, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the real monsters of the empire. He tells Yerim, come over to Mount Huang. You better come as soon as possible because many victims are still being created. Yerim activates the skill of fire and burns the clone. Izzio and Sato also defeated the locusts. Yem says we should go to Mount Huang. The old man starts bleeding from his mouth. He wipes the blood away. A voice asks, is the game over? The old man thanks Aberos for listening to the lowly old man's request. He says now, without a shred of regret, I can offer my wretched body and soul. Aberos replies, we'll all enjoy glory with you forever. There's lightning in the sky. The old man looks up and says, my choice was not wrong. Thanks to Aberos, many Chinese people have achieved eternal life. There's no need to fear hunger and terror anymore, he says. We will overcome the current reality with the loyal insect race's body and spirit. We are one and all. He believes he was not wrong. He chose the justice he thought was right. Suddenly, lightning strikes the old man. 2 large wings sprout from his back. The old man transforms into a massive monster. The green breath begins to spread everywhere. A rabbit, frightened, watches in horror. The rabbit inhales the green gas and morphs into a monster. Some bugs start crawling over a dead tiger. A barrow says, my time has come to an end. The old man's subordinates are in shock, witnessing his power. One of them exclaims, this vast Mount Huanyan has been completely transformed. A voice commands, come to the top. Let's go up quickly. One of them suggests. They begin climbing the mountain. At the peak, they see a monster. One of them asks, what is that? The monster charges toward the ninjas, starting to devour them. They question, why is his creation attacking us? They bring out their knives, saying that they should save their friend first. More legs appear from the monster, piercing through the ninjas. They fall to the ground as the monster starts eating their friend's head. A ninja asks, what kind of rabbit is that? An old man, smoking a pipe, watches nearby. A monster suddenly jumps towards the ninja. The bald man leaps onto the monster. There's a huge blast as they collide on the ground. The bald man rises and the monster lies crushed beneath his weight. The ninjas bow in front of him, thanking the first elder. The elder grabs the monster by the ears, muttering, "A mere beast has become this sturdy." Someone starts shouting, asking for help. The ninja turns to the elder, saying, "Something's wrong. His creations are attacking us." The elder responds, "It might be a test. If you can't even climb this mountain path, you don't deserve to see me. Even if you fail, it's not a problem. The souls of those eaten by these creatures remain intact. Eternal life is guaranteed." A ninja looks at his dead friend, pondering. He thinks that it might be better he give up. "Then climb." A ninja tells the elder that they are not worthy enough to see him yet. They will wait below. The elder replies, "I can see why you were given this test. I didn't know there were still followers who lacked faith." With that, the elder grabs the ninja by the neck and crushes it. "You don't deserve even a shred of my grace." The elder thinks it is time to meet him in person. Without hesitation, the elder leaps towards the mountains. The trees in the forest begin to attack him with their branches. The elder, using only his palm, blocks them with ease. "I will see the Great One soon," the elder says. After some time, the elder reaches the top of the mountain. There, Aberos waits for him. The elder bows low to the ground and says, "I meet the Great One." Aberos responds, "You are the best warrior of Chandoi." The elder humbly replies, "You flatter me. Not only I, but the other elders will be here soon." Aberos shakes his head. "No one else has passed, but you have." The elder is surprised. No one else passed? He wonders aloud if all the elders failed. The elder says, "This is not possible." Aberos replies, "The result was predetermined from the start. It was a test that no one else but I should pass." The elder starts floating in the air. Aberos tells him, "Look down." The trees are absorbing the energy of the ninjas. A locust emerges from one of the trees. There's an army of locusts in the mountains. The elder thinks so many loyal soldiers are being created by killing thousands. Aberos says, "This is my kingdom, a precious foundation for the seeds of great conquest. There are enough soldiers now. All I need is a commander to protect my kingdom from the mongrels." Aberos continues, "I will concentrate the power extracted from the other elders on you." The elder thinks all the elders will enjoy eternal life. The elder then says, "This will be my honor." He starts absorbing the energy of the other elders and begins transforming into a monster. There's a huge eye on his stomach. Aberos addresses his brave soldiers, "A commander to lead you has been born." The locust begins celebrating. Aberos says, "Now all preparations are complete." Yerem arrives near the mountains and Izzio asks, "Is that Mount Wang?" Yerem activates the skill of clairvoyance. Abero tells Yerem, "It is nice to see you." Abero starts releasing the green gas. Sato says, "This green gas is dangerous to inhale." Yerem starts protecting them from the gas. Yerem thinks, "This is creepy." Yerem wonders, "Is this the power of the pure purple variant?" Abero says, "We should end the greetings here." The locusts start running towards Yerem. The elder arrives there and asks, "Did you come here with only 3 people?" Izzio says, "I am not the only one with allies." An army appears from behind. Dupel, Mukil, and Naku are leading the charge. Naku says, "All members of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd guard teams have come in response to the commander's request for support." Mukil says, "It is the perfect day for catching bugs. The soldiers and the locusts face each other." Avaro says, "Quite a crowd has gathered." Yem asks Aberos, "Where are you looking when your opponent is standing right in front of you?" Aberos starts releasing the green gas. Then he transforms into a huge monster. Nu asks, "Can you freely change your form?" Aberos replies, "Decisions are made by the strong." Aberos begins moving towards the soldiers. One soldier shouts, "A monster is coming." Dubal orders, "Shoot! Everyone shoot!" The soldiers open fire on the monster. Aberos laughs, "It tickles." Yoram activates his awakening skill and spreads his wings. Muchiel activates giantization. Aberos rushes toward Muchiel, but Yoram punches Aberos and saves him. Aberos is pushed back by the attack. Yoram says, "I warned you. The opponent is me." Aberos responds, "If you want to die first, I won't stop you." Aberos turns to the first elder and says, "Our numbers are significant." He asks, "Can you hold them off?" The first elder reassures him, "Don't worry about it." Yoram questions, "Who will leave the troops to them?" Izzio says she got it. Sato tells Yoram, "Take care of yourself." The first elder starts beating himself. "It is war," he says. "Blood will spill like rivers." The locusts grow stronger by inhaling the green gas. The first elder declares, "This planet is ours. Rip out the guts of all the inferior species and drink them down." The locusts are on the move. A soldier shouts, "Raise your shields." The locusts begin attacking the shields. "Use every strength we have," a soldier yells. Some locusts take to the air. Naku orders, "Fire the net guns." The soldiers start shooting the nets at the locusts. The locusts are trapped. A soldier swings his axe, shouting, "Die!" The soldiers begin killing the locusts with ease. Some soldiers carrying shields say, "We're being pushed back." Naku shoots a gun into the air. A fire signal flashes in the sky. Hinshin tells his team, "It's time to play." The locusts are shocked to see that they are being attacked from all sides. Hinshin and his team start killing the locusts. Hinshin kills a locust and says, "This feels so good." Naku tells everyone to charge. The soldiers shout, "Kill all the insects." One soldier carrying a shield thinks to himself, "I should release my mana." Suddenly, a locust attacks and the soldier's arm gets stuck in the shield. Another soldier swings his axe from behind and kills the locust. One soldier says, "They're fast, but not that strong." Another soldier adds, "We got scared for nothing." The first elder observes and thinks they're freshly made, so their movements are too predictable. He smirks, "To think I would fall for such a pathetic coordinated attack." He continues, "Normally it would take time to share memories and experiences, but..." The elder says aloud, "I will pass down what they lack the most, battle-hardened wisdom from the elders." The first elder starts sharing his strength with the locusts. One soldier swings his axe, but the locust blocks the attack. A locust punches the soldier and another kicks him. A soldier exclaims, "Something's different about them." On the other hand, Yuram and Aberos are busy fighting. Yuram swings his chain and Aberos. Aberos rolls himself to avoid getting hit. Aberos falls to the ground. Yuram rushes to attack Aberos again. Some locusts appear out of nowhere, protect Aberos. Yuram kills them in an instant and says, "Get out of the way." Yuram is surprised to see that Aberos is gone. Aberos is hiding in a tree. Aberos attacks Yuram from behind, pierces through his body. Yuram swings his chain and Aberos gets pushed back. Aberos asks, "Do you like playing hide and seek?" Aberos hides in the tree again. Yuram attacks the tree, thinking it's camouflage. Yuram activates the skill of fire and says, "Let's see if you can keep hiding when your whole house burns down." Iso jumps towards the locust to punch him. The locust blocks her attack. Iso thinks this is martial arts and the locust tries to punch her. Iso breaks his neck with an elbow strike. The locust falls to the ground. Another one attacks Io, but she moves out of the way. Iso grabs his arm and punches him in the stomach. The locust gets blown away. Iso looks around and sees that their soldiers are struggling against the locusts. She thinks that the situation is looking bad. A fire signal appears in the sky. A soldier says, "This is an order to gather. We need to head that way." Iso tells everyone, "Group up with me." They start running towards the signal. On the way, a swarm of locusts encounters them. Iso kills them all with a single kick. The soldiers are shocked to see their captain's power. Iso tells everyone, "Hurry." Maxu and S are busy fighting the locusts. Iso arrives and asks about the situation. New says the situation is not very good. In an instant, our troops took massive damage. Sato says their movements have gotten even craftier. Regular troops will not be able to handle them. Iso looks at the bodies of the dead soldiers on the ground. Mochiel and Dupol start killing locusts. New says they can hold out to some extent. Sato says they should help them too. Naku tells her to look over there. Numerous locusts start coming out of the trees. The first elder tells them to push them harder. These inferior species can't hold out forever, he says. He adds, "Make it clear to them that this is their kingdom." Naku says their forces keep getting reinforced. They need to address the root of the problem. Nu brings out the gun and says, "We will draw their attention to the front lines. And in the meantime, take down that command entity." Io tells S that they should do it. Sato says, "Leave it to me." A soldier shouts, "Charge." The first elder scoffs. "They still have the guts to squirm," he says. Iso and Sato rush toward the first elder. He creates a shield to block their attack. Iso and Sato deliver a strong punch. The first elder lands on the ground. He laughs, saying, "I was wondering why humans suddenly popped up. Turns out it was just a petty distraction." He looks at them and asks, "Can the two of you take me on?" Izzio asks if his brain turns to mush when he becomes a monster. The first elder responds as expected of inferior species. They have no eye for this. They will regret it. The first elder prepares to attack, adding, "I may not look like it, but I am a physical fighter." Izzio retorts, "The same goes for you." Yarev is burning the forest to the ground. There's a huge blast. Yuram calls out to Aberos, "You're hiding like a sneaky rat." Aberos responds, "Your inferior kind is dying like rodents." Yuram replies, "I could say the same for you." Aberos smirks, "Even if I die, they will create a new body for me. Unlike inferior species, who are done once they die, we are on a whole different level." Aberos adds, "It seems you care about your subordinates a lot. My chest hurts just thinking about it." Yuram starts shouting and cursing him. Yuram attacks the tree with his chain, shouting, "Come out." Aberos thinks to himself, Let Yuram waste his strength. This time, I'll cut his head off in one go. Yuram starts losing his stamina. Abero says, I think I would lose my cool and freak out over the sacrifice of mere grunts. Abero adds, that is why I'm an inferior species. Aberos appears from behind and says, it's time to finish this. Yuram activates the skill of clairvoyance. Yuram glares at Aberos and says, I found you. Yuram grabs Aberos and pushes him to the ground. Aberos starts screaming. Yuram thinks the camouflage is tricky, which is why I tricked him into coming out. Yuram thinks, I need to attack now. Yuram starts punching Aberos again and again. Aberos thinks I'm taking a beating in my most vulnerable form, and of all places the head. Aberos thinks, this is dangerous. At this rate, I'll lose one of my forms. Yuram punches Aberos and he is blown away. Yuram notices that Aberos has started releasing green gas. The system notifies Yuram. This is a remarkable achievement. You have completely destroyed one of Aberos' bodies. He will receive an achievement reward upon eliminating all of his bodies. The remaining bodies are 4. Yuram thinks that each form contains 1 life. Yuram wonders what this last form is. Aberos transforms and asks, how dare you destroy the body that I had for hundreds of years? Aberos tells Yuram, you will not die a peaceful death. Yuram replies, I will. Yuram rushes to attack Aberos. He delivers a strong punch to Aberos' face. Aberos is shaken by the attack. Aberos asks, where are you, Yuram? Yuram responds, I'm right above your head. Yuram delivers another strong punch from above. Aberos thinks to himself, his exoskeleton is in danger. Yuram says, it looks like you can't transform if you take a hit to the head. Yuram continues, even in that warlike form earlier, he kept getting smashed. Yuram tells Aberos, you're too slow and pathetic. Yuram starts attacking Aberos' body. Aberos asks, do you really think an attack like that would work on me? Yuram kicks Aberos, but he rolls his body to absorb the blow. Aberos asks, do you really think a mortal could pierce my ultimate armor? Yuram replies, we'll find out once I try. Yuram kicks the exoskeleton again. The armor starts cracking under the repeated hits. Yuram comments, hitting the same spot repeatedly seems to be doing some damage. Aberos transforms once more. He tells Yuram, let me show you what real speed looks like. Aberos attacks Yuram again, boasting, this form's speed is unmatched. Yuram begins dodging the attacks, moving with precision. Aberos thinks, with just one graze, I'll be victorious. He shoots a powerful blast toward Yuram. Yuram is struck by the attack. Aberos sneers, you put up quite a fight for an inferior species, but that's all. Now it's time to die. Yuram suddenly feels a shock surging through his body. He starts shaking uncontrollably, his body vibrating with great speed. In an instant, Yuram rushes toward Aberos and lands a punch. Aberos, stunned, wonders, how could a lowly inferior species from the bottom dimension possibly deceive my senses? Yuram delivers a strong punch, and Abero gets crushed to the ground. The system notifies Yuram that 3 forms remain. Suddenly, Yuram starts bleeding severely from the mouth. The system notifies Yuram that he has been poisoned by a powerful venom. If left untreated, he may lose his life. Yuram thinks to himself that his condition is not good. Aberos asks, how do you like my special venom? Yuram responds, it's barely a tickle. Aberos tells Yuram, this is only the beginning. Yuram, however, thinks he will take Aberos down before that happens. Yuram says, I will beat you before that. Yuram thinks that if he can get the magic stone, he can recover his body. Yuram tells Aberos, I only have 3 lives left. Aberos retorts, you only have 1 life left. With that, Aberos rushes toward Yuram, shouting, I'll take that 1 life from you. Yuram grabs his chain, but the immense pain in his body almost overwhelms him. Aberos bites Yuram on the leg, then starts pulling him toward him. Yuram thinks that it is a trapdoor spider. Aberos tells Yuram that his blood tastes very good. Yuram punches Aberos and tells him, die. Aberos says, I will suck every last drop of your blood. Yuram starts cursing Aberos. Yuram smashes his head against Aberos. Meanwhile, S is busy dodging the attacks from the first elder. Sato gets hit by the attack. Hio is worried about her. Io starts running towards the first elder. They start exchanging blows with each other. Iso thinks that she is being pushed back. The first elder says, you're not bad. If this had happened before you received the blessing, I might have lost. He attacks Iso and adds, things are different now. Iso starts shaking. The first elder tells Iso die. Sato kicks the attack away and saves Iso. He tells them, no matter how much you resist, it's all useless. He prepares to attack and says, I will kill you. Iso and Sato are worried about that. The first elder suddenly notices something, and he starts sweating. He wonders what this overwhelming fear is. The locusts also freeze with fear. Mukiel says these insects are panicking. The first elder thinks that the only one who could share emotions this strong is him. He wonders if Aberos felt this much fear from a mere inferior species. Aberos arrives and starts begging for help. Yurim punches Aberos again and again. The first elder orders the insects to protect Aberos. The soldiers block their path and ask, "Where are you going?" Ice and Sato jump towards the first elder. Yurim thinks that now it's down to just one of its remaining bodies. They just need to destroy this one. Yurim punches the Barrows. A magic portal opens near them. Yurim wonders, what is that? Someone emerges from the portal. A monster appears out of it. Yurim asks, who are you? He replies, I'm Balkan, commander of the Galactic Empire's 3rd Legion. Yurim is surprised to hear that and wonders if he's the one the system warned him about. Balkan tells Yurim that it is nice to be him. Aberos asks, why would Balkan come to a lower dimension like this? Balkan responds, it's utterly pathetic to think you would die so miserably to a mere creature of this lowest dimension. He adds, because of you, the grand plan has been distorted. Aberos retorts, I haven't lost yet. Balkan snaps, shut up. Yurim activates the skill of prediction. Balkan easily destroys Aberos. Yurim exclaims, this is insane. The first elder is also shocked to see that Aberos was taken down with a single gesture. Aberos' head falls to the ground. Balkan says the fate of the defeated is nothing but death. He crushes Aberos' head under his feet. The locusts start falling to the ground. The first elder begins to melt. The system notifies Yurim a marvelous achievement has been unlocked. You have annihilated all 5 of Aberos' physical forms. Achievement reward granted. Special skill restoration acquired. Once a day, he can fully restore his physical condition. Yurim thinks that he needs to use it right now. Yurim activates the restoration and recovers himself. He thinks that this is great. Yurim looks at Balkan and wonders if he can take down that monster who obliterated Aberos in one hit. Balkan says, you look like you got yourself a pretty decent skill. Suppose it makes sense considering you took down an officer in this lowest dimension. After all, Yurim thinks that if he wants to increase his odds by even 1%, he absolutely needs that magic stone. Yurim orders the inventory to get that magic stone. A 3rd Legion commander shouldn't be in an idle position, Yurim says. Yurim asks, don't you have anything better to do? Balkan asks, did the system not tell you? He then adds, this body is extremely busy. The inventory grabs the magic stone. Balkan glares at the inventory. He grabs the inventory and says, this is a cute trick. Yurim thinks that sneaking it out is too much to ask. Balkan tells Yurim, take it. I wasn't planning on taking it in the first place. Yurim asks why he's giving it to him. Balkan replies, it was a fight that was already over. I just finished it off. He adds, it was my fight and the reward should go to me too. Balkan then says, I don't feel like bothering with such a boring fight. He starts unleashing his strength, causing the soldiers to become frightened. Izzio says, my body won't move. Much asks, who is that insane monster? Balkan tells the audience, get ready to watch. He commands, everyone kneel. The soldiers start kneeling on the ground. Maxu, Io, Est, and Dupol also begin to kneel. Balkan says, you are all very decent. He raises his hand and they kneel even further. Yurim grabs the magic stone and uses it to enhance his strength. He thinks to himself, the pressure eased up a bit. Yurim thinks, maybe I can take him on. Balkan smirks, let's see what you're made of. He tells Yurim, bring it. Yurim rushes toward him, shouting die. Then there is a huge blast. The soldiers say, at this rate, the monster will go down in one shot. Yurim punches Balkan in the face, but he doesn't flinch. Balkan starts smiling at Yurim. Yurim thinks, this can't be possible. Balkan grabs the punch and asks, is that all? He smirks and says, I landed a hit on you, so I'll return the favor. Balkan flicks Yurim on the head and says, here's the gift. Yurim gets blown away, hitting a tree before finally stopping. Yurim, struggling to rise, asks, how am I supposed to beat a monster like that? Balkan arrives near Yurim. Yurim thinks to himself, my body isn't moving. Balkan tells Yurim, struggling won't do you any good. Your body has already been consumed by my power. Yurim replies, we'll see when we fight. He gets back on his feet, and Balkan is surprised to see him stand. Yurim, with determination, tells Balkan, cut at me. Balkan asks, aren't you afraid? Yurim responds, it won't change anything. Balkan starts laughing. He tells Yurim, you're a true warrior. It's been a while since my blood boiled like this. Balkan rushes to attack Yurim. Yurim thinks that this is not good. At the same time, a voice asks, what is going on? Balkan gets tied up by the chains. The system arrives to save Yurim. Balkan says, it's a shame. The system tells Balkan freeze. Balkan responds, the word of command is a troublesome ability. The system rips off Balkan's arm. Track him. The system orders. A portal opens and Balkan says, "I'm going. It was fun. I'll see you later." The portal disappears. Yerim says, "I told you last time that high-ranking beings like him wouldn't be able to interfere with Earth easily." Yerim asks, "What is happening right now?" The system stares at Yerim. Yerim asks, "Why are you acting like this?" The system replies, "His growth rate is steep, and he's starting to break free from the limits of mortality." Yerim says, "He consumed a lot of Monstones." The system responds, "That's not the reason. You said that the very limit of his soul is exceptionally high." The system says that even if those humans were given the same mana stones, they couldn't achieve the same results as him. Yerim says, "I thought skill awakeners would be similar, though maybe not general awakeners." She tells Yerim, "This is the lowest dimension. There's a limit to how many beings here can elevate their rank. With talent, one might reach P rank, if they're truly exceptional a rank, but it's nearly impossible to reach S rank in a human body, no matter how many mana stones they have." Yerim asks, "Does that mean my comrades cannot break free from this limit and reach that rank?" The system replies, "It depends on each individual's potential." She continues, "So many humans in this lowest dimension have such high potential for awakening." Yerim says, "There's a chance, and that's enough as long as it's not zero." Yam thinks there are only 7 purple mana stones on Earth. Even if I gave it my all, I couldn't affect him in the slightest. Yerim thinks, even if I consume all the mana on the planet, I barely stand a chance against him. Yam thinks he understands why the traitors betrayed humanity. The system asks, "Are you thinking about Balkan?" Yerim replies, "Yes. If they treat the Galactic Empire's officers like this, it could save Earth. But if Balkan, that monster, arrives, I don't think there will be any hope." The system responds, "We need to have a deeper conversation." The system touches Yerim, and they are transported to space. Yerim asks, "What is this place?" The system explains, "These are the dimensions currently at war with the Galactic Empire." The system continues, "The power of the Galactic Empire is immense. But because of that, they are constantly at war. Even within the Empire, anti-war factions hold significant influence. Despite that, the reason they can continue waging countless wars is because they have never once been defeated." Yerim says, "Surely she must have helped other places besides Earth." Yerim then asks, "Are you saying they've never won a single time? There must be places stronger than Earth." The system replies, "Just being a higher dimension doesn't guarantee victory. The Empire simply sends more troops in response." She says that overcoming an invasion is fundamentally extremely difficult. The system explains that, as an administrator, all she can offer is a possibility. In the end, overcoming it depends on the talents and will of each dimension's inhabitants. Yerim thinks that whether it's Earth or another planet, they are all fighting desperately. Yerim says, "Come to think of it, Up-Arrows was once a guardian deity on another planet before he fell into corruption." Yerim asks, "Why are you telling me all of this?" She replies, "If we could defeat them just once, the anti-war faction within the Empire would gain immense power. Naturally, the pro-war faction would be significantly weakened." Yerim asks, "Are you saying that way could be stopped?" The system says there's a possibility, especially if that defeat happens in the lowest ranked dimension. She adds, "That is probably why Balkan came here. If everything had gone according to their calculations, Earth wouldn't have been able to eliminate that officer." Yerim thinks that is why he is so angry, because he's with the pro-war faction. Yerim says there are still 6 more officers left on Earth. He asks, "Will taking down just one be that significant?" The system replies, "The difference between something having potential and not having it is enormous. Earth is a dimension where the possibility of overcoming exists, and that's why it's important." Yerim thinks that means guys like Balkan will keep on coming. Yerim says, "If the system had been even a little late, I would have fallen to him." She adds, "There's a saying on Earth, with great power comes great responsibility." She explains, Balkan is a powerful being who should only be active in the highest dimensions. The more he directly intervenes in lower dimensions, the greater the restrictions he faces. The system says he didn't need to move personally just to kill him. There were many ways to avoid severe restrictions, such as sending subordinates or strengthening officers, for example. Yerim continues, "And yet he king himself. That might mean Balkan desires him." Yem thinks that he is excessively relaxed. Yerim thinks that maybe he never intended to kill him in the first place. The system tells Yerim that his worth is much higher than he thinks. To be precise, it has increased because he hunted an officer. Yerim says, "I might try to kill him next time." The system responds, "I will do my best to stop that, but blocking him completely will be difficult." Yerim asks, "Will I be able to defeat him if I consume the monastomes of the remaining 6 officers?" The system replies, "No matter how special your soul is, that's impossible." She then asks, "Have you ever considered becoming a mercenary?" Yerim is surprised to hear that. After some time, Yerim returns. Sadov asks, "Where have you been?" Yerim says, I had a little chat with the system and received some rewards too. Yerim adds, I'll tell you later. Yerim looks at the skull of the barrows. He grabs it and says, a lot has happened. Yerim says, we won against the Variant with a purple mana stone today. Yerim says today is the historic moment when humanity finally stretches its wings. Everyone starts celebrating. They gather and enjoy the food at night. Yerim stands near the fire, his thoughts distant. He remembers that the system told him as compensation for the incident with Balkan, she would enhance one of his skills. Yerim thinks to himself, from now on, I can use various skills alongside the Terran's physique. Izzio notices his deep concentration and asks, what are you thinking about so deeply? Is there something on your mind? Yerim responds, it's a dilemma. The system had asked him if he would consider becoming a mercenary. Aiko, it's about being a dimensional mercenary, Yerim explains. Aiko raises an eyebrow. That's random. Does someone at your level even need to do that? Yerim nods slowly. They're asking if I'd be willing to travel beyond Earth. Aiko frowns. Earth is already a mess. This isn't just a casual trip, it's dimensional travel. Aiko shakes his head. Sounds like a massive time sink. Yerim adds, they're not asking me to go immediately. They said I have time to prepare. Aiko pauses. Since some great beings, she guessed solving that wouldn't be an issue. Izzio asks, are you going to accept? Yerim says, I'm considering it. Yerim asks the system, should I take this mercenary job? Will it give me the strength to face Balkan? The system responds, that depends on the missions you take, but at the very least, it's possible. You won't be as powerless as you are today. Yerim takes a deep breath. At the same time, there's a commotion. Jack and Malcolm are running toward Yerim. They shout, Yerim, help us. Yerim asks, what's happening? Malcolm says the entire United States has been devastated by zombies. Yerim is surprised to hear that. Yerim asks, the place was devastated by zombies. Were there a lot of them? Jack responds, the zombies we're talking about are not ordinary zombies. Jack asks, do you know about enhanced zombies? Yerim asks, are you talking about mutants with Mon? Jack replies, no, these are entirely different entities. Take a look. Jack shows pictures of the zombies. Yum says they don't have Mama stones and their appearance is unusual for regular zombies. Malcolm responds, these creatures have undergone extreme growth in specific areas, whether it's strength, mobility, stealth, or defense. Jack adds, instead of having infection abilities, these creatures are far stronger than normal zombies and are more threatening. Yerim asks, do they only appear in America? Malcolm replies, yes, more precisely, they first emerged in this region, including New York and the northern and eastern United States. Malcolm continues, this is the current situation in New York. This is a video they secured that shows how the enhanced zombies are created. Yerim says, at this level, the chances are high that a powerful mutant will be involved. Yerim then asks, have they discovered any information? Jack answers, we thought the same, so we used every means possible to investigate the northeastern region. Unfortunately, we couldn't find the source. Malcolm adds, nothing shows up on satellite images. Anyone we send to gather information never returns. Malcolm says they even resorted to bombings, but the red substance started attacking the planes. The bombing had no effect at all, and the results were disastrous. Malcolm adds that for months their best option was simply to hold off the invasion, but their forces kept growing. Jack shows Yerim the current state of America. Yerim asks, has half of their territory been taken over? Jack replies, it happened in half a day. An overwhelming number of enhanced zombies poured in, and we lost contact with almost all frontline units. Yerim thinks it happened right after Barrows was taken down. Malcolm explains, since there were no major movements before, we planned to eliminate them gradually, but we were complacent. They had been preparing all along. Jack pleads, please help them. So many survivors are trapped there. Malcolm warns, if this continues, America will have no future. Yerim responds, I will help them, because this is what our alliance stands for. They thank Yerim. Yerim then asks, can I take the Mona Stone from the mutant in return? Jack says, of course, but they have not seen one. Malcolm replies they are not even sure if a mutant is responsible for this. He adds, even if he doesn't get them on a stone, they will compensate him another way, and he will not be disappointed. Yerim thinks finding the mutant is the priority. He continues, even if there's a high-ranking one, it shouldn't be a problem. This is a good chance to test multiple things. Yerim says, judging by their expansion speed, we don't have much time. Malcolm comments, there are over 10 areas requesting urgent aid right now. Yerim responds, the fortress needs repair. We can't just leave newly reclaimed China unattended. So I will go. Malcolm assures him, we will provide real-time updates on the survivors' locations. He tells Yerim, wear this device in your ear. It will connect you to us directly. Yerim puts on the device and says, I'm heading out. Yerim spreads his wings and takes off. He starts flying toward America. Jack comments, he's faster than a fighter jet. Meanwhile, the monsters are flying in America. The army is busy fighting the monsters. A monster bites the neck of a soldier. The monsters begin to gain the upper hand. One soldier turns to his captain and says there are too many enemies and we're running out of ammo. He asks, is there any contact with headquarters? The soldier responds, the other units are in the same situation. They don't have the capacity to send reinforcements. At that moment, someone arrives and begins attacking the monsters. He thinks to himself, we can't hold out much longer. The monsters continue to advance towards them. Suddenly, there is a huge blast. A voice calls out, what is that? Urim lands on the ground with force. A soldier approaches and asks, who are you? Urim replies, I am the reinforcement from the Human Alliance. Urim observes the scene and says, there are many wounded here. Urim activates his medical skill. The system notifies him that the effect of the tyrant's physique is taking hold and a powerful vitality surges through him. One soldier exclaims he's completely healed. Urim turns to the captain and informs him the southern area has been cleared, and he can head there and regroup with the other units. Urim starts flying and says, I will go now. The captain replies, I thought you were dead just moments ago. Jack asks Malcolm, has it been 3 hours since that person arrived in America? Malcolm answers, yes. Jack says, we've already taken care of 9 out of 10 locations. Malcolm adds, it seems Urim has become much stronger than we ever imagined. Urim says, Michigan has also been secured. Are there any locations left? Malcolm responds, no. The remaining ones are within our capability to handle. Urim asks, can I hunt the mutant now? Malcolm questions, have you found it? Urim replies, I am standing in front of it. Urim crashes into the mutant. Numerous monsters begin emerging from the red substance. Urim attacks the monsters. Urim thinks if there's a mastermind, it must be connected to this cursed land. Urim picks up the red substance and thinks, they are still watching me. Urim activates the skill of clairvoyance. Yem starts searching for the monster. Urim discovers the monster in a distant building. Urim asks, is he the culprit? Urim replies, I found a variant. Jack asks, is there a variant? Urim says, yes, but it's far from here. Jack asks, what kind of variant is it? Urim responds, it looks like a jellyfish. Its size is about 10 meters. The unique point is that the brain on its head is quite large and the magic stone is navy blue. Jack tells Yam, take care of the variant. Meanwhile, at Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles, there's a temporary presidential office. A knock sounds at the door. A person enters and says, we've found the source of the incident. The president asks, what is the source? The person replies, it's a variant, estimated to be an indigo-classed entity. Urim is moving to subjugate it. The president says, there's no way our side would have found something we haven't been able to locate for months. The person responds, Urim found it instantly. And looking at the movement path, the destination is estimated to be Detroit City. The president says that the land of demons would have the largest distribution in New York. The person replies, they speculate that the variant hid itself in an unexpected place. The president responds, seeing it try to hide so much, its combat power might not be that high. The person agrees, we'll find out soon. They watch as Urim advances toward the monster on big screen. Urim arrives outside the building. He wonders, did the variant escape? I can't feel its energy. Urim activates his clairvoyance skill and sees the monster hiding underground. He rushes toward it and says, even if it runs, it's still in the palm of my hand. Urim activates the wood construction skill. A wooden hand starts following the monster. He's about to flick the monster when it attacks the hand with an energy blast. A huge blast erupts. The monster emerges from the ground. Urim thinks to himself, its attack power is less than Suzanu's. Not bad. Urim grabs the monster using the wooden hand. Urim asks, is that all of its strength? The monster tries to fight back, but it has no effect on Urim. Urim thinks that it is weaker than Suzanu. Urim crushes the monster with a wooden hand. The magic stone falls to the ground. The president asks, did the indigo entity die so easily? A person replies, we just received word from all eastern fronts. All the enhanced zombies have collapsed. The president comments, we couldn't solve it for months, but it took Urim half a day. He adds, just recently, I thought that if we tried, we could protect the sovereignty of our beloved nation. The president then asks, can our heroes ever catch up to Urim? The director responds, the gap has widened too much and the magic stones are limited. The president says, in the end, the Human Federation will inevitably sweep up most of the higher grade magic stones. The director agrees, yes, the Human Federation can move anywhere in the world at any time through their mobile fortresses. He continues, on the other hand, we are still busy dealing with our own country's issues. The president thinks that the best they can do here is probably conduct joint operations with the Human Federation and distribute the magic stones. Even then, it will be difficult to obtain the higher grade magic stones. The director asks, Are you worried about something? The president replies, I'm afraid to see the power of Yerem. If someone has that much power, it means one individual effectively holds absolute power. The director says if a villain had such power, it would have been truly terrible. The president asks, is Yerem trustworthy? The director responds, looking at his actions so far, I think, at the very least, he's not a villain. The president sighs and says, since I've come to sit in this position, all sorts of trivial thoughts have come to mind. Please consider my worries. The director informs, Yerem is coming to see you. The president nods, it's time to welcome the hero. Yerem lands and comments, America is definitely different. There are still intact cities. As Yerem touches down, the president says, it is an honor to meet their American hero in person. Yerem thanked the president and the president hugged him. He tells Yerem, please come inside. They arrived inside the office and Yerem thanked him for his hospitality. The president replied, we are the ones who should be thankful. Thanks to you, countless soldiers and heroes have had their lives saved. The president then asked, did you manage to capture the indigo entity? Yerem answered, that's right. The president continued, you should have the magic stone. In addition to that, we've considered a compensation plan. He added, we're prepared to give you 20% of the magic stones we acquire from the US, and this will be for you and your military over the next 3 years. Yerem asked, is that possible? Magic stones are also a necessary resource for our military. The president assured him, it's nothing compared to what you've done for us. He continued, the United States wants to build an active, cooperative relationship with the Human Federation. We aim to reclaim the land of humanity, and the Federation will continue to seek out battlefields in the future. The U.S. military is eager to join that journey. Experience is a resource that money can't buy. Yerem responded, that's not bad. Perhaps we could discuss how we'll cooperate. After a while, they shook hands. The president said, you have remarkable negotiation skills for your age. Yerem replied, I'm also impressed by your skills. The president then asked, have you thought about what will happen after overcoming this crisis? Yerem responded, I'm too busy thinking about tomorrow. Yerem added, I just hope the time will come soon so I can travel safely. The president said, I hope you'll fulfill your wishes. Suddenly, a voice asked, do you think Yerem will be able to do that? A girl's voice spoke up, even his beloved homeland will eventually lick the soles of that awakened one's shoes. She added, if that's the kind of pathetic future you want, it's fine to ask for that human's help. The president wondered, what is that noise?